Yeah. Hello, everyone. You're welcome to our live broadcast today. This is Family Aspects. For those of you watching us for the first time, I want to encourage you to stay to the end of this broadcast and also to subscribe. Like it, like the video, and subscribe. Hit that thumb up video. Come on, let's do this. Let's go there. All right, so we are live right now, and what we are doing or learning about today is something very remarkable. Now, if you can hear me, I want you to hit the like button. I need to know that you can hear me. So I want you to hit the like button. Good. All right. Now, today, as you can see on the topic, we want to be talking about something very important. What's ruined your marriage? Now, I have received series of letters, but I'm going to be reading these letters in different episodes. Okay? I have a letter that I'm going to read in a few minutes. On this letter is a kind of an experience that somebody had, and then he's telling his stories, what led to the end of his marriage. And there's so much we can learn from these stories of these people. And that's why I come up with this episode, this series of episodes that we're going to be talking about on Family Aspect channel. Now, before you get to receive all of this information that we have to share with you, I want you to hit the like button. I want you to subscribe if you haven't subscribed. I want you to move to the next level with me, because we are about to learn something that can preserve our relationship and marriage for the rest of our life. And that is what we're here for. That is what we're all about. Good morning, Francis. You're welcome. I'm glad to see you joining us, Francis. Okay, now here is the firstly, let me give you like a little teaser. Okay, what you should be expecting in each episode of this series. Okay, first we're talking about, or we are going to be discussing on issues that led to the end of certain people's marriage, certain family, and the marriage ended. So remember this family aspect. So we have to go through every aspect of family that we can find. But first, we want to look at things that makes family end. Why do we have disoriented families? Why do we have disconnected families? Why do we have, I talked about previously on my video about absent father. Why do we have absent fathers? Why do we have absent mothers? Okay, all of this is what we're going to be talking about today. Now, before I go into all of that in detail, there is a letter I will have to read. Now, here's what to expect. You are going to expect to see what different challenges that people face in their marriage, which they could not handle, which was beyond their capacity or beyond their ability at that time to deal with. And then they took decision to end the marriage. Now, that is not a good thing. Of course, we know nobody wants to have a broken home. Okay, that's why we're here. We don't want to have a broken home. We have a lot to share to avoid that. But in reality, we still have people going through that today, all around the world. So what are we talking about? Well, a lot of things we're going to be looking at. What led to this marriage? We're going to be looking at their stories, what they did, how far they went, what lengths they were able to get to, what advice they got, what step they took until they couldn't take any further step. And then the relationship ended. So we want to look at those things in these letters. And then we will talk about it. Maybe one or two of you may have suggestions or opinion, or what you think may have been done, or what you think can be avoided in such situations, because these things are happening as we speak. And we want to use our channel as an opportunity to help reduce this chaos in families and homes. Now, without further ado, if you haven't subscribed, hey, come on, subscribe to this channel. If you haven't liked the video, I encourage you to like the video right now and share and share and share. Let's get more people onto it. This is a live stream. This is a live stream. Here's the letter here. I actually got the letter. I printed it out from my email. Now, if you are there watching this video and is as though we're talking to you, or probably this video is directly talking to you, don't be how would I put it? Don't take it to heart. It's not that we are trying to come to your privacy and try to make you feel uncomfortable. No, we want to help people. We want to be able to help people to understand that whatever they are going through, there are a lot of people out there that are also going through them. And if they won, you can win. All right. First of all, we are looking at why people end their relationship. Why do they end their marriage? What is their reason? So I got some letters, and I'm still receiving some letters coming in from our Facebook and all of that. So we are getting people coming in and telling us what they felt and how, writing to us. Okay. If you have your own story and you want to write to us, come on, don't hesitate to write to us. All right. Contact us directly, and then I'll put a link of my email address that you can reach me on, or you can reach me directly on YouTube. Just write directly to me. I'll get it. Okay. Whichever way you want to contact me, just let me know. And then we'll get your letter. We'll talk about it, but we will put you anonymous. Okay. Your name will not be mentioned. I've always tell my anyone that write to me, I keep your name and your personal detail confidential. So your name will not be mentioned. Your family name will not be mentioned, but we'll talk about the story. All right. And then we'll see how we can analyze the story and correct some things, and also learn from what you have done or what actions you took. So that's what we're here for. Now, without further ado, let's go to this letter and read what we've got here. Okay. All right. Now, like I said, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you haven't subscribed, because there's more. This is just the beginning of the episode. There's more to come. All right. So I want you to know there's more to come. So you have to get yourself ready for more to come. All right, let's go. Now, this is a letter from a man. I received this letter from a man, and I'm not biased because I'm a man. No, it's not about being the man. It's the story that matters. Okay. But this happened. This was the experience of this man. Okay. And I want to read. That means he's a husband, or he was a husband. Okay. Now I read. It says, for me, what ruined my marriage was a combination of two things: constant verbal and emotional abuse directed at me from my wife. I want you to mark that. I'm going to read the whole letter first, and then we'll analyze things. Number two, my own lack of realization that abuse was happening. I blame myself for all of my wife's outbursts and silent treatment that could last for weeks while I was tutoring myself, wondering. I mean, say he was torturing himself, actually, because the spelling there. He say he was torturing himself, wondering what I had done wrong this time. And my weakness is not confronting my wife. I was afraid of getting angry at her, and I'm still terrified of her. Wow. But there was one day when suddenly everything clicked into place. I realized I was afraid to come home after work. Oh my God. Did you hear that? And why I had felt so powerless and meaningless. It is the day she started using our, I want you to see what he said here. He said, but there was one day when suddenly everything clicked into place. I realized That day he's talking about. He said, I realized I was afraid to come home after work and why I had felt so powerless and meaningless. Now, he's talking about that day now. It is the day she started using our 3-year-old son against me. Oh dear. Teaching him to say, Papa is a mean bastard. Wow. Inexplicably accusing me of having an affair at the dinner table. That's what it means. At a diner table. It says, then explaining to our son that Papa was living with his girlfriend and will never come back. Can you imagine that? Wow, that's terrible. If that happens, sorry, man. If that happens, that's really terrible. I mean, that's terrible. Which, of course, made him burst into tears. Now, the young boy, 3-year-old, started crying and stealing his toys. Look at that. And she is stealing his toys at bath time to make him cry. Then looking at me victoriously saying, ha ha. What? The feeling of powerlessness and incredulity is indescribable. But thanks to that, I finally saw through everything. I started keeping notes of all the abuse lobbed at me. Filling 6 pages in a couple of days. Can you imagine? I saw a therapist. I want you to see. He went to see a therapist. Where's my pen? He went to see a therapist. He said, I went to see a therapist. Who confirmed the abuse. I explained to her I wanted to get some time away from work. From her. She then threatened to commit. Now, he told the wife that he's going to get a time off. He's going to get a time off from her. And she started threatening him to commit suicide 3 times in the following conversation. So she threatened to commit suicide 3 times. When the husband said, I'm leaving you. I'm tired of this abuse. I'm tired of these things you're doing. And she threatened to take her life, to commit suicide 3 times. Then he said, she threatened to commit suicide 3 times in the following conversation. I convinced her to go and see my therapist. In exchange, I went to see her fortune teller. Okay, look at this. The wife was visiting fortune teller. Rather, the man was visiting a therapist. Now, you can see where the trouble is coming from. She was connected to a fortune teller, a spiritualist, or what do you call it? A spiritist. All these spiritists, all these people that talk about destiny and future of people. They are not real. I'm not being biased. I think those people are not real. I feel they are not real because I know they are not real. Look at this. I went to see her fortune teller, which is, of course, weird. Yes, it's weird. It's terrible. Although that fortune teller, in the end, also recommended I divorce her. I managed to make her go to a couple of counseling sessions. Oh, this man did some work. Well done. Well done. He says, I managed to make her go for a couple of counseling sections. But she will not participate once there. She will not participate. Now, this is a story that happens to a certain marriage, a certain couple. And this story, what I'm reading now, led to the end of their marriage. That's what we're talking about now. What ruined your marriage? What ruined it? And this man is telling us what ruined his marriage. I continue reading. And then I just initiated the divorce. So he said he initiated the divorce. That means he had to consult his lawyer and then initiated the divorce. I didn't think I had done all I could to save the marriage, but I was at the end of my rope. Emotionally, I just couldn't take it anymore. I just had to leave. I feel guilty about this, but a great many other things, including not noticing the abuse sooner and being so incredibly weak. Oh dear. I wonder what you mean when you say you are incredibly you were incredibly weak. Weak about what? Anyway, let's look at this. Now, that is the letter I just read to you concerning a certain family who ended their marriage with 3-year-old child. So, in other words, their marriage lasted for approximately 3 years. Okay? But within that 3 years, he had constant verbal and emotional abuse from the wife, which obviously he says he didn't notice that these things were happening, and it tends to happen more, that she was really into it. Now look at it. It says, my lack of realization that the abuse was happening. So he didn't realize that the abuse was happening. He said he blamed himself for not noticing. So the woman was outburst and silent treatment. So what does that mean? So there will be a day, several days, a week as a husband and wife, they will not talk to each other. Malice, silent treatment, no conversation, no communication. How could a husband and wife be together without talking? Of course, there's already an issue here. The woman, according to this story, the woman was verbal and emotionally abusive. So emotionally abusive, I will connect that to silent treatment. In other words, the woman can just stay without talking to the husband for a long time, without even communicating or having anything to do with him for a long time. And the man is worried what's going on. And they are living in the same house. They have a 3-year-old. And then he said he was weak to respond. He was weak to react. He was weak to confront her. Now, here's my point. First, no marriage should accommodate any form of abuse, whether the abuse is coming from the man or the abuse is coming from the woman. As soon as you notice, now, first of all, you need to understand all types of different abuses. You need to understand different forms of abuses, because there are abuses that will come from men that you may never thought they are abuses. And there are abuses that will come from a woman that you may never thought that is abuses. But no form of any abuse should be tolerated, accepted, or considered. Allowed to linger for a long time like this one did. Why are there abuses in marriage? Of course, there are a lot of abuses. It's basically my opinion about that is this. Abuse happens when the purpose of a thing is not known. When a husband does not understand the purpose of the wife, what will happen is that the man, the husband, will abuse the wife. Abuse is defined as the abnormal use of a thing. The abnormal use of a thing. So when you abuse your wife or you abuse your husband, it's because you don't know the actual use, the purpose of your husband. You don't know the purpose of your wife. The same applies to children. When children are being abused, it's obvious that the parents don't understand the purpose of children. So here is exactly where this couple got it wrong. They didn't understand the purpose, or the wife didn't understand the purpose of having a husband. Now you say, is that necessary? Well, everything exists for a reason. That's why it's necessary. Our life starts with purpose and ends with purpose. Every relationship has a purpose. To have children You have to have a purpose. Now, here is it. The abuse, the emotional abuse, the verbal abuse was all cursed by lack of understanding of who they are dealing with, or they do not have a comprehensive purpose of their husband or wife. So, according to this letter, I would directly say to this man that, you know what? Your wife did not have an understanding, didn't have an understanding of who you really are as a husband. You see, sometimes when they don't, we have the responsibility as men to explain to them who our responsibility, if we know, because most men may not know their purpose as a husband. And that's another thing. Okay, now look at that. Silent treatment, malice. It should never be considered in marriage. It breaks marriage. It destroys. Lack of communication there is. That's the way to put it. And we have been we on this channel, we talk about effective communication and how important it is to have communication. Sometimes I'm calling my wife and she's not picking the call. I'm concerned. I want her to pick because I don't know what's going on. In most cases, I'm like, where is she? Because I want to talk to her, whether she's at work, whether she's at home. I want to talk to her at will. So if I can't get through, I send a message. If I can't send a message, I want her to pick right now. Communication. What about when she's at home? We talk all the time, all through. We have something to share. There must be something to talk about. But not to have that in a marriage will destroy it quickly. You see now? So if you are going through your relationship right now and you have not worked on the side of communication and effective communication in your marriage, please do. Start working on your communication. Increase. Have something to talk about. Don't allow any silence in your marriage, because you can see that silent treatment just led this marriage to a church or got flushed to the toilet. It's a pity. I know it hurts, but this is not supposed to be, because you can see that the guy tried to make things right. He went to counseling. Another thing here that got my attention is, why would this woman begin to instigate the little boy against the man? Why? Why would the woman do such a thing? An innocent 3-year-old. And then he started instigating the 3-year-old against the man, against his own father. I know there are many women that does that, but not all. Very few women that are free from this, especially when there are already confusion, disagreement within the husband and wife. They start turning their children against the man. And it's wrong. Now, he noticed this. It is when he noticed it that he realized these things have really gone that bad. But this has been going on without him knowing. Then by the time he realized, look at that. She was teaching the child to say, he was telling the child, Papa is a mean bastard. Can you imagine? 3-year-old. You are already telling the child to learn to say bastard. A 3-year-old? Why would a woman, a mother, think of instigating her own child against their own biological father or mother, or whatever the situation may be? And to be sowing seed of evil, bad words, negative thinking in a child that is just 3 years old is mean. I don't think that's normal. Obviously, you can see they have lack of spiritual guidance. Again, this is another problem. Lack of spiritual guidance, because one of them went to fortune teller, the other one went to what do you call it, a therapist, and both come to a conclusion. You know what? You both of you should leave each other. You are not meant to be. And obviously, that's exactly what the aim of the destroyer in a family wants to get. You see, that's just like the devil in a family. He wants to end the whole thing and make everyone miserable. But you don't want to allow that, because you see, these guys lack spiritual guidance. They were not having spiritual guidance. And because they lack spiritual guidance or the right principle to follow, they messed up with it. They couldn't further. Look at it. The guy said, I couldn't just take it any longer. I couldn't just take it any longer. He said something here very remarkable. He said, I don't think I have done all I could to save the marriage. You see, that's right. That's right. But he said, I was at the end of my rope. That means he couldn't take it. He tried. Yeah, I know you did. And there are many families like that today who will say, I tried my best, but I just couldn't take it any longer. But I believe with this man's story, there's so much to learn. The first is, don't allow any form of abuse. If you notice you are dating a man, before you even get married to a man or woman, you should be able to sense that this man or woman would be abusive one way or the other. Either verbally, they may not hit you on the go while you are dating, but check their words. Check their words. See how they respond. You see how they talk. Well, I think we've come to the end of this episode. And now, if you have any question, any suggestions on this, don't hesitate to leave it on the comment section. And I want you to go over to this video again and learn. And if you have any question, please ask. If you want to you want to be on our next episode, you want to be our guest, don't hesitate to contact us. I would like to feature you as our guest on our next episode, because we are going to be coming up with another letter, and then we will analyze that letter and see what went wrong. Why did the marriage crash? And we can learn. We can learn. So thank you so much, guys, for watching. And those of you that will still watch this video after the live stream, I will leave it on our channel. You'll be able to watch it after the live stream. And I want you to expect the next episode tomorrow. We're going to be coming in for the next episode. So follow this series. It's going to be a long one, I know, but we have several letters. So it's good for us to be informed about what makes people. Sometimes we just assume that it is the same problem that makes people end their marriage. No, there are different kinds of issues that people are going through. And we want to look at those issues and then be able to protect ourselves against them. You see, we don't want to be ignorant of these things. We want to be sure that these things are existing. And then when they try to come to us or happen in our family, we put a stop to it, because we know it happened and it led to the end of a marriage. So we don't want that to happen to us. So we'll put a stop to it. That's why we're doing these episodes, this series of what ruined your marriage. Thank you very much, everyone, for watching. And also, Francis, thank you for being part of our live stream. I appreciate every one of you. And if you haven't shared this video, I will encourage you to share, and also like it. And we will see you in our next episode. Watch out for episode 2. Until then, stay blessed in your marriage. Bye for now. Hello, everyone. We're back again. We are back again. You're welcome to our channel today, and we want to be sharing a lot with you. Come on now, let's get rolling. We are ready. Now, first of all, I want to welcome every one of you that is joining us for the first time. I want to say big thank you. And We have a lot to share today, so I just wanted to show you a video, and then we'll comment on it, and then I will also air my honest opinion about this. So I'm actually gonna come up with my honest opinion about this. So you may have one or two things to say as well. That's why I'm encouraging everyone to join us right now. We are live and direct. We are live and direct. Hello, everyone. You're welcome. You're welcome. If you're just joining us, please hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button so that we can get more people to come in. Hit the like button and share and share and share. We have something spectacular to talk about today. Something spectacular to talk about today. If you're just watching, you can just comment so I can know that you're watching us from wherever you are watching us from. That would be great if you let us know before we dive into this topic today. Actually, you already seen the thumbnail, the advert or the promo. You already know the topic. So we want to look at that area today. We want to talk about that topic. But before we go ahead and talk about it, I want to first of all ask you to subscribe if you're joining us for the first time, and also find time to visit our videos section on the channel. There are a lot of information for you out there that you can benefit from today, depending on the area that you want to improve. Again, in addition, I'm going to be doing a series now very soon. I said now. I wish I'm already started. I'm going to be doing a series starting up soon. I might start the series. I've already had some information, prepared some videos already. I'm going to start it tomorrow precisely. And that series is going to be on dating advice. So I'm going to be giving you some dating tips, especially young folks who are already dating and they want support, they want help, they want information about what they can use to enhance their dating relationship, and also preserve their interest as well. So there are a lot of information that's going to be coming up. So expect those information coming. All right. Now, the question, not necessarily a question, is a statement that was made that actually shook me from my foundation. When I heard that, I was like, what? This is what's viral. This had to go. I need to share this with my people. And it is, it's funny, right? But it said, my husband is abusive. Look at this. It said, my husband is abusive, but I still love him. And I'm not prepared to give up the relationship without a fight. This is a relationship, all right, that honestly, as you can already see from the statement, is abusive relationship, heavily abusive relationship. The woman knows, she acknowledges it. You're going to be watching the video in a moment by yourself. So I'm going to play the video. You're going to see it. She honestly, she knows that she's abusive. The husband is abusive. And she said, but she still loves him. Now, this is another side of all story I've ever heard. And most of the stories, actually. When it comes to abusive relationship, what we find is that either we tell the people to leave the relationship or just find a way to just give whoever is abusive a space, give them space, walk away for some time, stay away from them, or call someone who for help and all of that. But here we are seeing another view. This lady said she still loved this man, irrespective of how abusive he has been. And she admitted, because she spoke out what the kind of abuse she has been receiving from him. But he said, I still love him. And there are some massive, amazing statement that she made. I want you guys to see this. So this is family aspect, guys. This is family aspect, and you're welcome to our channel. And guys, I want you to hit the like button and subscribe quickly if you haven't done that. So let's dive into it. And I want people to join us quickly from everywhere, so we can start this discussion, because it's gonna be fun. In the next couple of hours, we're gonna spend an hour on this, and it's gonna be fun. I take the statement again. She says, "My husband is abusive, but I still love him." I don't know how many of you women there who husband has been so abusive to you, and you still love. I need to know, and you still love him. Probably that's why you're not calling for help. That's why you're still in that relationship for a long time now, in abusive relationship. I think I remember there was a video I did on what video is this? This Nollywood actress, right? Who was in the previous marriage. She was in that relationship for 5 years, and she was in an abusive, violent relationship for 5 years. And she mentioned why she stayed for a while, but she couldn't take it anymore. She couldn't take it any longer. And I think that's more like the story that I'm hearing from this lady. You're going to be watching the video. You're going to be hearing from her personally. But before I bring her on the stage, on the video to play the video for you, I want you to think like this. Are you a lady out there, or do you know any woman who has been in an abusive relationship, and every time you speak to that person, she tells you, you know what, I love this man. I can't leave. I can't walk away like that. I have to put up a fight. I must win. This relationship must work, irrespective of the abuse that she is getting. Have you ever met such a lady or a woman? If you have, please leave your comments on the comment section. I want you to answer that on the comment section. If you're watching this, whether it's live or you're watching it as replay, this question is on to you. And I'm really, really concerned. I want to know. Because it says my husband is abusive, and he said, but I still love him. Think about it. I still love him. He still love him. And he says, I'm not prepared to give up. But we have seen a lot of women give up in relationship like this. By the time they see that the relationship is not working at all, they just give up. They just run off. But this woman said, I'm not willing to give up the relationship without a fight. I want you to mark that word, without a fight. My question to some of you out there who may be planning to leave that relationship right now because it has been very abusive, it has been very violent, have you actually tried to put up a fight? A fight, like, in quote, try to make the relationship work and try to, combat whatever may be leading to that violence, whatever that may be causing that abuse. Have you ever put up a fight? Did you try to win the man over by finding out what may have led to that that abuse that he's now, that you're going through in that relationship? Because my question, I'm asking that question for a reason. This was the same man for several weeks or months, ran after you, chased you from side to side, and confessed his love to you. And he said he loved you, he cared, and he did almost a lot of things that wowed you, that swept your feet off the ground. And now the same man has turned to be the worst enemy of your life, the Mr. Violent, the Mr. Abuser. So I'm thinking, did you put up a fight? Have you ever tried to put up a fight? Now I want to know all of these questions. See, your comment should be on the comment section. I need to hear your own side of the story, because I'm gonna play the video in a moment, but I'm just waiting for a few people to come online. And by the time I see about 1 or 2 or 3 or 5 people, a maximum of 5 people online, then I'll play the video, because I want people to see what this woman said by herself. Okay. Now, she also mentioned that she's not willing to give up. Now, she knows that she's going through relationship that is tough, toxic, so to say. But she says, I'm not willing to give up. I'm not willing to give up. Are you that kind of resilient lady? Are you a lady that a lady of such substance that will say, irrespective of what this man has been doing to me, because before I married him, he was not like this. Yes, we got married, but later he changed. Irrespective, I'm not going to give up on this relationship. I have to try to make it work. How many women out there have such mentality? And again, I look at the other side of the coin. I saw that this man himself didn't have such mentality. The woman was trying to make the marriage work. She said, I'm not willing to give up the fight. I'm not giving up this relationship, she says. He said, I'm ready to put up a fight for it. I'm going to ensure that it works, irrespective of what I'm going through. But the man didn't have such thinking. The man didn't have such mentality. The man didn't have such commitment to go that road, the path that she took. This is the difference. This is the clear difference. Are you with a man who is determined to make a relationship work? Or is it just you that is determined to make the relationship work? What side are you? Which side of the coin are you? Which side of the coin? The woman said, my husband is abusive. In other words, I'm aware. Don't try to tell me that this is an abuse. I know that he's abusing me. I'm aware. But I love him. I love him so much. I'm not ready to give up. I'm not ready to run away. I want to put up a fight. Now, this is not a situation whereby the man is sick or is disabled or some problem happened and they are just financially distressed or something. No, this is a state of a state of abuse. At one time, you will even hear her from the story. At one time, she was almost choked to death. I mean, the guy strangled her to almost to death. But again, she also said that the man, she knows that the man doesn't have the capacity to kill her. You hear the story by yourself. Just wait. But I'm thinking, what do you think? Do you concur to the fact that a woman can be in a violent relationship and at the end of it, she will still stay there out of the love that she has for the man and willing to fight to make the relationship work? Are there people like that? Are there women like that? If you are, please indicate. I need to meet you. I need to see you. I need to talk to you. I mean, this is amazing, because all over the place we have counselors we have organizations set up to fight against these things. We know I'm against violence as well, but we have organizations who, with just a little bit of knowledge of violence at all, they ask you to leave that place immediately, or they are fighting every tooth and nail to split the parties apart, to split the relationship apart. Or even the woman, just within a slight error, a slight mistake, or a slight slip from the man, everything goes. I'm not willing to continue this relationship anymore. And then she goes. Or the man himself just take off heels. You see. So this is my contemplation right now. That's why I'm here to talk to you. And I want you to listen. I'm going to play the video now. I think I can't wait any more longer for you guys to come. You might watch the video later because there's so many other things to do. So let's look at this. The video, I'm going to play the video right now, and then we will come back to discuss this particular story. There, this video, you can see the video right there.
Point when things got difficult and you were contacting, did you realise that this is domestic abuse that's happening to me?
I knew that it was because I've had domestic abuse done to me before. Yeah, so I knew exactly what it was. I didn't really know how to handle it because it was very, if he lived in, I could have told him, can you just leave? And he could have left and come back tomorrow. But because he lived in, I couldn't just say, can you leave? Because he had nowhere else to go. So I felt like it was forced on my part to be in the situation because it wasn't so easy to just get rid of him.
Right. And what about your own friends at this time? Were there any friends that were aware of what was happening, or you were able to talk to, or not really?
I'm a very open person, and I believe, the more people that know your situation, the better, because the more people that know the possibilities of what might happen. And at some point, my family did say, the reason we don't want him down is because we fear for your life. And that was really hard to hear, but like I said, I knew what was best for me. And I knew that in life, I had a path that I was on. And if that path was going to end with that relationship, then that's what life had in store for me. But I was positive that he would never do that because I felt like I knew him better than that. And he never, obviously I'm still here today, he never killed me. He's never really physically, hurt me to the point where I'm bruised or I'm bleeding. But mentally, he's hurt me more than anything. And in a way, physically, obviously, with the strangling me, they did hurt me, but I'm stronger than that. And I'm proud, of myself because a lot of people in relationships, they just, it's not working. I'm just going to leave. Right. And I don't believe in that. I believe that literally you will stay until you can't. You'll fight until you can't fight anymore. If you love someone, you don't just give up on them because relationships, they're not meant to be broken. They're meant to be fixed. You still loved him even though all this was going on? Of course. Love is not, face value. It's not on the surface. Love is deeper than that. And still to this day, I kind of feel like I've got some sort of love for him. I'm not in love with him, but I do care about him because he gave me the best feeling that I've ever had before. He made me feel alive after a lot of stuff that I went through before I met him. He made me feel like I was human and like I could be loved. And he showed me that there is good in some people.
Okay, you heard it. You heard it right. Now, I'm going to play it again. I just want you to hang in there. I'm going to play it again. First, amazing woman. Amazing. I mean, she is just amazing. Just to think about her mentality. She got it made. She said something. He said, in a relationship, you don't just walk away when it is not working. He said, you don't just walk away when it's not working. He says, you fight till you can't fight no more. I like it. Did you see that? She said, you have to fight till you can't fight no more. This is a kind of woman. Now, she's no more in that relationship. All right. But she's telling her story, how she tried to make it work. And I know there are a lot of women like that out there. But there are also other bunch of women who are the slight of, because nothing is working, because she mentioned it just right now. When nothing is just working at all, they take their backs, they're off. They are not willing to try to make things work. Because their plan was, They have already come into a place of platter gold. They have come into a home, a house, a man who will be there to provide everything for the rest of their life. They will never suffer. They will never experience hardship. So this marriage is like the best, you see. But it's not always like that. This woman says something very remarkable. She said, yes, she understands that she has been going through abusive relationship. But the problem was she was not willing to give up by fighting to make sure things work out. And then she said, the reason she did that, the reason she took that step is this. Number one, is that in a relationship, you don't just walk away when things are not working. He said you fight till you can't fight anymore. That means you try to make it work. You do your best to make it work until you know that you have tried everything else. You have done all that you could in your strength and power, in all your knowledge, all that you could do. And then you say, you know what? I've tried. I've did my best and it didn't work. So I'm off. That's what she's talking about. Exactly what she said she did. Then he said something, another striking statement there. He said, if you love someone, you don't just give up on them. This woman knew that the man, the husband, is abusive. She knows. But she said, I'm not going to give up. Yes, you're right, Rosemary. It takes two to make it work. It takes two. But look at it. That's why it didn't actually work for this woman, because the woman herself was ready to make things work. But the man was wired differently. You see, the man has a different mindset that didn't work out. So this woman said, if you love someone, you don't just give up on them, because relationships are meant to be, look at this. He said relationships are meant to be broken. They are not meant to be broken, sorry. He said relationships are not meant to be broken. They are meant to be fixed. So in other words, you are coming into a relationship. It's not like it's already made for both of you. Both of you are coming into a relationship to fix yourself, to fix things up. I like her wisdom. I like the way she thinks. He said, you didn't come to a relationship to break it. But many people don't understand that. You're coming to a relationship to break it, or you're coming to a relationship to fix it. She said, relationship is not meant to be broken. It's meant to be fixed. Do you agree with that statement? I want to know, I want to make your comment, because this woman is actually, exercising a lot of things, and she's triggering my thinking. She's helping my mentality here. She's speaking what I actually want every woman to be, to have. Every woman to have this mentality. I like it. Let's play the video one more time, and then we'll come back to address this issue. Okay, I'm going to play the video again one more time. I want you to pay attention now. Listen again. I'm playing the video one more time. Okay, now let me take this off and I'll bring back the video. Here's the video. I'm going to play it now for you.
So at this point, when things got difficult, you were contacting. Did you realise that this is domestic abuse that's happening to me?
I knew that it was, because I've had domestic abuse done to me before. Yeah, so I knew exactly what it was. I didn't really know how to handle it, because it was very, if he lived in, I could have told him, can you just leave? And he could have left and come back tomorrow. But because he lived in, I couldn't just say, can you leave? Because he had nowhere else to go. So I felt like it was forced on my part to be in the situation, because it wasn't so easy to just get rid of him.
Right. And what about your own friends at this time? Were there any friends that were aware of what was happening, or you were able to talk to, or not really?
I'm a very open person, and I believe, the more people that know your situation, the better, because the more people that know the possibilities of what might happen. And at some point, my family did say, the reason we don't want him down is because we fear for your life. And that was really hard to hear, but like I said, you know, I knew what was best for me, and I knew that in life, you know, I had a path that I was on, and if that path was going to end with that relationship, then that's what life had in store for me. But I was positive that he would never do that, because I felt like I knew him better than that. And he never, obviously I'm still here today, he never killed me. He's never really physically, you know, hurt me to the point where I'm bruised or I'm bleeding. But mentally, he's hurt me more than anything. And in a way, physically, obviously with the strangling me, that did hurt me, but I'm stronger than that. And I'm proud, you know, of myself, because a lot of people in relationships, they just, you know, it's not working, I'm just going to leave.
Right.
And I don't believe in that. I believe that literally you will stay until you can't. You'll fight until you can't fight anymore. You know, if you love someone, you don't just give up on them, because relationships, they're not meant to be broken. They're meant to be
fixed. You still loved
fixed.
him even though all this was going on?
Of course. Love is not, you know, face value. It's not on the surface. Love is deeper than that. And still to this day, I kind of feel like I've got some sort of love for him. I'm not in love with him, but I do care about him, because he gave me the best feeling that I've ever had before. You know, he made me feel alive after a lot of stuff that I went through before I met him. He made me feel like I was human and like I could be loved. And he showed me that there is good in some people.
All right, now you heard it. Amazing. For me, that is an amazing thing. Yeah, that is an amazing thing. Now look at this. Yes, she my goodness, just to listen to what she's saying, I'm just like, she's a gem. She's a type. How could a man afford to lose this kind of quality? How could that man just allow this woman of this intelligence, of this quality, of this value just slip away? What is wrong with us men? What is wrong with us? Gosh, terrible. It's terrible. Yeah, she may need. I think that's what she's going through now. She's recovering. All right, but there's nothing. She didn't see. Okay, you guys think that something is wrong with her, is it? But in reality, look at the things. It is the words that comes out from her mouth that I want you to hear. She's not being. She's. I think she looks okay to me. All right. I think what I feel is that she feel for the man. I think the man is the one that needs help, not she. She doesn't need therapy. She is the man that needs therapy. Is the man that needs help in reality. Rosemary, that's true, but you see, in your view, you think that she needs it, but I think the man needs the more. For me, she looks okay, because the statement she made is not a stupid statement. Those are values. Those are content. Because she said love is not face value. Love is not on the surface. It is deeper than just face value. You see, many of us go into a relationship based on face value, what we see. We just admire the things we see on the outside. Oh, he has money. Oh, he works in a good job and he has a good career. Oh, he looks handsome. Oh, he talks very nice. Oh, and then we jump into the relationship because of those face value, those outward things. You see, so you can see the situation that she's not basing it on. Yeah, I agree with you, Rosemary, that both of them do, but the man needed more. The man need more times of what she would need, because already that's why she's been interviewed. She's going through therapy right now, and she's been taken care of. But the man needs it more than anything else, because those trauma alone cannot just go away. All right, I agree with you. Those trauma alone cannot just go away. Yeah. Walker Queen says, let me put it up. It says, if she is comfortable being in an abused relationship, then she needs to heal. She's needs to heal. Yeah, you're right. But again, not that she's comfortable. I don't think she's comfortable. There's not. I'm not. I'm not. She's not saying that she was comfortable with it, but she wanted to make the relationship work. You see, that's why I wanted everyone to watch the video and then speak of what you think is going on here. Did you agree with the statement that she made? Can every woman come into that relationship, that kind of, live in that kind of relationship? Yeah. So look at another statement that she made. She said, love is not face value. I already repeat that. It is not on the surface. So we need to understand, when we are in a relationship, especially if you're married or you are dating someone right now, don't base your commitment in that relationship on face value, please. It had to be deeper than that. There are things you must consider deeper. That's number one. He said, I'm in love with him, but he said, but I am not in love with him, but I love him. Two things there. He said, I am not in love with him, but I love him. So here he's saying, I'm willing to let him go. I'm willing to come out of the abusive relationship, right? He said, but there's one thing I know, that he loves him, but he's not in love with him. So he wished for him to get better. He wished, if the man turns out good today, I guarantee you, this woman will end up back into that relationship. If the man turned out good, if the man was helped, if the man go through therapy and he comes out excellent, I truly agree, because the rest statement that she made, which I'm going to read to you now, just got me thinking. Look at it. Oh, before I read that, let me read your statement, your comments. It says, yes, Queen says, Rosemary, okay, you are agreeing with Queen. Yes, Queen, because she had the tendency going into another one of such. It's a pattern. All right. Now, you says there should be no reason. Let me put it up. There should be no reason to hang around abuse. Yes, abusive partner. You're right, Ron. I agree with you. That's what but you see, that's why I brought this video up, okay? Because again, this is just to tell you, everyone is saying run, 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 run. But here this woman is saying, stay and fight until it works. If it doesn't work after you have done everything in your power, then run. Now, some people will say, okay, what if within that process, all right, you're trying to make things work and he now kills you or does something that you'll ever live to regret? Well, hopefully, according to this lady, she said that she knew that the man didn't have the tendency to kill her. So because of that, she was willing to bear every other abuse. Again, she also said she knows that the man has not physically abused him in such a way that he will be bleeding or his bruises on the face and all of that. He said the man has never done it. So he said, but she knows that mentally being abused mentally was the key. She was heavily abused mentally. She was heavily abused emotionally. All right. So she agreed with the type of abuse that she was going through. So in other words, because of all of that, she looked at it and said, you know what? I'm going to stay in this to try and make it work. That was the plan she had. You see, he said, I'm going to, is she toxic? What? Wokem. Is it Woke Queen? Is she the one toxic or the woman the man is toxic? I don't get your comment there, because I need to understand, because we all need to understand her point of view. I'm not saying that every woman must be like this, but this is an inspiring woman, a woman that has that can inspire other people to try and do something about what they are facing. Remember, relationship is not you didn't come to a relationship to break it. That should be our mentality. We came to a relationship to make it work, to fix it. That is how she came in. But the man didn't have that mentality. That's what I'm trying to bring your attention to, guys. See, the woman had such mentality that, you know what, I'm coming into the relationship not to break it, but to fix it. I want to fix everything I tried to do. Okay. Now, the woman that died did not know that they would die. Okay. Women feel they can fix everything. Okay, I need to put this one up. Okay, all right, Rosemary, you're getting on it now. The women that died did not know they will die. Women feel they can fix everything. Why doesn't the man not take responsibility for his issues and seek help before going into a relationship? The man didn't even know that he has that problem. You see, a lot of people who are abusive, they don't know that they are abusive until it is now so obvious in the relationship. You need to understand this. They might just think that they are just reacting to something that is, to them, it might be a normal thing. You see, to them, it's like, that's all right. I mean, why would you be angry with that? Or they might just, there are some people, they are financially abusive. I'm going to talk about that in another video. Financial abuse is also very paramount in relationship. Financial abuse. All right. So again, that might even be going on in any of you relationship right now. You may not think it's an abuse. So the man may just be going on doing that to you, and you may not think it's an abuse because it's not, it doesn't come to your awareness. So the man, he may not think it's an abuse because it doesn't come to his awareness. You see, that's exactly what the situation is. Not every man will just know, oh, I'm physically abusive, so I have to treat myself before I get into a relationship. It doesn't happen that way. It doesn't. Until you are in, that's when you not discover where you are. Until you are in, that's when you not discover that this person is so offensive. This person is this person that, you start seeing a lot of side of that person coming up. Those are the areas we're looking at. And then she made a statement here. I'm going to play the video one more time. And some of you now that are saying that she's toxic, she's that, you might want to change your opinion after watching the video the third time. If you just try and pay attention. Okay. Now, is it love? She said, I am not in love with him, but I love him. That's what he said. That's what she said. And say, he makes me feel alive after a lot of suffering I went through before I met him. So that's to tell you that she has been in a situation before. So she has been in a situation before. She's saying, you know what? At least when I was with him, I felt better because this man made me feel alive after a lot of suffering that I've been through. So in other words, she has been in a worse situation before, so she knows the difference. And the question is, why do most of us, most women and men, why do we allow violence, abuse to be the core of our relationship? Does it have to be that? Is it actually lack of information? Is it illiteracy? Is it ignorance? What is the problem? So we need to understand this. Okay, let me read Rosemary. Rosemary, you're telling me. Okay, welcome now. Welcome Queen says, it is like going to stay with a man who says he loves you and then continue to slap you every day. Then you enable him to keep slapping you because you believe he will stop. That's toxic. Yes, I agree with you. But I don't think that's the way she's seeing it. Because she said she was willing to do what it would take to make it work. In other words, she said, I tried to make it work. All right. She knew that there were things she was supposed to do. Assuming, like you said, is an issue of slapping. And then the man is slapping her. That's an abuse. So what is making the man slapping her? If I'm a woman, I will ask myself, because why is this man slapping me? We just got married. Okay. Now, after about 2-3 months into the marriage, I'm started receiving beating. Okay. Why is this so? Why didn't the man beat me or slap me when I was dating him? Let's assume the man never slapped her when they were dating. Then after marriage, about a few months into the marriage, the man started hitting and slapping and doing all sort of violence or abuse. Then the woman should ask the question. That's what she's saying, that she needed to find out what was going on and fix it. Now, she said you have to try that until it doesn't work. If that thing you try to do and you try to fix things and it's not working and it's getting worse, he said then you can get out. But he said it's not right for you to just run off from the beginning because he slapped you once. Maybe the man just slapped you one day once and that's it. And he said, what? You slapped me. I'm done. And then you pack your bags and run off. And you went to your mom or you went to your dad and said, Dad, my husband slapped my face. He slapped you? And the man said, you are not going back there again. And he said, yes, that's what I thought. I'm not going back there again. You see, that's not how it works. And the man now comes back, keep crawling and begging and say, please, I'll never do it again. It was a mistake. I didn't intend to. Oh, sorry. And then you say, there's no going back. I'm done. You slapped me. There are some marriages like that. There are some relationships like that. So that's what she's trying to say. Okay. Rosemary says, some people grew up in those households where there was a lot of abuse, thereby normalizing it in their minds. Yeah, I agree with you. Like I mentioned in our video yesterday, there are people who have this toxic upbringing. You know, they saw their parents fighting. They saw their parents quarreling and shouting. They saw every relationship around them was like, this is how it works. I mean, every toxic relationship around them was like speaking to them, this is how relationship should be. So they grew up with that mentality and they come into another relationship and just they think this is how it is because they have never unlearned those toxic philosophy that they got up from when they were growing up, that they collected into their, into their brain. So they have made it a fixed mental attitude to think that that is how relationship works. So instead of them to deprogram themselves so that they can reprogram themselves with a better option, which obviously there was no other option. They didn't allow themselves to be exposed to other means of option, other means of survival, other means of successful relationship, other means of treating a woman nicely, other means of behaving like a husband. They were not exposed to it, you see. I want you to see it from that angle as well. Let me read Welcome Queen. It says, he has an enabler, the woman. Okay. If he slaps her the first time and there is a consequence, he will stop. I agree with you. Excellent. Yes, I agree with you. But if that consequence was to leave, like I explained just now, you just leave and then you never come back. That's not a consequence. You are not giving him a second chance in such a manner. There are other things you can find out to do to put, that was what she was saying. There are other things you can find out to do to put a stop to such things. All right. Probably you might, I mean, there are a lot of ways. I might talk about the video on how to stop violence or how to combat abuse, but there are a lot of ways. But if it is that serious, you have to call for help, because a lot of times most women are willing to stay in that abuse to make things work. This is just the mentality of most of them. That's where this woman is talking from. Hold on there. Rosemary, what did you say? Rosemary says, so when a woman says they are staying because of the children, they are doing them more harm and good. Okay, I agree with you. That is even exclusive tendencies for anxiety, excluding tendency for anxiety, depression, addictive behavior. Okay. Of course, in such a way, if I believe she didn't have kids, all right, there were no kids involved on this, she would have mentioned it. But let's assume that she had kids. Staying there would have been bad for the kids as well. All right, we agree with that. But these are the things I think that we should think about. She's not necessarily wrong with her actions or what she said. She's just speaking the mind of people. The mind, that's the heart that she had. She said that the man made her feel a lot better after she has, gone through a lot of suffering in her previous relationship. So the man made her feel better. Now she said also that the man made her feel she was human. You see, the man made her feel that she was human, and she went that, even though she went through all those pain, the man made her feel that she was human and that she could be loved. That's an amazing trait there. If the man, the same man that was abusive, the same man that she's saying that made her feel that she was human. Okay, I think it's only animals that are abusive. If animals are abusive, only a man that thinks like an animal will be very abusive. Okay, personally, I classify abusive people as animals. They are not human. But if an animal like that, who was abusive, was able to recognize and treat his partner, the woman, as a human being, so that means the previous relationship that she had was complicated more than this. Was complicated more than this. So in reality, I know that she left the relationship. That's the main thing. She left, and then even though the man showed her that there is good in some people, because she said that living with the man just shows me that there is good in people. In other words, she could see that there was good in her, in the man, even though the man was abusive. There's elements of good character, good quality. So that was what she saw, and that's what she's praising. And I appreciate her for seeing that, and I also appreciate her for leaving the relationship as well, because I believe that such situation should be avoided, irrespective of how fancy the man may look. Because if your husband is abusive, is abusive, and if you know it and you are still there, there's problem with you. You need a therapy, like Rosemary said. You need one. And but if you say, well, I just try to put up a fight, okay, I try to make things happen, okay, fine, that's wonderful. You can try and make things happen, but the question is, you have to be very careful while you are trying to fix things. Try and get some help. Try and get some help. Look for somebody who will be watching you from very closely, and also those who will be watching you from a distance, just in case anything worse than what you'll be feeling begin to take place. Because I know how much it is for us to save what we're having, how to protect what we have, and it's so important that we do the right thing. What do you guys think? So me, I'm very, very impressed by what she said. I will play the video one more time, and before we end this live stream, I'm going to end the video. I'm going to play the video one more time. But if you have anything to say, if you have any comments to make, I'm going to allow you to speak for about 10 minutes or 5. If you have anything to say, I'll put the link up, and I'll invite you over to say what you think you're going to say about this. While you're preparing for that, and I'm going to play the video, and then again we'll play the video one more time, and then we'll come in to discuss it. Okay, now the link is on the chat box, where you can come in and say your point of view if you want to, and then I will just play the video again one more time, and then you tell me what you think. What do you think she's is it okay, her statement, the statement she made about the violent husband, is this something you think you can agree with, or do you have an alternative? Do you have an option? Do you have opinion that you think no, this is not it? All right, so let's watch this video again.
So at this point, when things got difficult, you were contacting. Did you realise that this is domestic abuse that's happening to me?
I knew that it was, because I've had domestic abuse done to me before. Yeah, so I knew exactly what it was. I didn't really know how to handle it, because it was very, if he lived in, I could have told him, can you just leave? And he could have left and come back tomorrow. But because he lived in, I couldn't just say, can you leave? Because he had nowhere else to go. So I felt like it was forced on my part to be in the situation, because it wasn't so easy to just get rid of him.
Right. And what about your own friends at this time? Were there any friends that were aware of what was happening, or you were able to talk to, or not really?
I'm a very open person, and I believe, the more people that know your situation, the better, because the more people that know the possibilities of what might happen. And at some point my family did say, you know, the reason we don't want him down is because we fear for your life. And that was really hard to hear, but like I said, you know, I knew what was best for me, and I knew that in life, you know, I had a path that I was on, and if that path was going to end with that relationship, then that's what life had in store for me. But I was positive that he would never do that, because I felt like I knew him better than that. And he never, obviously I'm still here today, he never killed me. He's never really physically, you know, hurt me to the point where I'm bruised or I'm bleeding. But mentally, he's hurt me more than anything. And in a way, physically, obviously with the strangling me, they did hurt me, but I'm stronger than that. And I'm proud, you know, of myself, because a lot of people in relationships, they just, you know, it's not working, I'm just going to leave. And I don't believe in that. I believe that literally you will stay until you can't. You'll fight until you can't fight anymore. You know, if you love someone, you don't just give up on them, because relationships, they're not meant to be broken. They're meant to be fixed.
You still loved him even though all this was going on?
Of course. Love is not, you know, face value. It's not on the surface. Love is deeper than that. And still to this day, I kind of feel like I've got some sort of love for him. I'm not in love with him, but I do care about him, because he gave me the best feeling that I've ever had before. You know, he made me feel alive after a lot of stuff that I went through before I met him. He made me feel like I was human and like I could be loved. And he showed me that there is good in some people.
Okay. All right. There you have it. In my own opinion, I don't think she had a problem with what she thought about the relationship, but I think she took the right step to walk away when she found out that there was nothing more she could do to help the man or to help out in the relationship. I think that's the right way to really look at it, because in most cases, if we just run away at an attempt of one wrong, then it shows that we were not ready to commit in the first place. I think that's the way I see it. What do you guys think? So the link is on there. If you want to make a statement, click on it and I'll invite you on and you say your part of view, because I think you can love someone from afar. Get the person a link for a therapy and all. Okay. I agree with you, Rose. Wow. My interest is, irrespective of how terrible a relationship should be, there must be one side inside that person that is of a good thing. There's something good in them, like what she said. She was sorry for him too. Yeah, as I told you, and because she felt he had nowhere else to go, making it work, excluded abuse. I beg. Okay, that's fine. If you say so, making it work is when you exclude abuse. I agree with you as well. There are different kinds of abuse. Okay, there's a lot we can talk about abuse. If we will just dedicate this channel to talk about abuse, you know, we'll be saying a whole lot without a lot to say. So it's not about, there are different kinds of abuse. By the time you study more about it, you'll be amazed. I mean, listen to stories of people that have gone through, and now they are going through depression, mental situations because of abuse. And I mean, there's another video I'm planning to bring to you. That will shock you. I mean, some men are not human. I mean, I can tell you that. So guys, ladies, you need to be very careful who you're dating. You need to be very careful who you're dating. You need to be very careful who says, I love you and I want to marry you. You need to be very careful, because there are a lot of these guys. I told you the other day, there are men who appears to be a sheep, but they are wolves. They are tough wolves, but they just appear in a sheep clothing. You need to be sensitive enough to recognize these people. You have the responsibility, and I've shared in my previous videos how to recognize a toxic relationship, or how to recognize a man who will be horrible husband. There are men who will make horrible husband, terrible. You got to know them. I have already taught the signs to see. The video is right there. Go and watch it. You check the link on the playlist on preparing for marriage. Go and watch it. You'll find some of the things I shared there. So those of you who are now trying to make the second attempt into a relationship after the first one didn't work out, that information will be very helpful to you and for you. And those of you who are planning to get started, you need to prepare yourself. You need to avoid the hurdles, the problem that will come along the way. Then this information is also vital that you take it seriously. It's very important, very, very important. So excludes all the forms of abuse. Yeah, that's the point. We have to exclude all form of abuse, irrespective of how fancy, how loving, how rich, how palatable the relationship or the man or woman is. We have to look at for the signs of abuse. Okay, it's very important, and I will have the time to share the different major abuses you can find, different types of abuse that you can find in relationship, and how to recognize them. I mentioned to you earlier on that financial abuse is an abuse. There's such a thing called financial abuse. A lot of people don't know that. And many other abuses that we can talk about. So if you have any question, please do leave your question at the comment section. So since there was no one interested to comment because they didn't know what, I don't know if you didn't know what to say, you don't want to comment, but I mean, you don't want to come and share, because I wanted you to share something, not just only on the comment alone, but share something in your opinion, which you could not write. So, well, maybe next time you'll be able to do that. But if not, I thank you all for the comments. Look at that. Rosemary, Bassi, thank you so much. Iman, you were, in fact, maybe next time I'm doing a giveaway, I think you might just be the next person that will win my giveaway, because I'm planning to do a giveaway section for all my commenters, those who are actually functioning in my channel and then doing a lot of comments. I'm going to have some giveaway for you guys. All right, so you let me know what kind of giveaway you want in our next video, so I'll be able to announce it, and then we'll have to get somebody to win our giveaway in our next video. So let me know what giveaway you will want to have. Maybe you want to tell me. So let us know on the chat section below. So let us know. What's that? What did you write there? What's that? Okay, I didn't get that. Rosemary, what is it? Virtual hug? Okay, okay, we'll send you a virtual hug then. We'll send you a virtual hug. Thank you everyone for being there. Oh, $1 million. Wow, that would be great to give you. Did you say $1? I think you're saying $1. I didn't see the other word. That means I didn't see the other word, that million. I think you're saying $1. Okay. No, be real. I mean, say something realistic. Come on. What kind of giveaway do you want us to give? Because we're going to do a giveaway section in our upcoming video where we'll be having to celebrate our best commenters in the comment section. Or we might have a quiz section where we will talk about a certain video that you watch, and we'll ask you a question in that video, and you'll be able to say what you learned, or one statement, or fill the blank spaces, and then you will have a giveaway. You'll be opportune to win something special, something you can actually convert to cash, something you can actually use, even right online. I'm thinking something that you can just test and use, and you say, yes, it worked. Okay, Thank you everyone for watching. My time is up and I'm gonna leave you guys now. Tomorrow we're gonna be coming your way again with another special episode of video. Remember I said I'm gonna be doing a series on dating advice, tips on dating, especially guys, young women who wants to get into dating world or who are already in the dating world, but they want to take that dating to the next level that is potentially for marriage. So how to take that level and walk through the process. I'm going to be sharing a whole lot of video on that. So get ready for such information coming your way. Valuable content, how we may think about you guys, you girls, and how to know how to do this. And don't worry, you get to know them. Thank you all for watching. I appreciate you. Hit the subscribe button for the first time if you're watching us, and like the video again one more time. And thank you all for your comments. I want to appreciate the Woken Queen, thank you for coming, and for all your comments. Rosemary, thank you for coming, and for all your amazing comments. Thank you guys, I appreciate you. And those of you that will also be commenting after this live stream, and I appreciate all of you. I'm going to read all your comments and I also reply your comments as soon as I get them. Thank you so much and have a beautiful evening. See you again tomorrow. Bye. Hello everyone, you're welcome to our broadcast today. This is Family Aspect and I'm here to share with you a very terrible experience, really terrible experience from Monalisa, actually she's pronounced Monalisa Chinda-Coker. Right, now she has a previous experience in a marriage that led to I don't know, probably something better for her now. She did made a choice that changed her life forever. Did you notice that she was beaten for 5 years in her marriage? That's what she's about to tell us. She want to tell us how she was able to survive her previous marriage of 5 years domestic violence. 5 years of domestic violence. You don't want to miss this story. Now, before we continue, I want you to subscribe to this channel, like the video, and share it with your loved ones and family, because this is going to be a game changer for them. What to do if they find themselves in any domestic violent relationship. Now, welcome back. So now let's begin. Let's begin. First, I think this is a video from Top Niger NG. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, I don't know Top Niger NG. This is a guy. The Isaac TV. All right, the Isaac TV. Let's subscribe to you. Oh, I will have to sign in. All right, then I'm gonna subscribe to you as soon as I finish this video. You're gonna be subscribed to. All right. Okay. All right guys, all right, let's go. So now we're gonna watch this video and see what she had to say. Pay attention to the things that she mentioned.
When I had Tamar, I thought that would calm situations, but it didn't. I knew this was not going to stop. So Tamar clocked.
So she's saying
the violence didn't stop.
She's saying that when she had her first child, Tamar, the violence, she thought the violence was going to stop, but the violence didn't stop after they had the first child, Tamar. So this guy continued to beat hell out of her. Let's watch this.
1 year, 3 months. That's 15 months. Yeah. Yeah, it didn't stop. I said, if I don't go, this man's gonna kill me and this girl. So I had to turn to God. I said, I don't believe in separation of any sort. I don't believe in
Wait. Wait, this is
Why
important.
did I turn to God?
Wait, before you continue, hold on, Kuka. Listen, did you notice? She said first she had to talk to God about the situation. Okay, we understand. She's a Christian. Okay, wonderful. All right, she's a Christian. After 15 months, okay, no change. The man was still beating her up. After 15 months of having the first child, the man was still beating her up in the presence of the little girl. Wow. I don't know what to say to some guys, man. And she decided to talk to God. Okay, why? Let's hear her out.
Directly, because I talked to my church. They didn't do anything about it.
Wait a minute. Did you hear that? She said she decided to talk to God. Why did she talk to God first? Directly. Oh, that's what she said. Directly. Is it because she spoke to the pastor of the church? Oh, they did not. The pastor of the church did not do anything about it. Let's hear that part.
I had a pastor. He didn't do anything about it. Not even calling him to order. You know how you can take this?
Oh, no,
church?
that's bad. No, that's bad. Come on, look at me. If I am going through a situation, I go through a challenge in my marriage or relationship, the first person that I will confide on is God, right? So I will talk to someone, a religious leader, somebody who knows God, who trusts and believes in God, and discuss the situation, hoping I'm going to get a godly counsel, a godly advice of what to do, right? So here is a pastor of my church, all right? And I'm thinking, I'm going to let him know about what is happening to me and my marriage. And then he does nothing about it after let him know what is going on. He didn't even bother to call the man or woman to order and say, what? Why are you doing this? I hear this and that. It's not right. This is not godly. He didn't even make anything known. I think that is not a good sign of a good church. I'm not really condemning it. I'm just saying, because for me, if I'm going to church and I have problem, if they can't solve the problem for me, I don't need to be there. But I say, well, do you go to church for your problem to be solved? Yeah, part of the thing. That's what churches are for, really. To help people to solve the problem of this world. Come on. I feel what she felt, because she wanted to save her marriage. She wanted to stay strong to her marriage. She believed in staying committed. She doesn't believe in divorce. She doesn't believe in separation. So she wanted to make her marriage work. But for 5 years, trying to do that, for 5 years, she was under oppression, under domestic violence by the man that married her. Now let's listen to this.
And nothing changed. I turned to the Holy Spirit now. I said, I'm going to leave. And I'm ready to face any consequences, be it the media, be it whatever.
Look at that boldness. Come on, look at that boldness. She talked to the pastor didn't do anything. She probably talked to one or two church leaders, they didn't do anything about it, right? Now she decided to talk to God by herself, to pray to God by herself, she said. And when she did, she had a boldness. That boldness, what does that mean to her? That boldness was an answer to her prayer that go ahead, you got to leave. Look at what she said next. She didn't care what the consequences will be. She didn't care whether it's the media, whether it's the whatever, anyone. It doesn't care whatever is going to be the consequence. She's ready to go. She's ready to move ahead. Think about it. She was ready to go now. Why? Because it was time. The answer to her prayer was given to her to go. Listen, guys, women, if you are going through a domestic violent relationship, this is exactly what you should do. If you have been talking to somebody, nobody's helping, and no one is trying to help you out, talk to God, and He will give you answer. First, one of the sign is boldness to leave. You got to leave. That's what I'm telling you. I'm playing this video so that, guys, you must know what to do. Leave any domestic violence relationship. You can't stay there. It will kill you.
So, one day, something happened. I don't want to go into details. And I came back. He asked for something, it wasn't available. And the next thing I heard was a bang on my head, slaps. I said, my daughter was crying. Neighbors were screaming, you will kill her, you will kill her. Every day we not go hear something for this compound. I said, oh my God,
wow.
So it
wow.
to the neighbors. I have to go.
Wow. This is sad.
That night, I remembered after the friend came in and stopped it. Yes, so but that in the morning after, I packed my things.
You know, it's even good.
Taking Tamar.
It is even good that a friend came to interfere. Now, this has been on for 5 years. Imagine how many people, neighbors that have been coming in and out to separate fights for 5 years. That's so disgraceful. That's so embarrassing. How can a man or woman live in such a relationship that is so embarrassing?
To go to my very good friend's place. I don't want to mention her name. A colleague of mine who opened her home to me and my daughter. And then I had to go back again to get few of Tamar's, because I didn't have any money. Few of Tamar's cold, clothes. I mean, for winter, because we're going to go to South Africa to shoot a commercial for some telecommunication then. And then he blocked me.
Here we go.
And immediately I went into tongue speaking in my head. I said, this man should not kill me today. I'm alone. I'm not coming today. No, I'm not coming today. No, I'm not coming today. I was just speaking in tongues in my mind. And
imagine what many other women are going through like this. They may not even have access to what she have access to. Probably they are not even spiritual. They don't even know what to do, what to say, how to pray. We hear people, women being killed, murdered by their husbands, murdered, vice versa, because it happens to both ways. We have domestic violence that women resort to. Some women also are very violent domestically. I'll come up with some of these videos and show you something. But whether it's a man initiated or woman initiated, domestic violence in relationship or family is not supposed to exist. It's supposed to be discouraged. If you find yourself in there, get out of it. That's my suggestion. That's my take. Get out of it. And that's what she did. She had to wake up and get out. Let's listen to the rest of the video.
After that beating that day, I almost died. I decided to never to come back there again. And then I had to speak to somebody I respect so much in the industry who advised me to go to some lawyer, and the rest became history. So I made up my mind to go. And since I didn't look back, I wished him well, I prayed for him, but I had to save me and my child.
That's the wisdom. That's the wisdom.
But I had to
Saving
save me and my child.
Good. That's the wisdom. I have to play that part again.
I wished him well, I prayed for him, but I had to save me and my child.
Yeah. Save yourself. If you have children, save them too. by going away. Walk away from violence. Any man that is alcoholic, he's a drunk, he's a drug addict, and is violent domestically, you can't stay there. You can't stay there. Walk away straight. Walk away quickly. Leave now. I'm glad she took that decision, because today she's married to a man. You know, you need to see how she talk about this, because she wasn't ready for this, but this man swept her feet off the floor. Well, in our next video, we're going to talk more about that. Hopefully, we will come on that episode. But for now, I want you to subscribe, share this video, like it, and also we're going to come back again with another beautiful video that will inspire you and also inform you on what to do if you're facing any challenges in your relationship. But until then, stay happy, stay blessed. Bye for now. Hello, you're welcome to the channel today. I want to be sharing with you on how to make a man regret losing you. A lot of times we do not know how much valuable of what we have until we lose them. Well, today I'm going to be sharing with you on the things that you have to do to make that man know that, oh, he just lost a gem and regret losing you. Yeah. So I'll be right back. See you soon. You're welcome back. How to make a man regret losing you. Now, the way to get back to him is to be perfectly happy without him. That's number one. You have to be perfectly happy without him, not by being miserable. Because if you're miserable, you will not really, he thinks he got you. If you appear miserable, if you appear frustrated, if you appear confused, he thinks he got you. And when he thinks he got you, he got you. But what are you going to do? You're going to act the other way. You're going to switch the opposite, okay? You're going to act the other direction. The way to get back at him is to be perfectly happy without him. You got to prove that you're happy. Not miserable, but you're happy. There is nothing that will make him manda, all right, there's a word like that, than seeing you perfectly happy without him. He will make him crazy just to see you perfectly happy without him. But if you're miserable, you're going to send out a signal, and that's a wrong signal, and you're giving him exactly what he wants. Yeah, he will say, I've got her. I think this is where I want her to be. She'll know that I've been very, very important to her in her life. You see? Why? Because you're sending her the wrong signal through miserableness. So your misery, you acting miserable, now she think, I got you. But you don't want to do that. You want to make sure that he sees how happy you are. And you got to find a way to be happy. You got to make yourself happy. Okay? It's very important. Then the next thing you want to do is live your life. A lot of women find it very difficult to live their life when a man leaves them, when their husband divorced them, or when they run away with another woman. They find it very difficult to live their life. You got to live your life. Don't post. I watched a video recently how a woman was crying on the social media, crying on YouTube, how the husband left her. She was crying for days. She did the video for about 2-3 days. and all she was doing was acting miserable. You don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. Live your life. Don't post on social media. In fact, for a while, stay away from social media. Let him wonder what you're doing. Let him wonder where you are. You see, have fun without posting about you or what you're doing online. You see, you got to do that. Practice it. Listen, you want to truly enjoy your life. Okay? So you make up your mind, I'm going to live my life. I'm going to live my life. He may come back. He may not come back. It doesn't matter. But don't run behind him. Don't start doing things as though you're looking for him. Don't start doing things as though you want him to observe you. Make your look crazy. All right? Let me say this. In other words, do things that will make him crazy. Do things that will make him crazy. That, oh my God, you mean this lady's, oh, she's not even feeling anything? Yeah. Otherwise, if you're running after him, if you're trying to you're looking miserable, you're trying to do things and you can't even live your life, it makes you look very crazy. Now, so, don't start asking about his friends or start posting. You want to talk to his friend, you want to talk to his relatives, don't do all of that. Stay away from that. You want to stop being crazy about him. Okay? That's what you want to do. At that moment, you say, I can't do this. I'm not going to run after you. I'm not going to go crazy about you. I have to stop being crazy about him. You make up your mind. So you put all your effort into improving yourself. That's the only way this can work. Because I see a lot of women going through all of these emotional trauma without knowing how to handle it. Some men are just bound to do things like that. You know, there are men that are not marriageable. I've told you before. There are men who are actually horrible husbands. But many women don't know that. And because of it, they fall into the web of these horrible men, and who became horrible husbands. And then they live their life horribly. And what you get is mystery. Misery. All right? You get misery. You see, you get misery. You don't want that. So, here's what you want to do. Once he sees you, immediately you put all your efforts to make yourself happy. All right? Trust me. Once he sees you happy without him, he will start missing you. He will start going crazy about you. He will start thinking, what on earth was I doing? How come I left this woman? However, you have to show yourself some respect. It's very important. Don't get back to someone who broke your heart in the first place. All right? You have to learn to do that. Otherwise, he will break it again. He will keep breaking your heart. So, if he did something that you know that eventually he was wrong, he broke your heart, he cheated on you, he did something that he didn't supposed to do as a husband, all right, that is very, very unthinkable. Obviously, a lot of marriage today go through these normal, they see it as a normal routine now on cheating on their wives or wife cheating on their husband, all right, but that's bad, that's terrible. Okay, so accept that. So you have to be happy on your own. Don't try and get back to him because of that. It's okay, I forgive him, he cheated on me, I forgave him, so he's going to cheat on you again, you see. So make up your mind to live your life, and you want to ensure that you respect yourself. And the reason why he left must be ironed, must be dealt with. All right. Now, another thing you want to do is that you don't want to downgrade yourself for someone. You don't want to downgrade yourself for anyone. You have to learn to grow yourself, even if you are just alone. It doesn't matter where you are at this moment. If you find yourself alone, that is a moment to grow. In fact, the reason why you were single before you got married, it was to help you grow, mature in your mind, mature in your emotion, mature spiritually. You see, physically, spiritually, and mentally, you needed to be mature. So again, if you find yourself single or being alone, that's just another beautiful opportunity for you to grow. Grow yourself. Become who you want to be. Be a woman of respect, of value, a woman of substance. Add value to yourself in those moments. Learn to be happy with yourself. Learn to live your life without dependent of anyone. Listen, there are over 7 billion people in the world, and you deserve someone special, someone who will love you for you, someone who will just take you for who you are. You deserve that. So here's my point. You need to be strong. You need to be yourself. All right? You need to be perfectly okay. Accept what is real. Yes, he left. Accept the reality. Now you don't want to be running around. You don't want to look miserable. You don't want to be asking his friends and family members, oh, can you help me? Can you do? No. Live your life. Get off of social media. Don't post anything about your life in that period of time on social media. Let him wander around where you are. Let him wander around with you, what is wrong with you, what's going on with your life. Let him wander and respect yourself. Stay focused. Don't want to accept any man back who will break your heart. No. So you want to stop being miserable, acting miserable. All right? That's what you want to do. So put all the effort you can muster into improving yourself in this period of time where you're alone. Because it's a moment where you need to grow. You need to build yourself. You see, you have to learn to be happy on your own. That's where you have to, you see, a lot of times the problem that marriages have is that most people haven't learned to be happy on their own. So when they come into marriage, they think the husband or the wife is going to make them happy. So when they fail to do that, they are miserable. No, learn to make yourself happy. And do not downgrade yourself. Do not belittle yourself. Work on your self-value. You see, work on your self-value. Work on your self-confidence. You see, improve yourself. It's so important. Improve yourself. Improve yourself. Grow, grow, and grow. That's the time you need to grow. And when you do that, you'll be amazed. He will be crazily looking for you. He will be crazily trying to, he will regret ever leaving you. And if you want him back, this will make him get back to you too. I trust he will get him back to you. Otherwise, you just need to pick up someone else. There's 7 billion people in the world. What do you care? Someone is definitely there to love you as you are. I believe you have been imparted. If you haven't subscribed to this channel, hit the subscribe button right now. And hit the like button if this video was valuable to you. Hit the like button and share with those you think may want to hear this. Thank you so much for listening. I'll see you again in another episode. Now, remember, we have other videos that we have created in our channel, in our playlist, that is obviously directly to relationship, marriage, and all of that. Take a look at them, and that will help you. All right? I'll see you again. Until then, bye. Hello everyone, welcome to our broadcast today. We want to be watching something very important and I want you to stick to. Now, this is a video of people. Hold on. Oh, come on, hold on. Let me explain this. Now, I left my husband. He said, I left my husband. I left my abusive husband. Now, this is a woman who came up online to share her you know what it is. She came up to share her experience and what has happened, and she's married, or she was married, and now she's no longer married. She said, I left my abusive husband. So let's listen to her story. Let's hear her story. All right, I'm gonna play this video and let's see
what's going on with me. I left Carlos.
Wait a minute. The husband's name is Carlos. All right. Okay.
About a half hour ago.
Wait. Did you say you left Carlos half hour ago? You just left your husband half hour ago.
So I'm going to give you guys an update on what's going on with me.
Okay.
I left Carlos about half hour ago.
About half hour ago.
Luna and I just plan on sleeping here in the car.
Oh, hold on. Luna and I. You mean that sound like a girl named Luna. You mean your daughter? So your daughter and you're about to sleep. Did you notice she's about to sleep inside the car? Oh.
And
Oh,
I
man.
don't know where God's going to take it from here, but yeah, me and Luna are sleeping here in the car. Carlos is back there getting drunk and abusive.
Oh.
I just couldn't.
Stop. Did you hear that? He's a drunk. Listen, guys. Listen, ladies. Be careful. Be careful with the guys, the woman, the man that you marry. I mean, what will you be doing with a drunk? With all of the men in the world, you want to stay with a drunk? How did you get into a drunk?
Couldn't take it anymore. I had to get out of there. I mean,
No.
I don't even care if we sleep in the car. We just had to get out of there. It was just too much. But I can't get into a shelter because, one, they're full, and I'm supposed to call every day.
Oh my God. Did you know this? She can't get into a shelter. Women's shelter, abusive women's shelter, is full. No. Listen to this.
9 a.m. and 2 p.m. to see if I can get in a shelter, a domestic violence shelter at that.
Did you hear that? Domestic violence shelter is full. Oh, come on. Hey, somebody should help me here. We need to stop this. We need to stop this. Homes are being shattered by domestic violence. This got to stop.
That. So I don't understand that because
I don't understand it either. Really, I don't understand it either. Why would domestic violence shelter be full? Does it mean nobody is doing anything about it? Okay, you all women, how it's not an ideal thing to get married to a domestic violent person. You don't want to get married to someone who is violent. You say, well, I didn't know he was violent in the first place until we got married. No, that's not true. You thought he was going to change. You thought probably he was just angry for that moment. He, before you got married to him, he has shown to you one way or the other that he's violent. You may have seen it. Any iota of violence is, of course, a warning. It's a red sign. Imagine you're dating a guy and then in argument, he stylishly hits you or snap the door or or do some things, that shows he's violent. If he can't control himself, he's absolutely violent. You need to be concerned. Or you're dating a guy and you find out that once in a while, he always end up in a bar. He always end up in a bar. And you're dating the guy. That guy is going to be a drunk at the end of the day when you get married. I mean, why would you want to get yourself into such a relationship? Think about it. Oh, come on. Let me listen to this. Come on, let's listen to this.
You know, when you're in a domestic violence situation, you got to get out now. So I don't understand why.
I agree with you. If you are in a domestic violence situation right now, you're in a relationship and it's domestic violence is rampant, is huge. Get out. Get out now. I encourage you to do. Listen, I'm a believer. I don't think it's right for a woman to stay in a domestic violence relationship. I don't ever concur to that. If he's violent, stay away. Move out of there. Because if you don't move, you may end up being killed. Oh, maybe there's another video I want to show you on this. After this, I will show you another video. Okay? Watch.
People. I mean, I don't understand how that could even be. Like, what if he was trying to hurt me or something, you know? It's like, where am I supposed to go? What if I didn't have this car? Where would I supposed to go? You know what I'm saying? We'd be sleeping outside, which would really suck by myself, you know? With a man, it's not that big of a deal, but by myself, it does suck. There was something else I was going to say, but I forget what it was. But I don't know where this is going to go because I can't work because I have Luna and it's getting hot out. This is Arizona, so it's going to be like 90 degrees. And I can't really do much of anything because I have Luna, but I don't know what to do with her. And I don't want to give her to somebody who's going to give her less love than I do, you know? She needs love. She's back there sleeping. I don't know if you can see her. I have my handy-dandy flashlight. My Damsel in Defense flashlight. And I love that thing. So... guess that's it.
She's
to go to
tired.
sleep. I don't know if you can see. I have all these windows open.
She's
I have
tired.
the front screened up, you know, like, you know, those sun screen things. And that's all I could think of right now.
Oh, man.
But I couldn't take it. I wanted to make a recording because I think one day I'm going to own homeless shelters all across the United States, and this will prove that that I've been down and out too, and I understand what it's like where they are.
Wow.
So I'm going to go ahead and turn these lights off because I don't want people to know I'm sleeping here. Alrighty, thank you. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share.
Oh,
I always forget to say that. But everybody else says it on YouTube, so I'll say it too. Okay? Like, subscribe, and share so we can get the word out maybe on homelessness or something. Alrighty.
We should. Oh, man. Did you hear that? So, 9 subscribers? Yeah. We're gonna subscribe, like, and share. Well, you got it. You saw it. You watched it. Domestic violence is no. If you are in a relationship and it's domestic violence all the way, I encourage you, get out now. Stay out of it. Walk away. Call help right now before something worse happens to you. You need help. Call help. Never, ever get into a relationship that has potential of domestic violence in it. You got to test before you dive into it. Test the relationship. Test what you're about to get into. I mean, learn to test. Don't just throw all your life into a relationship of that is full of violence and drugs and drunkenness. Hey guys, subscribe to the channel, like and share. Like she said, we all gotta like and share. Subscribe also to our channel for more videos like this gonna come your way. Until then, stay peace. Happy family. Bam bam. What? Hello everyone, you're welcome to our broadcast today. This is Family Aspect and I'm with my wife Antonia. You're welcome to our channel today also.
Thank you.
And you want to say welcome to our loved ones and followers out there.
Hello everyone, welcome to the family.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, now today we have something to talk about. Very special, unique subject. We believe that it's very important that these three things we want to talk about is practice to create successful, flourishing relationship. You don't want to have a relationship under your belt that you want to regret. So you want to have a relationship that you want to function amicably by progressing, making advances, you see. So we have, in our experience, in our lives, we have understood that these three key things are very important in building a relationship. So while you sit back and watch, before we start talking about this, I just want you to take a glass of coffee or water, whatever you want to drink, take it and sit down and watch this. All right? So we're going to be back to tell you more about this. All right. Welcome back. Now today, what we have in mind are three things that we think you can practice as a couple, in a relationship you're in, that can help you make constant progress. All right, these are very important things to note. And number one of these things that we think you should be practicing that will help you improve your relationship and your marriage life and your relationship with your children as well is this: communication. The power of talking to each other can never be overemphasized in relationship. What do you think?
I think that's very correct, and you know, is a very vital ingredient in relationship, whether in marriage, with your kids, you know, with your colleagues. Communication, vital communication, you know, is very important, and is something is that ingredient that we must have, you know, in our relationship. Yeah.
So awesome. So what do you think about communication? How do we implement communication in our relationship? When it comes to relationship, how do communication come into play in enhancing relationship? What do you think?
Well, talk.
I like that.
It's communication, so talk. You know, so it's very important that, you know, the spouse talk to themselves. You know, you communicate about everything as much as possible. And again, you know, communication, you know, goes a long way with listening. So you need to be a person who is always willing to listen to someone else. You know, so if you want to be listened to, you need to be willing to listen to other people as well. So if you always pay that attention to listen to your spouse, whether it's the husband talking to the wife or the wife talking to the husband, it's very important that we talk to each other. And also we talk to our kids, and not just talking to our kids, because parents, we are so used to talking to our kids, but we don't listen to our kids. So it's very important that we listen to our kids, because communication is two ways. It's not just one-way traffic. It's two ways. So as you are, you know, maybe as a mother or as a father, you're keen to communicate. You have to, you know, be considerate and understand that people will want to, you know, people will like to communicate with you also. So again, paying that attention of good listening is very key in communicating as well.
Yes, well said, because how can a relationship grow when we don't talk? I've often think about it all the time, because it's just like the effect of relationship, the real key to successful friendship is knowing each other first.
Yeah.
And you know each other by talking.
By talking, yeah.
You know each other by sharing.
Yes.
And if you don't share, how are you gonna know? So in most cases, we've have people get into relationship, they marry, and they hardly talk to each other.
Yeah.
And even it's an error. If you find that you are dating someone and you are courting somebody, and you have not been able, you find out that you're having difficulty in communication.
Yeah.
That is a red flag for you that this may get worse when you get married. What do you think?
Well, it could be a red flag, and also it could be an opportunity as well. So I kind of go in the way of saying opportunities more than the other way, because it could be a red flag maybe at the end, but from the beginning you might want to see if that person is not communicating or is not someone that talks, because not everybody that talks. A lot of people might be this quiet one, that will not speak, no matter what you say. It's just to go further, to find what interests them, find what they like to communicate about. Because no matter how quiet someone is, there is something that interests them. There is something that will get them talking, that eventually they will be talking about the thing that you're trying to communicate with them, because you've already spiced that, you spice that part, that interest. So it's very important, don't just see it as a red flag from the beginning. See it as a way of opportunity to find out more about this person, to find out what really interests this person, because this will help you in your relationship. Because in looking for these things, you're getting to know that person better. You're getting to know what will make the person talking. So these things are very important.
Awesome. I agree with you quite all right, because sometimes some people need to be pumped up, they need to be pushed,
Gingered,
they need to be gingered, activated, so to say. So I believe that sometimes we might meet people who doesn't talk, who don't like sharing, based on their past experiences, or many other
lack of trust.
Many other reasons, like lack of trust, might be the problem why they are not sharing. So don't see it as merely, like I said, a negative sign, but it's something to help you know if this person actually had a reason for not sharing.
That's right.
So if the person had a reason for not sharing or communicating with you, then you'll be able to say, okay, look, you know what, we are here now. Let the bygone.
Yes.
We have to put the past behind us, right? We have to move forward.
And give the person time to trust you. Give the person time to understand how to communicate with you, and make yourself available for when that time comes as well. And ensure that you make yourself, available in a way that this person can trust you. Be honest with the person. Be honest. If you're the one that can't keep secrets, be honest with the person. Let the person knows about it. And, again, giving that person, the calm attitude that don't worry, whatever you want to talk about, I'm here. Whenever you're ready to talk about it, I'm here. And support the person as much as possible. Because a lot of people, they might just be shy.
I know.
They might just be shy in talking to you. But once they get to know you a little bit more, oh my God, you can't stop them from talking.
Awesome.
So,
Awesome. That's a good tip right there, because you see, every time we move to a higher and deeper union with our partner when we talk.
Yes.
Every time you share, you get that bond is become tighter and stronger. So you don't want to lose that opportunity. You don't want to miss out on that opportunity to grow.
Yes.
All right. It's very important. I know sometimes there are people who don't know how to respond to communication that is freely shared. Sometimes we react the way we are not supposed to. Somebody says something, wants to share with you, and then you just snap at it,
or don't pay attention,
or you don't even pay attention to what that person is saying, or you just look down on what the person is saying. That hurts.
Yes,
that really hurts. You don't want to practice that with your spouse. Otherwise, you just push them away, and they will just go back to their comfort zone and never want to share with you. And that's very important. And when we talk about really the communication aspect, what effect, what benefit does it bring really? Apart from the fact that we talked about it help to improve and help the bond in the relationship grow, what other benefit do you think we want to share with our viewers? What helped our relationship when we started talking? What benefit did we get?
I think for us, it's what you've said. It helped our bond, to be more stronger, and the communication actually helped us to trust each other more, and to be able to know that someone is there that you can confide in, someone is there that you can always talk to. So you're not afraid to or concerned, not afraid basically, maybe have concerns like, I don't know who to talk to about this, who can I talk to about this, but for us it helped us because we're able to talk about anything, and we know there's no foolish talk, everything is vital because we know the value of communication. So again, that's very important that you know the value of communication. Everybody has something. You talked about even in the scriptures, God knows about everything, that we need, that we've got to do, even before you were born, even before you were formed in your mother's womb. But yet, He still say you must ask, you must speak.
Awesome. We have a lot to share on that. But what we're saying is learn to talk to each other.
Learn to talk.
Share.
It's very important.
Then the next thing we want to look at is intimacy. Intimacy is the second thing you want to consider in your relationship. Intimacy. What do you have to say about that? How important is intimacy between husband and wife?
I think again, intimate is just, we're talking about communication, how it helps the bonds to be stronger. Intimacy is just, it's kind of in the same line as well. Intimacy helps you guys to be stronger, and again, in that place of intimacy, you can still, communication still comes in there as well. Because you have a lot of things to talk about when you are in that zone, or, in that arena. You still communicate about a lot of things, and so intimacy is very vital in relationship, and it's something that should be there. If it's not there, it's something that needs to be awakened. It's something that needs to be there.
Awesome. When we look at intimacy, there are different dimensions to it. We have affection, we have love, we have sex, we have romance. All of this comes together to make it
intimacy,
what we call intimacy. Now, in most aspects of relationship we have found, we discover that lack of affections and sex intimacy or sexual intimacy is always a key that destroys the marriage, the main thing that actually splits relationship. And we have seen and heard how some people are in a relationship for about 1, 2, 3 years, or even more than that, and they have only had sexual intercourse once or twice in a record of such a long time as husband and wife. And that actually is what that led to the challenges that they are facing in recent, and it leads to this divorce or separation. So intimacy is key. It's actually the backbone that makes communication work better, that makes every other thing works better in your relationship. You need to bring it in and don't let it slide. No matter how busy you get, you have to create time for intimacy.
Yeah, I think so. You just mentioned something, and I just want to point people as well. There's a live stream that you did a couple of days ago. We actually talked about some of these things, and I would encourage people to actually go back to those videos and actually listen to some of the things and the comments as well.
It was a video where I'll be teaching on preparing for marriage.
Yes, so
and the other series there. So you go to the playlist, you'll be able to see
it there. So we a lot of these things were mentioned as well. Communication for me, is very important to lead to intimacy.
Yeah.
Intimacy does not lead to communication.
Yeah,
No.
that's
You know?
it. You're right.
Because if you don't have the right communication
In place.
there's no way you can have intimacy or even good intimacy. No way. Because there are things that leads to lack of intimacy. If you don't have the right communication in place to talk about these things and iron it out, you know, we talked about affection.
Yeah.
You know, if you don't know how to give affection to your spouse,
Yeah.
intimacy is going to be lacking. If you don't know, maybe your spouse like romance and you know someone that is romantic, if you don't talk about these things, you will not be able to make that effort. And it will be hard to have that intimacy at the end, or maybe the sexual part at the end. You know, so these things actually leads to a good communication. Actually leads to good intimacy as well.
Awesome.
You know, because you will have to talk
we're
about
gonna
these
have
things.
because it's a huge subject.
It's a huge subject.
So
yes.
we'll have to talk about it separately in another. But we want you to bring it in. We want you to develop.
Talk about it.
You see, we want you to
and bring it
develop
in.
it. Yeah. You talk about it. Yeah.
Talk about it because
it.
in homes, African homes, we shy away from talking about those things, and those things are very important. You know, in marriage, we don't talk about you know. So basically, we just kind of just push that away, and we don't talk about how we feel to one another or what we'll prefer or how we prefer it. So we don't talk about it. We feel those things are not to be talked about, and especially with Christians as well. Everyone is kind of saying that I'm a Christian, I don't talk about these things, but
mentally they just think about it.
And they don't actually talk about it because you feel you're too holy to talk about it, but God created it in the first place. So if it's something that is unholy for you to talk about or for you to do, it will not even be there. And there was a minister I listened to that said, when you are having this stuff with your husband or your spouse, it's a sign of worship to God as well. So you're offering worship
awesome.
to God while you're doing it.
We should worship God all the time. So I can imagine
man. Yeah, we worship God all the time, but not just in that aspect, in all aspects.
I like that one too.
In all aspects. So it's very important, and there are lots of things that kind of engineer this intimacy.
Yeah.
We've talked about communicating, because if you don't communicate about it, you can't actually talk to each other about it. You can't talk to each other of what you like or what you don't like. Or sometimes the man has worked all day and maybe the woman was at home looking after the kids and so on, and she's so tired, and the man is so tired too, but when he comes back he feels, okay, this is my this is the time I need to relax, and he's not thinking about, okay, what has the woman gone through all day. Maybe they spoke during the day or something, but it might just be short communication. But because they don't really have that knowledge about themselves, so it's like one is asking one and the other person is constantly saying, I'm tired. So if it's all about working, because the two things that when people divorce or separate, when you talk to them, is mainly about either this intimacy, or they will say money. These things are always going together, because it could be that the man works and he doesn't have, is too tired, he doesn't have time for the family, and they don't talk about these things to see how they can come together as couples to support each other, and to see that, okay, the man is not working too much, does he need to maybe do a course or do something that would add value to him and be able to bring that high value to the market and be able to get paid more but work less. So those things, it all goes back to communication as well. They need to talk about these things and see how they can bring these things in. Is it in the woman's part? Can she while she's at home, can she do one or two things online? Can she do a business that will help the man? Instead of doing two jobs, the man can only do one.
You're almost getting into the last point we're going to make.
Oh, am I? Okay.
So calm down. Now, we're actually looking at, thank you. We're actually looking at something very important here that has to do with, first, communication, second, intimacy.
Yeah.
Okay? Making things work, bonding more. You see, you need to bond more. we all need to bond more. We need to get into ourselves more.
Yeah.
That's how we know. That's how, of course, we have people who are crazily having sexual intimacy all the way around. Now, I'm not talking about that kind of bonding where you even don't recognize the importance of your marital vows, values for each other. Now, I'm not talking about that kind of lifestyle, but I'm dealing with you and your spouse. How you get stronger every day. How you get stronger every day, and you'll be counting years.
Yes.
Years goes by, and you just find yourself like being more into each other, more into for each other, into each other as well with the kids. You know, these are the most important aspects of relationship. You cannot practice this and fail. You see, if you put these things to work, you will not regret. Even though you may have been having experiences that are not in line with what we're talking about. That is why we're sharing this video with you, that you'll be able to check yourself and examine what can be done. And we are saying, if you practice this thing, learn to communicate. There's so many information you can get on how to communicate with your spouse. Learn it. Change your language if your language is very, very vague. You know, if you think that your language is offensive, improve on yourself.
Kind
you
words.
see, improve on yourself. And also, that will lead to the intimacy. In most cases, the reason you're lacking intimacy or you're struggling with your intimacy in your relationship is because there is not much communication going on.
Yeah, that's
Believe me,
yeah.
there's not much communication going on. Because the mind is not wired in such a way to now begin to feed on the intimacy aspect through communication. So you need to be able to prepare your mind. Let both of you begin to share. Someone should give somebody a call and say, how you doing today? I'm just calling.
Send text messages.
Send text messages. Someone should respond. Someone should say something.
You know, couples should play.
You know?
Couples don't, a lot of couples, I was talking about holiness, you know, sometimes, especially in a Christian home, we're just too holy to be free with one another. You know, so, you know, couples don't play. They don't play. They don't have fun with each other. And even with the kids. So it's more or less, you know, the parent is talking, you know, so, and everybody is just be free, just enjoy this life that God has given to you, you know, so, and there was a point as well that I wanted to make, and this is for women, and I think it goes for men a little, but I'm just going to talk based on women, you know, because I'm a lady and I've seen it a lot. So, again, when you go back to communication, there is a lot of occasions and in some marriages, and I've heard this, I've seen and I've heard it, you know, and I know people that have gone through it, and you know, today they are so happy. Don't be shy. If the man, you know, sometimes the man is put off because the woman have, you know, maybe don't clean up properly. This is deep, but it happens a lot because the woman don't take care of herself. So every woman, you know, you're so valuable, you are awesome, we are so amazing, and we do so much, but you have to take care of yourself. It's very important. Someone won't do it for you. You have to take care. Listen. You have to take care of yourself. It's so important. So and maybe they've not had time to have a shower all day or something, and or maybe they even do. So some people, you know, they just shabbily do some things, or maybe they are too tired to do to have a good bath, you know, to have a good shower. So, and sometimes the man is put off by the smell that is coming from, these things are private and deep. But if you both have good communication in place, you will be able to talk about it. You'll be able to seek solution. And solution is just there. Wow. But because you don't talk about these things, the man is shying away and the woman is shying away. They don't talk about these things. And, you know, if it's the man's part, maybe when you guys start kissing or something and there's something that is not right, you should talk about it. And don't just talk about it in a way that, oh, your so smells like that, you know, and stuff. No, talk about it and bringing solution in. You know, if it's something that you think, you know, if you're the woman or you're the man, you're trying to help your wife or your husband, you can actually research, get solutions, bring that to the table while you're having the conversation.
I remember we did that.
Yeah.
Earlier on.
You understand? Bring that up.
It was an amazing experience, you know.
Experience.
We were like, I said, what? Okay, now get up, let's talk.
Let's talk, because
What is this? Let's iron this.
you know,
What's the matter?
What's the matter? Because
you know,
I was never
awesome.
So based on us, I was never interested in, you know, intimacy and all, you know, intimacy, the deeper part of intimacy. And you know, every time
Can
this
you imagine
wonderful
that?
man just tap, I'm like, oh, do we have to have this one? You know, we don't have to do this now. This is just one chikele part in the marriage, you know. It's just a top up in the marriage.
She used to say it as it's a side
part of the marriage.
This is not the marriage.
It's not the marriage. Marriage
You
is
know,
way more
marriage
than
way
this,
more
you
than
know?
we just talk, we just do other things. I say really. Anyway, you know what we're talking about. You understand what we're saying. All of these are very, very important.
Yeah.
In your success in relationship. We have to put this thing in. We are real. We're just saying what it is.
Yes.
Then the last thing you want to bring into your relationship that you have to really practice is teamwork. Boy. Is teamwork. There's nothing better than that in a relationship.
Marriage will fail without teamwork.
Without teamwork, you can't just keep doing your own thing.
No.
Before we got to understand this earlier in our marriage, I always tell my wife, you are no more single. You used to be. You are no more single. It is not us. We are in this thing together. It's teamwork. Now, a lot of times, you may be going through that relationship whereby your wife or your husband don't understand these things. You got to talk about it. It's about talking.
And be patient.
Because
you were very patient.
Even though I was saying it, when I see when she does her thing, after she does the thing that she has done, I said, okay, you're no more single. All right? You can't be doing that. I should be in the picture. You should let me know. We should talk. We should look into it together. We should get into it together, irrespective of what it is. You're getting into a business, getting into something, whatever idea, bring it to the table. We are team together in this. So it had to be emphasized with benefits. You don't just shout over it.
No.
You don't just shout the person down. You don't quarrel over it. You just talk about it.
That's right.
Bring in the benefit of doing teamwork. Show them the picture. Can you bring the vision real? Let it see, oh, okay, this is... Because a lot of times I have to be saying 2 heads are better than one.
And you achieve more when you do it together.
One person can chase 1,000. 2 will put 10,000 to flight. There's so much we can do if we bring our heads together and do it together. Teamwork. What do you have to say? I know you have. So
teamwork is something that, you know, I would say my husband here was very, very patient, because I was so wired into, you know, I plan something by the grace of God and I go ahead and execute it. I do it. You know, so I was doing that, and when we got married, you know, I would say first 2-3 years, I was still doing it. I would just plan that I want to do something. It could be a business, it could be a job, it could be something, and I would just go and achieve it and come home and say, surprise!
what?
And my husband would be like, what? How is that a surprise?
Really?
You know, so just remembering those things, and you know, I'll be like, yeah, I just wanted to surprise you, and you know, we're still getting to know each other, even if we've been together for so many years, but you know, at that time we were just being married. When you're courting, when you're together for years, it's totally different when you get married, trust me. When you get married, it's totally different. You know, so because while you're courting, in a way you're still doing everything by yourself, but when you get married, everything is not like one. And that took me a while, you know, to implement. I'm still learning a lot, even as, you know, as I'm going, I'm still learning a lot. Even
but it's getting better.
It's getting a lot better. You know, even having a communication, I'll be like, oh, I did this.
That kind of thing.
I did this, I did that. And if my husband is there, my husband would look at me. I'll be like, yeah, we did. We did this. So I'm still learning.
Oh, I think we should, instead of I'm going to, I'm planning to, I hope, all this kind of I.
Yes.
It signifies that you are on your own. You are not actually a team. You see. So, like helping out in the house chores.
Yeah, you have to. Everything's got to be done together. And sometimes we have the mind that we're doing it together, but you're still kind of saying, because you're so used to this word of I do it, and you have the inside of you you're married and this family is one now, but you're still kind of still doing things. So you as a person, you need to start being conscious of those things, because teamwork is a conscious decision that you have to make. It's a conscious one, so you have to make that conscious decision that we're going to work together. We're going to do this together. This marriage, we're in it together. We're going to by the grace of God, we're going to succeed in this marriage together. So it's about putting yourself as well in someone else's shoe. How would the person feel? How will you feel if it was you that this thing is being done to?
Amazing.
So
Amazing.
These things are very, very, very important.
Amazing. So look at that. So we say communicate. We say improve on your intimacy. Get serious with it. Don't play with your intimacy. Don't play with it at all. It's so key. All right. That's how the bond gets stronger, by communication and intimacy and teamwork.
Yeah,
you got to do things together. Help the wife out in the kitchen. The wife helps out with other things as well. There are things to do. You don't just wake up and say, okay, that's my wife's thing. No, understand this. Before she came, I was me. I do things. All right, and I came. We are together. The same house. We have to share the work of the house. We have to share things of the house. We have to share a lot of things. Cleaning up, cooking, doing things with the kids. Everything had to be shared. Teamwork. Planning have to be shared. Investing in businesses and projects have to be shared. When we're obviously started out, when we were improving our relationship, my wife always had I always talk about what she wanted to do. I always want her to know that I'm interested in what she want to become. So to cut the story short, she has been talking about investing. We are into real estate. We do real estate business every time. So she has been talking about investing in real estate, doing businesses, doing accommodations and all of that. So I thought, okay, fine. It wasn't my thing. I was my side of orientation was just online, internet businesses and website development and all of that. I just focused on that. But I needed to merge. You see, I needed to cooperate. You see, I needed to play as a team.
And you sacrificed a lot.
I have to now, see that now. I have to come in to play the role that she would love to play. And then join to play that role. You see, that helps us to develop that business idea. And now we are not doing the business together as a team. So initially it was our own dream. You see, now it's our dream. That's the way it should go. That's what I think teamwork is. Now you say, well, what about her learning what you're supposed to be doing? You said you're doing internet and website or not. Is she learning it? Well, reality is it's not the way you think. We are to consider them first. That's what love is. Love offers and sacrifice. We are asked as men, husbands, to love our wives the more, and there's a reason for it. And so we lead by example. Okay, and there are so many things she has. Okay, like what we're doing now. She is not a camera type person, but because of this teamwork,
and the value
people will get. She know that she can bring that value to the people, and that's why she swallow up the pride and then
And the
take away the
shyness.
shyness. And now she's sitting in front of camera laughing and sharing.
Yeah.
That's the way it should go.
Yeah.
All right? Teamwork.
Yeah,
now,
support each other all the way.
this been a long video, isn't it?
No, well, it's worth it.
It's been a long video.
It's
We
worth
didn't
it.
expect to say this much of
Yeah.
this video, but we believe that what we'll share with you today will be so impactful. You use it, you practice it. If you have any question, please do not hesitate to call or send a message on the chat. What do you call it? On the comment section, please. Send a message. Write to us. Now, if you're watching this video for the first time, I haven't asked you since to subscribe. Please do hit the subscribe button.
Yeah, because there's more on
and
the
like
way.
this video as well, because there's more of this to come. I believe you enjoyed yourself. I think we have to bring the curtain to a close.
Yes, thank you all so much. And if you have your own experience as well that you want to share, just leave a message. If there's something as well that we've talked about today that you've implemented or you're about to, just put it in the comment section and we'll look into that.
Yeah.
And
Thank you.
bring it to the
Awesome.
table.
So, well, we've been having a wonderful time.
Yes.
I'm sorry I have to let you guys go now, and we'll come back again in our next video. But until then, stay happy and be a happy family.
Yes.
Bye
God
for
bless.
now.
Bye.
Bye. Hello viewers, you're welcome to our channel today. This is Family Aspects. I want to say big thank you for every one of you that's been participating and commenting on our videos, especially the previous videos that we just did. I really love your comment. Thank you very much. Now today we want to talk about something very important, something I feel that we all need to be aware of because of the pandemic that is taking place. It's even getting worse again. The second wave is on its way, as we all know. And there is this question, a kind of an advice that this lady asks for, and I want us to talk about it. Although the advice has been communicated, but I want us to share some of these experiences because we know that there are a lot of people out there that are going through this same thing. So we want to help people. So I want you to join me live right now. I'm online. So I want you, wherever you are, please join me and let's talk about this. If you're free, you're on your lunchtime, don't hesitate to watch with us, because what we're going to talk about today will be of great importance to you if you are working from home. Okay, if you have a husband, you have a wife that is working from home, this is vital. This information is important to you because of the lockdown measure that has been enacted, put in place. We have a lot of people have a struggle in working from home. They don't know what to do. A lot of their spouses are feeling uncomfortable when their husband or wife works from home. And we want to help a lot of people understand that there are practicalities involved in working from home. Now that the lockdown measure is, in fact, increasing again, we just received information from the Prime Minister from the United Kingdom that the lockdown measure is going to go on Thursday. I'm going to show you that video, that part of the video before we begin. But here is what we're talking about today. And that is, there's a question I received. It says, my husband is driving me mad by working from home and I don't know what to do. This is the situation. She is saying that the husband is driving her mad by working from home and she doesn't know what to do. Are you in that situation today? Do you have that kind of challenge? Is your husband or wife working from home and it's as though they are becoming too familiar or you're becoming uncomfortable with the situation? I'm going to read her letter to you I'm going to read a letter to you without mentioning her name. It's an anonymous letter. Then I also want us to discuss the possible suggestion that can be done, especially those of you working from home. So before I proceed, I want you to, if you're watching us for the first time, like the video, share the video, and also subscribe if you haven't subscribed to our channel, because what I'm about to share with you, I believe, will be a great impact to your friends, your relative, anyone you love that will be able to watch it from you. So before we continue, I would like to show you a video where the Prime Minister actually spoke about the lockdown measure that will be in place again from Thursday. Thursday will be on the 5th. Yes, on the 5th of November, which is again is a huge way, huge things to be done. When I mean huge, now this is way too much. It's going to affect a lot of families, affect a lot of economical sectors and all of that. But you see, it had to be done. And that's why I'm sharing this video with you, because more people are going to be working from home from on Thursday. More people are going to be working from home. So you might end up working from home. Your husband might end up working from home. More people are going to be working from home. So what are you going to do? Like this lady, she said that she's tired. She can't take it. She can't take the fact that the husband is working from home, and because the way the process, the whole thing is being done. So if you are joining us for the first time and you're watching, please share this video, come online, and let's discuss this particular subject and whatever you think it should be done. Your advice should be very acceptable. Trust me, we need people with with like-minded people, with some solutions to be able to help families all around the world. That's what this channel is all about. We provide solutions, information, ideas, and tips that will help families all around the world. And that's why we're sharing this information with you. Please join us, subscribe, and also like the video as we discuss this particular fact. Now, great, very great. So he said, my husband is driving me crazy. That's what he said. My husband is driving me crazy by working from home, and I do not know what to do. So she need help. She said, please help. How can I handle this? Now, if you are there, you have been working from home. How have you been able to survive the process? How have you been able to cope with your family if you have a family? So I'm going to read some of the letter to you. And before we read the letter, I would like us to watch a video where the Prime Minister actually mentioned about the upcoming lockdown from Thursday, 5th of November. And I want you to listen to this.
The virus is doubling faster than we can conceivably add capacity. And so now is the time to take action, because there is no alternative. And from Thursday until the start of December, you must stay at home. You may only leave home for specific reasons, including for education, for work, let's say if you cannot work from home, for exercise and recreation outdoors with your household or on your own with one person from another household, for medical reasons, appointments, and to escape injury or harm, to shop for food and essentials, and to provide care for vulnerable people or as a volunteer. Christmas is going to be different this year, perhaps very different, but it's my sincere hope and belief that by taking tough action now, we can allow families across the country to be together. We must act now to contain this autumn surge. We're not going back to the full-scale lockdown of March and April. The measures that I've outlined are less prohibitive and less restrictive, but I'm afraid from Thursday, the basic message is the same. Stay at home, protect the NHS, and save lives.
There you have it. So again, the Prime Minister have spoken. He said this is what's going to happen. I'm sorry for the beginning of the video. There was so much echo coming up. I have to do a lot of adjustment to that. But if I will play the video later again after this discussion, so you'll be able to pick some of those things that he said if you haven't already received that message. If you live in the United Kingdom, that affects you. So if you live in the United Kingdom, you need to listen to that. Okay, now here is the scenario. Here is the situation. I want to read the letter to you. It says, here I have the letter with me, so I want to just read it from my email. It says, my husband used to walk away a lot. That means he walked outside from home, not from home. He walks away from home a lot and was in the company office every day. However, at the start of lockdown, his office said all staff should work from home. He is in marketing, and we were worried for a while about whether he will keep his job. Luckily, his firm hasn't restructured and he's going to be okay. But they have said staff can ask to work from home going forward. So when they did the restructuring, they said, okay, fine, your job is still preserved, but you can ask to work from home. And here she says, my husband wants to work from home. The trouble is, he is driving me mad. We have 2 children. Now, here's the concern. We have 2 children, age 6 and 8, and I don't work. She, as a wife, she doesn't work. I love being at home during the day when everybody is either at work or school. I have a nice group of local friends who I meet regularly for coffee or the gym. We have a dog. I love being at home, cooking and cleaning, or pottering about the garden. Okay. One of the hardest parts of lockdown has been having everybody at home on top of each other, especially as we only have a small house. Okay. My husband says he can work from home using our kitchen table, but he's always on loud calls. And the thought of him being at home every single day fills me with dread. I just want him to go back to the office so I can have my house to myself. Should I say something to him? In other words, what do? I need your help. Okay. Did you get the challenge? Do you see her story? Do you see what the problem is? Let me focus on the area that are really important. Now the husband has volunteered to work from home. Listen, when it comes to working from home now, it's going to be increasing by the month because of this pandemic. And that's why I just played the video to you to watch what even is going on right now. And you heard the Prime Minister say that Christmas is not going to be the same as before. A lot of things are going to be put on hold. A lot of families can't travel for various reasons for Christmas celebration this December because there's already restrictions on how many family can come together and stay in one house. Now, your husband, your wife, and your children are your best friends right now. They should be your close pals right now. The best opportunity you've got to know them more than you have ever known them before, get acquainted with them more than you have ever done in your life is now. I don't see any reason why any family should be uncomfortable having one part of the member of the family working from home. Because if your husband is working from home, that gives you an opportunity to know your husband, befriend your husband, and become even more friendly. I mean, the intimacy, the connection should be stronger more than ever. And that's one part. The same thing with when your wife is the one working from home. This is so important that we have to see the advantage of it instead of just being selfish. I'm not saying that you are, but I'm thinking because you're not looking at the other side of the story. You're not looking at the other side of the coin. Because what you just complain about is one thing that he's loud when he's on calls. If that is the problem that you're having, that can be handled, that can be discussed. And I'm going to share some ideas with you, especially those of you who have such challenges right now. What you can do, the possible things you can do to make changes like this. Okay, that's what I want to share with you. I'm live. You can give your comment, you can share your thoughts. I will read your comment. I also understand what your plight is. I'm open to all of your comments. I agree with whatever decision you want to make if you're deciding on any other thing, but this is my suggestion. Okay, whatever I'm giving you now, this is my suggestion. Okay, so the first thing is there's nothing wrong if your husband is working from home. There's nothing wrong if your wife is working from home. What is required is a practical application of the principles, the guides on how to work from home, so that it will not affect your relationship at home. It will not, interfere with your family. And that is the key that a lot of people who are working from home are not noticing on implementing. You need to implement a practical principle of working from home. And that's what I want to dive into today, to give you some ideas about what can be done. Okay, and how you can work from home and do not allow that to not conflict or affect your relationship with your spouse. It's so important. Okay, now she said the husband is loud on calls, and again, in addition to that, she also have her own life, to live, because she had 2 kids. And then after doing all the school runs and all of that, when the children are in school and he's supposed to have been to work, there she have the house to herself. That's why she need that freedom. She don't want anybody to take that from her. She said she had a group of friends and the neighbors that she had to meet with, either for coffee or for a gym. But at this time, that can't be because of the pandemic. The restrictions is there already. You can't be thinking of going out with a group of people to neighboring or for a gym, because all of those hospitality facilities are closed at the moment. So now let's face what is real, that he is loud when he talks on the phone. That may be your challenge, or you just dread, like you said, you dread him. The thought of him working from home is dreading you crazy, and that's where you're mad at. I understand that, but it can be worked out. So here's my suggestion in doing such things. But understand something, that your husband, his responsibility as a marketer must stand. He has to work. You are not working, like you said, so your husband is the one working. So it is now your responsibility to create that avenue, that platform, for him to have a conducive environment to work on or work with in or from home in your house. I understand on your letter that you said you have a very small house. Let's assume you don't have a big house, maybe a measure of 3-bedroom max. That's what you have. Well, it can still be managed. How big is your living apartment, your living room, your reception room? How big is it? Can they be a section that he can use? Do you have even a small storage unit, a play like a storage place that they can convert into an office? Or probably you can have put money together in your garden outside the building, in the garden section, an office can be set up for that. There are many options that can be done, but in reality, you need to discuss this. Hello, everyone. You're watching, and if you're watching for the first time, hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't subscribed yet. I'm talking about a certain challenge that a certain woman is facing, and she said that she need help about how her husband is working from home and is driving her crazy. We are in a moment of lockdown. She doesn't know what to do. She doesn't want to get into fights with the husband as regards to this working from home syndrome, and has taken over the nation due to the pandemic, coronavirus attack in all of the places. But in reality, it is something that can be manageable. First of all, there will be sacrifices to make peace reign in your home. And that is what I suggest that can be done. So what you need to consider first is that, is my husband, all right, willing to forgive, take advices, or take some precautions to make a change? If I tell my husband what I'm facing, will he be able to accept what I'm going to tell him about what I think should be done concerning the situation? So in real terms, it's going to be very hard for you to tell your husband you don't want them to work from home. You can't say that to your husband, please don't work from home. That is not going to work. That is going to be a huge it might boomerang. It's going to be a problem. So you don't want to make that happen, say that, okay? And again, there are things you could do, all right? There are things you could do. Like I said, if the kids, now the school are running, the kids are going to school normally, then when you come back home, it is now left with you and your husband in the house, all right? Now, in that moment of time, you can talk to him that, I don't know, I don't want you to be offended. It's like, is there a way you can lower your voice while on call or trying to negotiate or market your product or anything? If not, can we create a platform? Can we create an office where you can use for your work, because it will help? Or alternatively, while you are at work, because you don't work all day, probably he doesn't work all day, so while you are at work, can I be at so place? You see, there are things to suggest to make peace reign at home, instead of just acting negatively by thinking, oh, he's driving you crazy, I'm getting tired because he's working from home. Remember, he's working from home, he's making income for you and the family. So it is something that you have to look at for to say, okay, how can I help him make things work? How can I help him get a better place in the house to work from? And the man also need to understand that first, he has responsibility to look out for principles, practical steps he can take to work from home without conflicting it with his family life, because that's what a lot of people don't take note of. And everybody have their own routine. The kids are there. Sometimes, what about if the kids comes home and they become noisy? It will affect his work as well. So you need to look at for positive angles that he could see to reason with you. Men like to reason. So you want to reason with him, not telling him what to do, but you want to reason with him by way of suggesting what is possible. For instance, you can say, well, it only takes about 6 hours when the children are back from school. And when they are back from school, probably that's the time you're going to be even more busier, depending on your kind of work. And the children are going to be noisy. It's not going to be right for us to be quiet. You don't expect everyone in the house to just go quiet for a long time. How long are you going to be at work? Maybe 8 hours, maybe 6 hours, maybe 4 hours. And you expect everyone to be quiet. And the children are young. So at their age, they are energetic, they are vibrant, they are noisy. If they are, especially if they are boys, they can create a lot of noise. So that again is what you bring up to suggest to him. Can we make a place for you? Because the kitchen table is not going to help. Everyone wants to go to the kitchen once in a while to go and eat something, get water, pick up something. So they will always barge into him in whatever he's doing. And you don't expect everyone to be tiptoe themselves into the kitchen all the time whenever he's at work, especially when he works from Monday to Friday. You understand what the situation is. So you need to actually show the other part of the situation to him. That's the way I think it should be done. You show the other part of the situation. Don't just complain about how you feel. No, you need to let him know that, look, you working from home is a blessing to me. I love it. I like seeing you around, even though you don't feel like saying that. You have to say that you like seeing him around, and then he's your husband anyway, so you're happy seeing him around. But can we make a place? Can we create a place for you to work from at home that the children will not get to disturb you? You don't tell him, don't say to him that he's the one disturbing the household. No, you want to make sure he understands that, okay, he's being disturbed from his work. So you say, I'm a noisy wife. I can be, dressing things, washing plate, and do all sorts of things. And at the end of the day, that might affect your work or disturb you. And the children as well, they might come around and be noisy. And at the same time, what if they come with their friends? What if they are playing video games? What if they are screaming and dragging over toys? What if they do that? That we cannot have control over. We can't just expect the children to be mute all the time that you're working. And that alone will get his attention. I mean, that will get my attention as a man. You see, that should get his attention to say, okay, fine, what are we going to do? And then suggestions should be made. All right? Suggestions should be made, because the lockdown is still on. I just showed you a video how the Prime Minister announced that the lockdown is still going to be on. So it's something that is going to be necessary. That means working from home is necessary during this pandemic, during this lockdown. It's necessary, but it's not an ideal setup for, especially when you have a busy a schedule and young family, like you already mentioned. All right, it affects everybody, but your husband needs to think long and hard. You need to think on long term and think hardly about the practicality of working from home, which is very, very key to these things. So it is possible. All right, you don't need to go mad. You don't need to go angry with him, and you can talk this over. A lot of things like this need to be communicated. It's just communication. You talk things over. You see, talking to him about it is important. So you talk things over. Don't just assume everything's going to be all right. No, you have to talk things over. He may not get the point until you have to suggest it. All right? So you suggest it. It's very important. Very, very important. I have something here I wanted to show you. Okay, maybe I'll talk about that later on our next video. But I hope you understand the point that I'm making in addressing this. Let me again share with you the video of the Prime Minister when he spoke about the lockdown, and I believe that is very important as well, because we all need to understand what we are facing as a family and what is expected of us. Again, it's not like he wants to change the situation by himself. It is just the pandemic. And whenever this pandemic are on, or this kind of restrictions are on, we just have to comply for the sake of safety. So listen to this.
The virus is doubling faster than we can conceivably add capacity. And so now is the time to take action because there is no alternative. And from Thursday until the start of December, you must stay at home. You may only leave home for specific reasons, including for education, for work, let's say if you cannot work from home, for exercise and recreation outdoors with your household or on your own with one person from another household, for medical reasons, appointments, and to escape injury or harm, to shop for food and essentials, and to provide care for vulnerable people or as a volunteer. Christmas is going to be different this year, perhaps very different, but it's my sincere hope and belief that by taking tough action now, we can allow families across the country to be together. We must act now to contain this autumn surge. We're not going back to the full-scale lockdown of March and April. The measures that I've outlined are less prohibitive and less restrictive, but I'm afraid from Thursday, the basic message is the same. Stay at home, protect the NHS, and save lives.
So you got it now. So again, this is going to go on. All right, it's going to go on. Hopefully by January, everything is going to normalize. We hope so. If there is no other wave that they may forecast, they like forecasting things. So we just hope there are no other spike again on the upcoming year, 2021. So this is exactly what you should do. Friends, if you are going through that situation, this is my suggestion. This is my honest opinion about what you could do. Don't allow your husband or wife drive you crazy. Sometimes I hear things like that. I'm disturbed because what would that lead to at the end of the day? We don't want to create room for any invaders. We don't want intruders. We don't want anything to be a devourer or kind of dividing the family asunder. We don't want division in the family. That's what I'm trying to say. And we don't want that as a fellow. This is your life. This is the family you love. So you don't want such things to happen. Anything to bring division, confusion, quarrels into your family. So there are ways to iron every challenge. To you, this is a huge challenge. But you see, if you would take this advice, you'll be amazed how beautiful it will turn out. You'll be amazed. There are ways they can set up a very small 3 feet by 3 feet office. That can be awesome in the garden. It can be done 3 feet by 3 feet. And or probably can choose to schedule timing. And then if it is 2 hours for call, within that 2 hours, he can get a place, or probably you guys should get a bigger place. Encourage him to get a bigger house where he will have at least one room to himself to do all of the official work. And if he speaks to his company about that, and probably they might, give him some allowance to help him do it. So again, there is a solution. It just have to be discussed. And I will encourage you, if you are going through that challenge as this woman is, discuss it with your husband or with your wife, the possible solution, to make peace reign. So I think that's my honest opinion about this. Like I said before, if you haven't subscribed to this channel, I want you to subscribe, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. Again, this is one of the things that we expect from viewing it. So It's going to help the algorithm. It's going to help us get more views so that people will see this video and become part of what we're doing in this family. So thank you so much for watching. I really do appreciate you guys for watching this video, and share and share and share. Now, if you have any question, if you have any challenge you want to write to us, write to us. Our email address is on the description below on this video. You just check the description below on this video. You will see our email address. Send us an email, write to us about what you want us to talk about, or you need some guide and advice on what you about your family, because this is family aspect. So whatever challenge you're going through, you want help, write to us. Don't hesitate to write to us, or you can leave your comment at the comment section below. We'll be glad to get back to you on it. Thank you guys for watching. I really appreciate, and I'll see you in our next video. Until then, cheers. God bless. Hello, everyone. You're welcome to our live program today. As you can already see, we are live to share some thoughts with you guys. Wow, where is everyone? You're welcome. You're welcome. Come on in now. Let's discuss this. I have a question that I think is going to be very disturbing. For me, it is, because I mean, I can't imagine how people take other people for granted and think that they can eat their cake and have it. You know what I mean? It's very, very appalling. So come on, guys, let's share this. Let's look at this particular question together, because it's a very terrible story. Okay, this is a family of 5 precisely, including the man. And the story that I've been coming from it is that the man has been very unfair to the relationship, unfair to the marriage. And according to the woman's question and the story that she gave, the husband left their 3 children twice. The man has left the marriage twice. This is terrible. Left the marriage twice with 3 kids. And now he left them for another woman. He left the marriage for another woman. And now he's expecting the wife and the children to receive him back. He wants them back. He has done this twice. Now, I understand, according to her story, that there have been some challenges in the relationship. But for the fact that the man has left the marriage twice, left the children twice for another woman, I think there's a big issue here. And the man wants to come back. He wants to come back to the relationship. How on earth can anybody think of such damage being done, and he thinks that he can just walk in and make it all go away? Well, that's what we're discussing this today, and I want everyone to come on, and then let's see what we're this is very appalling, very 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 appalling. I'm personally, I don't think that people actually can do this. I've never thought that anyone would be able to just think of doing this to. I mean, it's annoying. It's annoying and it's annoying. I personally, I'm upset just to think about it. I'm upset. I'm upset just to think about it. It's annoying. It's very very provoking. It's very very provoking. Come on, guys. Let's do this. Oh boy, this is very 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 annoying. Very 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 annoying. Very 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 annoying. Wow. Anyway, happy Sunday to everyone watching, and I believe you're watching from your home or you're just waking up, whichever area you're at in your house. You know, welcome to this place. I'm thinking of something very important, and I want us to look at this question, and I want us to look at this situation together because we need to advise, give some solid advice to this woman and what she need to do about this situation because this is ridiculous, ridiculous, ridiculous. He said, my husband left our three children. He left their three children and the wife twice. That means to underline the fact that the man cheated on the wife twice. He cheated on the wife twice. He left the children. He left the marriage and followed another woman. And followed another woman. Think about it. He left the marriage and followed another woman, and he did this. He has done this twice. And now he says to the wife, I want you guys back, please. I want you guys back. And the woman is confused because she's like, what is going on? What should I do? I need something. I need someone to talk to me. What should I do? I need you to say something about this. What should I do? And that's the question. What should be done? What do you think should be done? That's the question. What do you think should be done? So let's find out this. Let's talk about this quickly because as it is right now, I'm really concerned about it. I'm really concerned about it, and I want everyone to say something to help this lady because she is in a very very confused state right now, and we need to help her. We need to really really help her. So I have some things to say anyway, but I want everyone to look at this. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? Because personally, I will begin to answer the question based on what I feel she should do. You know, I know there are a lot of women out there going through this particular predicament, going through the same situation. I'm going through this right now. I know that it is not good for the wife. If it's not good for the family, it is not good. The fact that the man himself is not interested for the stability of the family. First of all, he doesn't care about the family, doesn't care about the children. That's the way I see it. He doesn't care about the children. He doesn't care about the children at all. And that's terrible because to live like that as a man, as a husband, is horrible. It's horrible. is really, really horrible. What kind of a husband does that to? What kind of a husband does that? What kind of a husband does that to a family that he said he loved? Look at it. He left twice. He left the relationship twice. He went with another woman and left the children. 3 children. Very bad, very horrible, traumatic situation. The fact that he cheated on her. The fact that, listen, the fact that he cheated on you and left you not once, but twice, and then comes back whenever he wants. You say, you know what? Because the relationship he left for didn't work for him. So he comes back. Now, I want you back. He's done this twice. So the first time he left, he followed another woman. And then after a while, the relationship didn't work out for him. He came back. Because the relationship didn't work out for him, he came back. All right? And says, please, I want you guys back. That was the first time. Now, the second time, he left again and followed another woman. You see, and follow another woman. And then after a while, this didn't work out again. So he says, oh, you are my wife. I want you back, please. I want you guys back. Oh, how hilarious that is. How terrible. Can you imagine? And the woman, she's just playing the forgiving wife. I mean, that's horrible. What kind of forgiving attitude will lead to such traumatic, hilarious, traumatic, horrible experience in your life? And now you're asking, what should I do? The picture is clear. The man is horrible. He's a horrible husband. First of all, for those of you who are watching this, go and watch my video on the types of horrible husbands, men that are actually horrible for being a husband. You need to watch those videos. Look at this situation. Terrible response to family life. First, he doesn't care about family stability. I would say that because he doesn't care about family stability. The fact that he cheated on you twice. The first time, he cheated on you. The second time, he cheated on you. That's horrible enough. You don't want to accept that kind of thing. And now he comes back again the second time and say, Lord, my wife, please, I want you back. I want you and my children back. So what happened the third time? What guarantee are you having that is not going to repeat the cycle? Can't you see there's a problem here in the cycle? There's no guarantee that he's not going to do it again. He just came back and said, I want you back, please. And this is the second time he's pleading for cheating on you and walking away on the children and traumatically leaving you to suffer emotionally and physically and mentally. What a torture. And he wants you back. I think that man needs to be examined. That's my take. I think that man needs to be examined. Oh my goodness. Think about it. The man needs to be examined. And there are many men and women going through this kind of thing. Can you imagine? This is happening. He is happening. He just left on his own. He just walked away. And then whenever he feels like it, he comes back. Okay? He goes. Whenever he feels like the relationship he ran after didn't work out for him, Then he comes back. He wants to start from where he left off. That is horrible. You don't want that in your relationship. I don't think that kind of a man is worth keeping. Now, first of all, he doesn't care about all your suffering. You see, you've suffered a lot, and he doesn't even care. I don't think he cares about your suffering. The emotional torture, the mental torture, and the physical torture as a result of trying to take care of the children by yourself. I mean, imagine adding the children, the vulnerable children, to this situation. Just imagine adding these vulnerable children to this situation. If you add them up, you've discovered that what they are being taught by this man is that they are worthless. The man is teaching the children that they are, as a father, the father is worthless to them. They don't need a father, because he comes and goes like whenever he wants. And he comes to get whatever he needs. You see, what kind of a relationship is this? What kind of a man is this? How did this thing was? How did you get into this mess? How did it start? How did it all started? How did you get into this mess? How? There's one thing that he's not recognizing. He's not recognizing your value. He doesn't value you. That's one thing I'm finding out. He doesn't value you. He doesn't recognize your dignity. Don't you know you have dignity? This man is treating you as though you have none. It's like he's treating you as though you are without dignity. You are without value. You don't have your own choice. You have nowhere to go. Or without him, you cannot live. You cannot take care of yourself without him. He's taking advantage of your weakness. Imagine, he abandons you, left you and the children twice. And then he comes back within those two situations, those two events. He has come back to always say, I want you back. And then he comes back to the family. The fact that he did it twice, the first time should have taught you a lesson. Now, this second one that had just happened, you allowed it, because I'll blame you for that. You allowed it as a woman. And secondly, what guarantee do you have that he's not going to repeat the same process? He's not going to do the same thing again? What guarantee do you have? What guarantee do you have? It's terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. So, this situation has happened before. I heard of a lady, okay? She had 2 kids, right? And then they were having challenges in their marriage, okay? Financial problems. They were having a lot of financial problems. So the man started cheating on the wife. And then they had 2 daughters. The man started cheating on the wife. And because the woman thought she had nothing to do, she had nowhere to go. She was very afraid of losing the children, to CPS. He was afraid of losing the children to CPS. And then the woman had to fight for the survivor, struggling. So one of the child was 14 years old, and the other one was about 12 years old. Okay, there were 2 girls. So the 14-year-old was always, confronting the man whenever he does it. And guess what happened? It led to violence. The man was abusing them violently. Abusing them violently. So the woman had to summon courage. See, the woman had to summon courage to leave that relationship. But it took her so much damage. You see, she had to allow a lot of damage to happen to the children and to herself, all those abuse. And eventually she finally left. And guess what? She learned a lesson, because what she said was that she realized that she had dignity, but this man doesn't recognize it. So she decided to hold on to her dignity, hold on to her face. You know, the daughter said the first year that they left their father, they left the marriage and walk away from the man. It was hard, it was tough, but eventually they picked up. Everything began to work together, and they were fine. They were getting better. Now imagine if that woman had remained in such a traumatic, toxic situation. Now, I'm not encouraging divorce at all, because it's wrong, all right? But the first thing is, once you are not there, you find out that you couldn't help yourself. You cannot find, the solution is not forthcoming. I mean, you apply all the things you know, and it's not changing. The fact that a man will go all the way to leave his children and then begin to salivate for other women as one of the process of his manly routine, he sees it as his manly routine. That's terrible. That's terrible. So I'm not sure why you want him back. I'm not sure if you want to listen to that voice that I'm not sure about it. First of all, before you, the man need to grow up. The man is not matured. He need to grow up maturely. He need to grow up, and he need to be mature. He's not a man. He's a boy in a man cloth. He's a boy wearing a man suit. I tell you the truth. He just appeared to be a man, but inside him, his mindset, his philosophy, the way he's wired, the way he does his thing, he's still a boy. He's still a boy. And you don't want that kind of fellow. Believe me, you don't want that kind of fellow in your relationship. That's one kind of a thing. I will personally tell you that, because I think you don't want that kind of a person. I think so. You don't want that kind of a person, because you think of it. You just think of it. The fact that he thinks he can come into your relationship, come into your life, and just do things the way he wants. It is unheard of. For me, I don't think that is something that you want to allow continuously. He just come into your relationship and says, I want to stay. Okay, things are not working. I'm leaving. He's not mature. He's not mature. So there are things you must consider. The first thing is, you need to watch out. First of all, you need to protect your dignity. You need to protect your integrity. Woman, you have integrity. You have dignity. You have value. Realize that you are valuable. This man does not value you. This man will destroy your life, because if you allow him the third time, he is going to repeat it. There's no guarantee that he will not repeat the situation. There's no guarantee. Believe me, there's no guarantee. Because if you, of course, according to your mail, your message, you didn't tell me that he guarantee you that he's going to change. What guarantee do you have that he will not repeat the same thing? What about the children? Are you thinking about the emotional trauma that the children are going through? Are you thinking about it? Does it bother you? Of course it does. I think it bothers you. That's why you're asking for help. But I say to you, it's wrong to put the children under such circumstances of hilarious, horrible, traumatic event that goes on. I mean, they are seeing it and it's playing on their face. It's playing on them every day. They are seeing it. And what do you think their mindset would be? To them, it's as though they are worthless. Because they are looking at the whole scenario, their father doesn't value them. It's like if you don't do something about it, it will appear that you also don't value them. So we need to you need to consider this very important, very carefully, because I personally would not say you forgive him once. Okay, kudos to you, man. You did well. He cheated on you. He cheated on you the first time. He left. He ran away and ran along with another woman. He followed another woman and stayed for that relationship for a while, and it didn't work. He came back to you and said, please, I want you back. And you accepted him. That was very generous of you. That was very human of you. That was very kind of you. And that is godly. That is nice. You did well for that first time. But the fact that he did it a second time, you say, but I should have forgiven me again the second time. But he would do the same thing again. So, question, if you're willing to suffer, I say this, how willing are you to suffer? Okay, if you want to enjoy the suffering, keep forgiving him and keep letting him in. I think that's the best way. All right, because that's the only way. If you want to keep suffering and you want your children to suffer even worse than this, because the man, I think that man is headed for destruction already, and you don't want to go into that line, that journey with him. You don't want to join him in destruction. You don't want to. The man is going to the drain. Is being flushed already. You don't want to go to the drain with that man. Neither would you want your children. The man is set for destruction already. His life is destroyed already. And you don't want yours and the children's life to be destroyed either. So this time that he's asking for you to come back, or he wants to come back into your life, I sincerely say, be careful. Do not accept this offer, because it's going to destroy you more. Now, listen to this. There are things you must understand. He already abandoned you and your children twice. I need to emphasize that, because that's a key thing. And betrayed you. He betrayed your trust. He betrayed your love for him. He betrayed everything. All right? That is simple enough. That's simply unacceptable, okay? It's simply unacceptable. But you accepted it the first time. I understand that. Many women won't take this, okay? I understand. All right? But you accepted it. And I say, kudos to you, woman. You did well. But this time, I'm saying no. You should not let him come back again. You can take care of yourself. You need to be confident that you can take care of it. You don't need him and his terrible, horrible life to live, to survive. He's toxic, he's destructive, and you don't want that kind of man in your life. Think about your children. Think about yourself. Think about your future. You may say, well, I love him so much, but you didn't tell me that. But you may say, well, I love him very much. I don't want to lose him. I don't know. He's the only man I have ever loved. Really? You don't want to be in that web. I trust me. That is just like hell. You are digging graves without knowing. You're digging graves, not just graves. You see, you don't have any obligation to him whatsoever. Don't feel obligated. You say, well, he's my husband, I married him. Okay, maybe you're afraid that if you guys separate or go apart, you will not be able to survive. That's one. Two, or you will not be able to get married to another person. Well, who cares? Well, you may care anyway, but you already have how many? 3 children. They are a lot of responsibility to you already. 3 children is a lot of responsibility to you already. You don't need that man who is a liability already to destroy your emotion further, to destroy you mentally. If you continue like that, you might end up depressed. And guess what? The CPS will come and take your kids away. You don't want the CPS to be involved. You don't want the CPS to be involved because the way it's going, he has been violent. Remember, you stated it that he was violent at the time, okay? And now he left because things like this, you need to take proper record of what is happening and what people will be investigating about, especially CPS. All right, you need to understand that. Now, first, you don't have any obligation to him. You don't, believe me. And I'd say that you should start by loving yourself. Start by loving yourself, because if you do, you will see that you are more valuable. You have dignity, you have respect, and he doesn't deserve those things. So start by valuing yourself. Start by loving yourself and loving the kids. You need to start by loving yourself and loving the kids. It's so important. It's so important. No matter what it is, no matter who he comes with and begin to beg you, no matter the situation to which he comes and start begging you and asking you, listen, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't accept it. And your children will thank you for this action. Your children will thank you for this action. Believe me, they will be so grateful. They will be so grateful for you taking this action, not to go back to this man. How could he have done this to you? What kind of a man is this? He doesn't even care about your suffering. He doesn't even care about your pain. He left you twice. He has cheated on you twice. And now he's asking to come back again? You need to get help. I think if you try to force his way into your life, you need to call the CPS. Yeah, call the CPS. They need to put a stop to this. They need to drive him away completely from your life. And guess what? Let me tell you something. There's nothing wrong with your decisions at all. This decision is the finest decision you will make, to stay away completely from him. Stay away completely. And go and watch some of our videos we've done about horrible husbands, horrible ex-husbands and ex-wife. There are some ex-husbands and ex-wife you don't need to meet in your life. And if you don't want to get married to anybody again, that's be fine, because you've gone through a lot of trauma and terrible times already. Just focus on your children and be able to raise them. I don't understand this. I don't understand. How could people get into a relationship without proper purpose? They don't think along the line. I mean, people don't just care. Let me tell you something. One of the reasons why this thing happened is very simple: selfishness and greed. Selfishness and greed. These two things are very dangerous to anybody in any relationship. Don't allow selfishness and greed. And these two things They are followed by pride. Pride. If you can handle pride and limit its influence in your life and relationship, if you can handle it, if you can deal with greed and selfishness, you will be well enough to handle anything that comes your way in a relationship. Trust me. The majority of the challenges that people face in their relationship and marriage, including with their children, is simple as pride. It's caused by pride, selfishness, majorly selfishness, self-centeredness. Because this man, all I can see is that he's so selfish. He's so selfish. He's concerned about himself more than anyone else. He doesn't care about the children. He doesn't care about the wife, the wife. He doesn't care. All he cares about is his pleasure, what he wants, the things he wants to enjoy. I mean, what do you guys think? Because this is the way I feel. This is the way I feel. It's horrible. This is the way I feel. I personally think this man need to be locked up, really, because if he keep coming, he's going to end up destroying your life and destroying the life of the children. Except genuineness. There's a genuine change. He has changed. I doubt. I can't vouch for that. I would even ask you to vouch for that. If he comes crawling on his knees, oh, my wife, please, I need you and the children back. And then don't fall for that, please. He is just tricking you. Don't fall for that. You know, sometimes there are some men who are very let me read the comments on one to speak. My first time learning my first time learning all right, to a man, wise man like you. Oh, okay, man from Africa. People tell us to stay in toxic and relationship more than no, you can't stay there. Please. Is that Ige? You can't stay there. Thank you for that comment. You can't stay there. No. That is toxic. As far as I'm concerned, I know there are thousands of women going through this situation. I know that, and that's why I'm here doing this kind of. I'm answering this question online because I would have written and reply. Obviously, I replied that, but I also encourage us to watch this video because I know there are many women out there that are going through this particular situation. Now, don't listen to your father or mother that will ask you to say, stay in that marriage. That's horrible. For you to stay in that marriage that is destroying you, you better find a peaceful land, a peaceful place to go to. You need to check out of there. You have dignity, you have respect. You need to value yourself. We are to value each other. I don't understand how people think about this. We are to value each other. Yeah. We are to value each other. Everyone, we must stay to value each other. If your man, listen, you are in a relationship right now. If your man is cheating on you, right? And you know, but you have been covering it. You just decide to stay in that relationship. I think you are doing yourself more harm than good. That's number one. And you are doing the man more harm than good. You are not helping anyone. Yes, you're not helping anyone. That man will never change. You're right, Abby. You know, that man will never. That's what I'm saying. The man will never change. Is the truth. The man will never change, and he's not going to change because I can see that already. So why would you say, oh, he's my husband? I'm just I'm just trying my best to forgive him, forgiveness. What? Man, come on. You better put your acts together and sit upright so that you take care of your kids properly. You don't want to have that kind of circle going on in your family. You don't need that circle. Of course, we have many women today with mental health issues. You're right, Abby. There are many mental health issues today. It leads to mental health issues. There are many of them in the UK, in all over America, all over Europe. It leads to mental problem, trauma. It's terrible. So if you are in such a relationship, I encourage you to walk away. Walk. I mean, walk. If you can't walk, run. If you can't run, okay, how do I put it? If you can't run, walk. Find somebody to help you get out, because that man is not going to change. So you are in a relationship. The man keep coming back to say, I'm sorry. First time, he cheated on you. I'm sorry. Second time, he cheated on you. I'm sorry. And then the third time, you want to take him back? It means he's not learning. It means he's not responsible. Can't you see between the line? He is not responsible. What will you be doing with such irresponsibility? Don't you see it? Maybe now you are just dating. It's not, your case is not like this. It's not as worse as this one. Maybe you are just dating someone now. You're courting, and you discover that he's always cheating on you. You know he's cheating. He has other numerous concubines, and you still hope. You are still hoping that you will be the lucky wife. Oh God. How dumb can anyone get? Listen, like this video, hit the like button. You guys are watching, hit the like button now, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't subscribed already, because we need to share these things. We need to tell a lot of people. We need to tell the truth, because this is the truth. Okay, said I moved on, but very difficult to move out of such a relationship. Wow. I can feel what you're saying, okay. I'm happy you did. You make that decision. It's toxic. I know. A lot of times it's difficult to move out. That's why we try to encourage family to do the right thing. In fact, those who are preparing to marry, we're trying to help them as well. Because if you go on my video list, I have a playlist on preparing for marriage. I've been talking about it for a couple of days. Every day I have uploaded video on preparing for marriage, what you should expect, the kind of people you should avoid. There are toxic men out there. There are toxic women out there. You can't just look blindly out of emotion and just yes. Olivia said, let me put it up. Olivia said, taking him back will only block her blessings. Yes. And she will spend more time focused on him. She will spend more time focused on him and his actions than on herself and children. Well said, Olivia. Well said. Because that's the way I think. I think that's the way to respond. Because again, it is horrible. For me, she taking him back. Maybe you have something to say. If any of you have something to say, I would like to welcome you on. I'll just send you a link so you want to talk on this. You want to talk about, you want to air your view. Me, I want to hear, because I can see some good comment coming from Olivia and Abby. I see good comment coming from Oge. So if any of you want to say something about this, I'll put the link on the chat button now, and I'll invite you up to say something about it. If you want to say something, please do. because right now I'm really upset about it. I'm angry with all vestation of what's going on. How could this be? The link is there if you want to talk about this issue. Now, Abby said that it took me 18 years 18 years to move out. Wow. 18 years. I am still struggling to stand firm. Wow. Wow. Abby, you're strong. You're going to survive it. Listen, you're going to survive it. There's nothing to worry. You're already on your way. In fact, I think 90% of the success of your journey has begun. All right. Abby, you are strong. You can do it. Okay. There's no giving up. There's no giving up. You just need to learn how to be yourself. Value yourself. Value the children. If you have children with you, value them. Give them the best life. You see, you want them to avoid your mistakes. You don't want them to repeat the same process. So you want also to avoid such mistakes in your life. All right. It's very important. It's very, very important. It's very, very important. It's good move you do. You did made a good move. Is it such people makes you confused? I know. That's the point. Confusion is, you see, you meet them, you are not sure that this is how life is going to turn out. All right. That's just the point. You meet them, you thought, okay, it's going to get better, it's going to be okay. But at the long run, things start changing. Things start changing. So if you want, I already put the link there. If you want to say something, I mean, I've said my part, I've said my bit. I think the woman should just walk away. I think. So if you have something else to say, probably you have contribution to make today. I've already put the link on the chat box. So click on the link and I'll invite you on. I'm live, so we are live. I'm on my studio right now. What do you think about my studio anyway? We are live. We are just improving what we think is going to be better for our viewers. So, hey, if you want to come in here, I will invite you on studio to say something about it. Now, this is Abby again saying something. Okay, I've already read that. So, this is what I feel. This is what I feel. I just told you another story of another woman who had the same situation. I mean, there are a lot of women like that who have had the same situation. Terrible experiences that is going on just because they are afraid to leave their, face reality. It is real that the man is indecent. It is real that the man doesn't value your emotion, doesn't value how you feel. It doesn't even value you as a person. So what are you doing with such irresponsible individual? You see, someone that doesn't care, and you want to stick your life there and say, okay, it's do or die? No, this is not the situation. All right, hit the like button for those of you watching, and I'm expecting anyone to share his own comment and thoughts. If you do, that'll be great. I'll just put the link one more time, and there is the link. Come on, Abby, say something to encourage other women. I want you to say something, please. Say something to encourage other women. Okay, come on. Say something to encourage other women. There are a lot of women that are going to watch this video right now, and I want you to say something to them. There are a lot of them going through this situation. I want you to say something to them. Encourage them, please. Say something to encourage them. Say something to encourage them, because this is something that I feel we should avoid. Any woman can avoid this. All right? Any woman can avoid this. Any woman can avoid this. Any woman can avoid this. Now, the first thing is, especially, I want to talk to the young people. Young in the sense that you're planning to get married. You are from the age of 25 or from the age of 20 to 40. All right. You are not married and you're single and you intend to get married. Listen, don't rush into this. Don't rush into it. That's my best advice. Find time to educate yourself. There are wolves moving in sheep clothing. We have a lot of wolves, a lot of vipers, a lot of venomous beast moving in a cheap clothing. They just live as though, oh, they are so kind, they are so nice, they are so peaceful, until you get into the relationship and you get involved. Immediately you get involved, you get into the relationship, things start happening. You see it now? Things start happening. Okay, fine. If there are things, if you say there are things called soul tie, okay, I agree with you. All right, I agree with you that there are things called soul tie. All right, you say it's more spiritual than you want to accept, but it's real. But be careful. Good. Now, Abby said, let me put it up here. He said there are things called soul tie. Okay, it is more spiritual than you will want to accept, but it's real. Be careful who you choose for a life partner. I agree with you. I agree with you. But you just said the real thing. He says, be careful who you choose. That means you are the one that choose it. You get it now, Abby? So it's not like somebody forced it on you or the person forced himself on you. You chose. So you say, I chose this man, I chose this woman. So that's the point. We have to learn how to choose right. The problem is choice. The decision we make, that's where the problem is coming from. I believe this situation has been on with this man before they got married, because they have 3 kids. And within that three kids, that period of time they stayed together, the man has left the marriage twice. Can you imagine? He has left twice. So the problem has been there. The problem has been there. You see now? The problem has been there. It's just that the woman didn't know how to choose. That's what I'm talking about. How do you choose? What kind of choice are you making? What kind of choice are you making? How are you deciding to take somebody on board into your life? How are you deciding? There are a lot of people who get into a relationship without clear purpose. They don't even have a clear purpose, no clarity. Okay, why do you want to date? Why do you want to get married to this man? Why do you want to get married to this woman? You say, I just want to get married. Okay, do you know this person? Have you done your research? Have you done your research? Do you know what to expect? Do you know what kind of man are toxic for a marriage? Do you know? Do you know what kind of woman are toxic for a marriage? Do you know? You got to find out. You can't just run off based on, oh, the man proposed and you are flinging your ring. Oh, he just proposed to me. Okay, carry on. I'm not being biased. I'm just saying the truth. You see, this is real. I'm saying what it is. I'm saying the truth. Okay, it's reality. It's reality. I'm a married. Oh, you see my picture, my family picture is there. So I'm not kidding. I know what I'm talking about. Yes, Abby's here now. Yeah. Good. So let's hear from Abby.
Hi everyone.
Hello, Abby. How are you?
I'm good. This is actually my first time of
I
doing this.
know. I finally pushed you to come online to say
Done it,
something.
but, I see people do it all at the time. So
Yeah.
actually, speaking from my own experience, like I'm actually going through the process
Mm-hmm.
of it now, and it's been 18 years. Like 18 years, 2 days in a week, you're happy.
Oh
And
dear.
5 days in the week, you're all mad
Oh,
about the person you're fighting, and it's just be abusive. And actually, I didn't even understand what was going on. You
hmm.
know, I really, really didn't understand what was going on. It came to a point where I would sit sometimes and I would ask myself, "What's going on?
Hmm.
Why am I in this situation? Like, it was so confusing. You
Hmm.
know, you be with a guy, I have kids, and today he's saying we'll get married. Tomorrow he's saying, oh, let's do this. Then we'll get married after that, and on and on and on and on and on and on. Like, it's so stressful. So
18 years. He was
it,
doing that for a whole 18 years.
18, yeah, 18 years. Like sometimes I sit down and say to myself, my God, am I stupid? You
Hmm.
know? So then I came across, I think it was on Instagram, like I was following some page and I came across, just commenting, just like
Yeah.
now. And someone was like, do you think this is codependency? So I
Hmm.
actually went to Google and I checked out the meaning of codependency. And
Hmm.
when I read about it, then I stumbled on the word narcissist. And I
Hmm.
started reading, like full force. I was just reading. I was following everything to do with narcissist on the
Hmm.
Instagram. I was searching it on YouTube. I
Hmm.
got some postcards and so many, and everything started unfolding. Like now, I started realizing what I have been going through.
Going through.
You understand? Because I didn't get it. Like this is someone when I met when I was in my early 20s, and now
Wow.
I'm early 40s, and
Wow.
now I'm just realizing what has been happening.
My
I'm
God.
not married, like he just keep postponing. Let's do this. Oh, let's do this together. Let's do that together. When we finish doing this project, then we'll get married. When we finish doing the project, then he tells me, oh, why don't we just do the other one? And I'm like, what's going on? So by the time I discovered, and I was like, oh, he's using me or what? And this is someone who is also in his 50s, like, so it's
Oh my
just,
God. He's in his 50s.
yes, he is, and he's still postponing the marriage, like, and now
Oh dear
I
Lord.
think I realized what's going on, and now I'm just saying, okay, enough. Like, that's okay. You go your way, let me go my way.
Oh
So
my word.
yeah,
After 18 years.
yeah, I got tired. I'm so stressed, and I had to take my daughter had to refer me to a neurologist
Hmm.
because I was actually literally going crazy.
I
Sometimes
know.
I went through the process of, oh, I want to just like kill myself. Oh, let me just run out of the house. Like things like that. Like, I was literally going mental. I won't lie to you.
Oh
My
dear.
advice to this lady, don't take him back. It's difficult. It's difficult when you have the kids and all that. And if you
Thank
go deep,
you. Thank you.
if you
Mm-hmm.
go and question that woman, you see the man doesn't even have that fatherly care or feelings towards the children. Believe me, he's just about himself.
It's selfishness.
Yeah, he's just about. She shouldn't take him back, no matter how. She is not in love with him. Let me put that straight now. You think you're in love with her, but for someone to keep messing you up like that, you fall out of love. You fall out of love. They say love lasts forever. No, I don't believe that. Like now, I tell myself, like, if I should go into another relationship now, I'm going to mess it up because I'm so messed up, you
Hmm.
know. So she shouldn't take him back. She should. She should find her feet, take care of her children the best way she can, and just move on. Don't even think of other relationship now except just you and the children. Don't take that man back. It's no good. He's
Oh
going to
dear.
block you completely.
Can you imagine this? You see?
Listen, this is my own experience. I'm talking from my experience. As I'm talking now, I'm still going through the process of it.
Oh dear.
It's not good for you, but it's so difficult to let go. And when you ask yourself, what am I holding on to? Nothing. Nothing. You
Oh, okay.
shouldn't take it back.
Can
Yes, ma'am.
anyone tell me? I want to really know. Can anyone tell me why this thing really happened? Why is it so? Why do
I don't
men?
know. I guess it's just the environment we find ourselves in and the kind of people we are. There are this narcissist and there's this empath. And now I was thinking, oh, I'm an empath, but then I discovered I'm a toxic empath. Like, you know, I'm a toxic empath because I enabled him. You understand?
Oh
We
dear.
enabled people when you take things from people that you're not supposed to take from them. When you accept some certain behavior from people that you're not
You know,
you're not supposed to
yeah.
accept from them, they're just going to keep, keep on doing it. Like, oh, after all, she's going to take it. After all, she's going to. After all, and the more you give, the more they take. That's who they are. So if you how do you say, just to break free, like you said, we chose them and we can unchose them again. Like, I don't
Exactly.
want to. You just
Exactly.
have to be strong. We are not the how do you say, we like I said, I'm a toxic empath because once upon a time I thought this person was like, oh, he needs my help, I can help him, I'm his savior. Like, and then I realized, no, he doesn't need my help, he needs to help himself.
Self.
My helping him is destroying me.
And destroy, and even destroy him the more, because
Yeah.
he become
So
dependent on you.
too much, yeah, that's the truth. Yeah, so you have to let him go. Why didn't the other women, why didn't they hold on to him if he was that good? You understand?
Obviously.
If he was
Obviously.
that good, two women, why didn't they hold on to him? So that says a lot about him, and she taking him back says a lot about her as well. So she
Can
should
you
let
imagine
him
that?
go, because she's destroying her life. She's destroying her children's life. What she's actually portraying to her children is, oh, this how do you say, character, this attitude is acceptable. You have to accept how people treat you when they treat you badly. You have to be patient. Like, you have to be a doormat, actually, which is not good. It's not.
Oh,
So
oh.
I'll advise her to let him go. He shouldn't. He mustn't come back. He mustn't.
What would you say? What would you say, Abby? Thank you so much. What would you say to anyone now who haven't actually experienced this? How can they avoid things like this?
Well, what you say, the world we live in, there are so many actors and actresses. These things go both ways. Like, you have it in men, you have it in women.
Yeah.
And mine actually was like, when I actually first met him, he was this way. He was this way, and I was like, oh, he's this
It's
way.
gonna change.
He's not pretending. He's showing me what he is. Oh,
Mm,
maybe I can change him. You can't change him.
mm,
The only person you can change is yourself, if you
mm.
want to. You understand? So you can change him. And some of them will pretend, but there are always telltale signs that will always be popping up. I think that's what they call the red flags. Like, when they
Yeah.
pop, take it seriously. Don't think, oh, it's just a one off. It's not a one off, it's who they are. It's not a one off at all.
Mm.
It's who they are. You can't be too careful with people like this. They'll destroy you. They destroy you. Believe me. Believe me. Like, the way I am, like him, I think I just came to a point, like, I accepted it. Like, okay, this is what it is, and he messed me up. I allowed him mess me up. Now let me start building myself. Imagine, like, now I'm starting to do what I should have done, like, maybe
Yeah.
10 years back. Now I'm starting to do it one at a time, one at a time. Like, it's never too late, but don't just get close to these people. You can't change them. They come to mess you up. They come to they pull you back. They pull you back, like they wreck you. That's the word I can use. They will wreck you
And
mentally, physically, financially, emotionally. They will wreck you. They'll mess you up. Believe me,
wow.
they'll
Wow.
mess you up.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah. They
My
mess. Now
goodness.
I know I'm toxic. I'm so toxic now. I won't lie to you. Like, I wouldn't even advise myself to get into another relationship, because I'm just going to mess that person up, which I don't want to do.
Mm,
You know, so they
mm.
mess you up. They really mess you up. Believe me, they will. They will. They will.
So,
Yeah.
but you had kids with him, right?
I do. I do. Thank God. So that's the only consolation prize I have.
I
Like,
can imagine now.
I didn't waste
Yeah.
years for nothing. Imagine 18 years and he's still
Wow.
saying, and he's actually saying he doesn't trust me for 18 years. He's saying,
What?
he's saying he
Oh
doesn't
my
trust
God.
me. And you don't trust me, but listen to this. He doesn't trust me, but he always wants me to join hands with him
And do
any
things
project, and any project he wants.
he
Like,
wants.
Yeah, he can
he
say
needs
it
your
for the
substance.
family.
He needs your
He doesn't
support.
trust me. That's how good he gets, no? So he doesn't trust me, but no, but you trust me enough
Uh,
to assist you financially to gain what you want, you know? With the
oh,
guys on it's for the family, but you don't trust me.
wow.
It's, so that's the reality of it. That's the person who they
Awesome.
are.
Awesome. Awesome. I want to thank you for the courage you took to take after 18 long years.
Yeah. And you know, you said something about don't listen to family, don't listen to
Yes,
friends.
yes,
You know,
yes.
really don't. Mine was like, my friends were always kind of seeing everything, and they were like, "He's not good for you. He's not good for you." You know, my family were like, "He's not good for you. He's not good for you." But I was just like, "Oh, it's me and him against the world."
Oh.
Yeah, I don't care what people say. I was seeing it, I was experiencing it, and I was seeing what everyone was saying, like, he's not good for you. But I
Hmm.
was just like, no, I'll make it better. I'll make it work out. And that was how the
And
years,
he didn't have that mentality of working it out. You see,
you know.
you
So
you were ready to make it work, but he
I
wasn't. He doesn't even want to make it. He's just there because in his mind, he's not ready for it.
he's not ready for it. But what I think now is when I think of it is like he was just comfortable being around me because when he's around me, I see things work out really well for him, and he's able to really get on his how do you say what's the word mojo or something, I don't know.
Wow.
He's able to stand on his feet, and he's able to realize things that he wants to do. And when um, he's not really together. He doesn't put it together well, you know. So I think he's comfortable around me. He's just comfortable with
So
me. I
then
don't
he
know.
doesn't see that as a value or something to, I mean, to hold on to. I mean, he doesn't see that as something valuable.
I
Really?
don't know. That's the thing with people like this. That's the thing with
Wow.
people like this. You know,
There should
they
be
get.
something behind it. Something else is going on.
I have no idea. I have no
Something
clue.
else is going on with him, I
I
believe.
don't know. I
Yeah.
really, that's what I really don't know. Like, you know, I don't know. I don't know. You know, but all I know now is just I need to focus on myself and my
Yeah,
children.
please do. Please do,
You
because
know,
that's the best option, the best decision to take
yeah,
right now. And
yeah.
also focus on your kids. Ensure
Yeah,
you give them the right education, not to have the same
yeah.
error happen, because these people are out
Exactly. That's
there.
it.
They are out there.
Yeah,
Thank you
that
very
was
much,
actually my
Abby.
motivation to let
Thank
go.
you.
Like, I don't want my kids to be like that. I don't want my
Thank
kids to be
you.
like
Thank you,
that.
Abby. I really appreciate it. Please
Thank
keep
you.
coming back to our program. I like your
I'll try.
comments. I like the way you responded. And with you, we'll be able to help other families and mothers as well.
Hopefully,
Yeah,
hopefully, women like us, it takes us so long to listen.
I know.
Hopefully,
But you are
and
listening now. I'm glad you are. So
thank you.
you keep pressing on. Please,
Thank
thank
you
you so
so
much.
much.
I'll see you again. Stay on with us. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Bye.
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 Now, you guys heard Abby, and oh, thank you. Okay, Aggie, sorry, Aggie said, uh, woe to me to happen. Whoa, woe to me to happen. What's that? Woe me to happen to me. Okay, whatever you said, it means that it happens to you. We're separated now, and we are now in court over children. Wow, wow, I can imagine that. Is a long discussion, but you see, that's what we're trying to say. We have done a lot of series, a lot. Go to our video list. We have done a lot of videos on how to prevent these things from happening. Preparation for marriage is key. You got to study, look at those videos. There are toxic husband material. There are toxic wife material. There are signs everywhere. It's just like you are traveling to a certain place. There are signs to follow to get to your destination. So if you are seeing some signs that you don't want in your relationship, that's to tell you, that's not where I'm supposed to be going. But many of us, we are too much in a hurry. We are too much of ourselves to just go into a relationship without looking out for the necessities, the things that will make us happy first, the things that we really want. All right, so we need to know that. Oh my goodness, I'm not sure. Same here. Oh dear. Same here. It happens to me too, but thank God I didn't have kids for him, and I'm still young. Wonderful, wonderful. Can you imagine this? Now, this is so. Listening to family will ruin your life, and sometimes even when they have the best intention. Yeah, I said it before. Be careful who you listen to. Not only families, not only family, friends. Friends. There are some toxic friends who doesn't even understand how this thing works. They don't care about your happiness. They don't care about your life. They don't care about your future. But you do. You see, that's the beauty of it. You do. You care about your future. You care about your family. You care about your children. And then you are the one to be responsible for your actions. You are the one to know exactly what you want. Itemize what you want. If you don't know what to do, I've done some videos already. Go back to them, watch them, go to the playlist. You see the videos there. The titles are very obvious. It is what the title says that I talk about in the video. You will be glad that you know those things. You don't need to pay anything. Just go out and listen for yourself for free. Listen. If I were you, I would just be playing the playlist till the end. I need to listen to this. Those are the things you need right now. Because we need to reprogram ourselves. You know, we need to reprogram our mind to expect something better for ourselves. It's a decision. Many years ago, before I got married, exactly what I'm saying now is what I did. I had to make up my mind because I knew the way I was at that time, I wasn't going to make it work. If I get married the way I was at that time, it's going to shipwreck. Now, this is my 8 years in marriage. Now, it's not a long time, but it's good for me. It's as though we just started. For me, I've been enjoying a lot of things. I've been enjoying my relationship. I'm not even with this. With all this, I know, with all these things we talk about, it's going to be very difficult for even no matter how dark the things will be. Because these are the things you just keep reminding yourself. Life is based on principles. Successful relationship is based on principles. So if you know those principles, you work them, they will work for you. All right. Now, MVM says, I wasn't in a hurry. I was pressured. And what? You were pressured? And when it didn't work out, they blamed me. Who pressured you? Your parents or the man himself? Nobody should pressure anyone. I don't understand this. This is getting very hot here. I don't understand it. Why would anyone be pressured to marry someone else that he doesn't care about? Somebody you don't even know. In this age, in this 20th century, we are in 2020. We still have people who is being pressurized to marry at this age and now. Oh man, we need to do something. Oh no. There are some parents that need to be rewired. They need to change their thinking. And that's why a lot of times when you are making a decision to marry, it is your single decision. It has no need. Of course, I talked on a video. I talked about taking counsel from your family. All right. Yes, there's nothing wrong in seeking counsel, advice from your parents. Okay, you can take advice from a parent if only the advice is going to help you. Like like Abby said just now, the parent talked to her and said, this man is toxic, this man is going to ruin your life, but she didn't see that as something that she wanted to take as an advice. The friends told her, this man will destroy you, but again she thought, it is me and this man against the world, we are going to make it work. But the man wasn't thinking like that. Is it where the problem is? If the man said, listen, don't listen to these people, we are going to make things work together, we'll make this relationship work, and he talks about it with all passion and persuasiveness, and you can see that he's interested with his actions, and he's taking actions and he's making moves to shame those people who think that he's going to fail. But he didn't see that. He didn't even summon his courage and say, you know what, I know these people doesn't want me to succeed in my relationship, but I'm going to make them be ashamed. I'm going to shame them. I'm going to do my best to make it work. He didn't think like that. You see, he didn't think like that. So that's what I'm saying. Yeah, we need to really look at that. It's like the conversation we are having with Franklin. Yeah, it's the reality. It's the reality. It's the reality. We need to understand that responsibility starts from us. We, not our parents. They don't know what our future is going to hold. Okay, now imagine being in a relationship for 20 years and then your parents finally passed on. So what are you going to do if you are living in a relationship that has been toxic for 20 years? So you just live on and just suffer. What for? What for? Doesn't make sense. Subscribe, like this video. For those of you watching, I want to thank everyone. Now, if you want to make any comments, now I'm thinking NVM, I need you to come on. I need you to come on. Let me post the link here. I need to hear you. We need to learn from you. We need to take some advice from you as well. We need some people to advise us and tell us there are some women right now that needs to hear this. There are some men right now that need to hear this. Young ladies, especially the young ladies who are just desperate to get into this web of marriage, because they are getting young, they are not getting younger. My mother said I must give her a grandchild. My daddy said that I must give him a grandchild. So I have to get what? So you want to get married because they want a grandchild? Is that why you want to get married and get into a toxic relationship, even when the man hasn't even, he doesn't even have interest in getting married to you? So we need to consider this. Every action we're taking, we have to consider it very openly, very openly. Please don't take such decisions like that without proper research. Without proper research. Do your research. Be careful with the decision you're making. Consider what your future will be like. I talked about clarity of purpose. In one of my videos, I talked preparing for marriage. I talked about clarity of purpose. The reason why a lot of people are not married yet is because there's no clarity of purpose. No clarity. What do you want? I made a list. I remember many years ago. This is what I did. I made a list of the kind of woman I want to marry. You may say, well, that's stupid. It wasn't. It was the wisest thing I ever did in my life. The wisest thing I ever did in my life. I have to make a list because at that time, I just graduated, all right? I was reading books. I read a lot of books. I was reading books on relationship, how to get a better relationship, how to get a better wife, how to be a better man. Me, myself, I discovered I had a problem. I need to change me. You see, I have to change my thinking. I have to change my behavior. Because for me to attract a good woman into my life, I have to be a good man. I have to be the right person, isn't it? You attract who you are. You do not attract who you want. It is who you are you attract. When I discovered that principle many years ago, I started changing me. I just mirror myself. I said, what kind of a man am I anyway? I needed to know the kind of person I am. And I was able to address it with the help of friends, with the help of family. They were able to tell me, you live like you need to change this. You need to. So that helps me a lot. okay. So I started reading. I started studying. I read Bibles, I read books, I read Christian materials, I studied, I went to seminars, I did a lot of things. I still have some of those materials on my shelf. My wife knows. And this was many years ago, early 1999. Early 1999. And then that helped me to now make up a list of what I want to do, what I wanted, clarity of purpose. And at that time, I've mentioned it before, I had about 3 ladies who I was interested in my life. They were interested in me, but I have to go through the list to check them. And out of the 3, my wife now is the one that I got married to. Yes, MVM, you're welcome. Now, let me finish this before I bring you on, okay? Just hold on there. Now, throughout the list I made, only my wife had 9 out of the 10 list I made. It was 10 points. I needed 10 things I want my wife to have, to be like. And out of the 10, she had 9. She was the only person among the 3 ladies. She was the only person that had 9. The rest of them were struggling with 5, 4. All right. And I thought, wow, this thing works. So I put them to test. I test run them. And it happened just the way the list was. And ever since, I have not regretted. And ever since, I made up my mind. I said, I'm going to make this marriage work, irrespective of what happened. I don't mind to become a marriage tutor. I don't mind to become a counselor in marriage, but I have to learn it. I have to make it work. It's a decision we have to make. Let me bring in, all right, we're here with MVM. What is your name, please, MVM? Thank you for coming.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello, MVM. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm all right. You're welcome to our show today.
Yeah. Um,
What do you think? What do you think about what we're saying?
the
Especially this lady.
well, unfortunately, I didn't catch the broadcast from the beginning. I'm not going to be giving my name, just, you know,
Okay, that's awesome. That's
anonymity.
fine. That's fine. I'll stick with that.
Yeah, thank you. But I
Yeah.
always enjoy watching Nigerians talk about marriage just
Yes.
due to how we're brought up and
Yeah.
how our parents raised us, and the importance of marriage and the
Yeah.
lack of education we get on marriage.
That's the key.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, that's really what happened to
Yeah.
me. I mean, like, they had the best intentions. I'll give them that. But it was just a lot of, as a Nigerian woman, you listen to your parents. If you don't listen
Mm,
to your parents, you're a bad kid. It was just a
mm.
lot of back and forth. It was a lot of pressure, if I'm being honest. Um, it was
Oh,
something you said about narcissists.
yeah.
And yeah, I basically married a narcissist without
Oh,
knowing. And honestly, figuring that out was really what helped
mm.
me get through it because it allowed me to understand that all that was happening had nothing to do with me. Like, I live in Canada, right? We got married in 2013.
Wow.
Yeah, we got married in 2013. I think I was like, what, 23, 24,
Yeah.
or something like that? Yeah. And the whole thing was, okay, get married, squan to him to come to Canada, and, you
Mm.
live your life like we see so many people do. But, like,
Yeah.
even from that, like, getting him here, it took 4 or 5 years
Wow.
almost after we got married. And honestly, looking back at it, that should have been a sign to everybody, but no one said anything to me. You know the
Mm.
worst part? You were talking about friends and how they give you bad advice. I'm an
Yeah.
odd kind of person. I don't have friends.
Good.
Once I left high school and university, I
Mm.
just kind of cut everyone off because I don't like people. Let me just put it that way. But the
Yeah.
thing that happened with me was everyone was seeing it, and because I grew up abroad, there were just certain things I didn't know, and no one bothered to say anything to me. They just allowed me to, like, walk into the pit of hell in a way.
Wow.
And that is actually more of what I was upset about, is the
Mm.
fact that I was pressured into doing this. I spoke up about doing it. I come from a family of girls. We're all girls. My older sister is married with kids. And they kind of just thought, okay, well, you're
Is
of
it-
age.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, let's get this thing going. And it's
Mm.
just not everything's gonna work out the same for everybody.
Yeah.
I realized my older sister was an exception and not the rule. They
Hmm.
got married very young. Uh, everything worked out for them, and thank God, I'm so happy for them. But
Yeah.
my parents just kind of figured, well, it worked for her, it worked for you too. So, but it was a mess. The guy, he like lied from day one, and I wasn't even aware, and
Oh
everyone around
yeah.
me knew it, and just like could not be bothered to tell me. And
Wow.
like the main reason I wanted to say something is this marriage pressure thing. Like, please, Nigerian women, like I get it. You know, as a Nigerian woman living abroad, I know the pressure is different for Nigerian women living in Nigeria. But like
Yeah.
this marriage thing, we need to stop carrying marriage on our head. We
Oh
need
dear.
to, because that's what's causing a lot of this issues. We see the pictures, we see everything, and you want to get married too, but like no one talks to you about marriage itself. It's all about the wedding, you know. Like and that's why I really like what you're doing, sir.
Thank you
You
so much.
talk
Thank
about marriage, you, Franklin, and there's another pastor.
Yeah.
What's that does it, and I watch the show. And the funny thing is, I'm not even Christian, but I love you guys. So
Thank you.
keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you
Because you
so much.
guys are,
I appreciate
and you
that.
guys are men, so the men will most likely listen to you. We women, we know these things. We're like groomed to be wives as soon as we're born, as
Yeah.
Nigerian women. And if you're blessed enough to have the wherewithal to navigate that, in your family, congratulations to you. I wasn't. Now I'm better. I'm better at it, But like I said, because you guys are men, men are more likely to listen to you. They're likely to take the action to change themselves before they get in a relationship with women, before they get married. Because what I've noticed is it doesn't matter how old the man is, like you said, if he's not mentally ready, it's not happening. Like
It's not happening.
it does not matter. It does not matter. If he doesn't like you, if he doesn't love you, and he's not ready, it does not matter. Like, let me tell you, like, the messed up part about my situation. Like, this guy
Hmm.
comes to Canada, right? Without
Yeah.
me knowing, he has a baby mama in Nigeria. And then
Yeah.
when he gets here, he gets a girlfriend. And I'm like, dude, are you mad? Like, first of all, you are not ready for marriage, but you managed to get someone else pregnant, and now you're in Canada and you're doing boyfriend and girlfriend. So you have girlfriend, you have baby mama, and you have wife. Like,
Oh
oh,
dear.
the audacity, the audacity. So like at that point, I was like, yo, this has really nothing to do with me, Uncle. You're a mess. As a human being, you're a mess. Like
Immense.
you're a mess. Like I'm just gonna take myself out of this. Like you are just dragging me along on your rubbish. Like I got entangled in it, and like what has happened has happened. But uncle, like you have things you need to figure out, And I got out of it. I moved out of my parents for about a year. Even that was tough because again,
Wow.
Nigerian woman. Even if you're in the Western world,
Hmm.
and most especially as a Muslim too, like goddamn. It's just no, no, no. But I had to get my own space. I needed to, like you said, figure yourself out. You have to
Yeah.
figure yourself out. You have
It's
to
so
learn.
important. It's so
You
important.
you have to. I'm trying to tell that to my younger sister right now. Because I heard her talking like, oh, I have a job. I'm done school. I think I'm ready to get married. I was like, Auntie, be quiet. Just because we have everything lined up doesn't mean you think anything. You don't even know who you are. Like yeah, you're done university. You have a good job. Congratulations. But you, marriage, I want to marry a Nigerian man. You that you cannot even cook rice. Don't even try it. So I really, really,
Can't
and like,
even cook rice. No, seriously.
I love her. I love her. But those ones abroad that were born there, I love her with all of my heart. But that's why, I make sure to talk to her about everything I've learned. Because I've learned so much. Like I've learned, I'm so grateful that we didn't have kids because that was
Oh.
like the pressure too. Like his mother, I called his mother, and like when I found out about everything, I called his mother, and his mother is like, she's having a baby. You two have your own. I'm like, you people are mad. That's the advice you're giving me. Like, your son is doing this, and your solution is, I should too get pregnant and join to
Oh dear.
compete for a lousy person who doesn't even know what. Anyway, I can go on and on,
Thank
but
you. You know what? There's something I want you to say. Just one word, okay?
mhm.
In looking at relationship now, one word. If you want to advise somebody who is interested right now in taking this route now, going to the journey, what would you say the person should do before getting in?
Know yourself and know what you want. It's just that simple. Know
Know
yourself
yourself,
and know
know
what
what
you
you
want, because like the thing we're talking about, writing down what you want, that
want.
year that I had by myself, I did that. Like I read the books, I picked up the Quran, I picked up the Bible, I read everything. That's just the kind of person I am, because I needed to understand how I got to where I was. Like, what happened? What did I skip? And what I skipped was not involving myself in the process. Like, it felt like I was just walking through it, you know? We did the registration. I didn't even feel like I was there. I just
Mm,
kind of showed up and we're doing this. Just smile, just smile. So know yourself and know what you want. Write it down, like you said, sir. Write it down. Like
mm,
I've spoken to other men since then, and I know I've seen the difference between being sure of myself and what I'm looking for and what I want, and
yeah,
when I wasn't. Like at this point, I've I did a thing after I moved out. I went on dates specifically with Nigerian Muslim men because I
yeah.
didn't want to hate them. Because I
Mm,
knew I wanted to marry a Nigerian Muslim man and I didn't want to hate men. So I
wow.
wanted to see who else was out there. They're not all like that, you know. But when I did that and I wrote everything down and I read a lot of books and I've read a lot of psychology about relationships and what makes a relationship work, those dates were definitely very different from anything. Like I felt so good knowing that okay, this one is not the one, but I can enjoy the date and move on, you know? Like we have to raise women, yes, and men too, but most especially Nigerian women. We need to do the same thing. You need to know yourself and you need to know what you want.
What you want?
Because
Wow.
it's you at the end of the day. Like what happened to me? My mom started yelling at me and people were fair. People like if I ran away with this guy and we got married and it didn't work out, I'd be like fine, okay? But that's not what happened. But anyway, I digress.
Wow.
I'm gonna let you continue
Thank
your
you.
show.
That's
Thank you
awesome.
so much. Thank you
Contribution
so
was
much.
so impactful. Thank you so much. Thank
All
you. I
right.
really appreciate it. Please stay
Have a
online
good
until we're
day.
finished. And
Have
maybe
a
you
good
might
day.
have
Keep
one or
doing
two
your
comments
thing.
to make as well. Thank you so
Thank you
much.
so much and keep doing your thing, sir. I really
And
enjoy what you do.
have a very wonderful evening.
You
Thank
too.
you.
Bye.
Bye. Wow. My goodness. Thank you all for the comments. Oh, Olivia, thank you. I've been reading your comments and amazing. Yeah, amazing. You heard what the last caller, the previous caller just said. Know what you want, know yourself before you venture into any relationship. Maybe you just came out of the one that didn't work. Know yourself, know what you want. That's the best thing that's the first place to start. Know what you want. So yeah, civic coach, greetings to you, sir. I see you online. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us, civic coach 216. He was our previous guest in our some of you have watched some of the one of the talk show we had. He was our previous guest. Yes, Olivia. Now, if you want to have something to say, I can stay spare about a few more minutes for those of you who have something to contribute to this situation. And again, you have your own experience and you want to give one or two advice on what can be done, how you survive this kind of attack, this toxic relationship. The link is on the description, on the comment section, on the chat box. You'll be able to comment. Now, I'm reading Olivia's Gabriela message here. It says Nigeria parents abroad don't know how to advise either because they are so desperate for their girls to get married a fellow Nigerian instead of a non-Nigerian. Okay, well, there's nothing wrong. You see, it's not about marrying a non-Nigerian or marrying a fellow Nigerian. That's not the issue. It's not about the problem. Is not the nationality. I want you to understand something. The problem is not the nationality. the problem is about individual, the psychological and philosophical makeup of an individual. That's what we're dealing with. Of course, we can have attributed to many of the African nations because of the upbringing. Many of us were brought up in a very harsh environment. Many of us were brought up in a very violent environment. All right. So we don't even understand. Okay, for instance, a man who has been programmed to be a man, he just thinks that I'm the man. He thinks about power. He thinks about authority. He thinks about being the head of the man. So the Bible says he's the head of the man, head of the house. The Quran said he's the head of the house. Then every other counselors and information he gets says he's the head of the house. So now he now thinks like that. So you know what I mean? So he's thinking and he says, I'm the head of the house. So he does things without considering the wife. He does things without considering the children. He doesn't even consider how they feel. He doesn't think they have anything to say or contribute, even though when he consider the wife to say anything or contribute, is based on the fact that he has something to gain, is going to benefit him one way or the other. That's why he allowed that. In most cases, he runs the family in such an authoritative way, from an authoritative standpoint. You see, that again can be numerous. All right. Now, I finally brought you on, Gabriel Olivia. Now, again, let me finish this statement. So I'll bring you on now shortly. Now, if that kind of man get married to somebody, what do you think is going to happen? He's going to live like that authoritatively. So Africans has that. I know that. But in most part of Europe, there are a lot of other issues, individual situation. Let me bring in Olivia. Olivia, you're welcome to our channel today. You're welcome.
Hi.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
So what do you have to say about this? I know you've been saying a lot of, mentioning a lot of things on the comment section, but concerning this woman's situation and the husband cheating on her twice, and now she's coming back again and again. You see, the husband is coming back again and again to try to, get them back. I mean, what do you think? What do you think? I don't want to say it. I don't want to ask you the opposite question, but what do you think? You tell me.
Okay. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here with you.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Okay.
We all can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Well, specific to the situation you're talking about, I mean, her decision, or she's in that process where she's still trying, contemplating taking him back. That's a very common thing that happens in Nigeria.
Okay.
I've heard too many. I mean, I can give you like two off the top of my head where, almost similar thing. Guy leaves
Yeah.
family, goes to another woman,
Yeah.
either has children,
Yeah.
doesn't even, look back to know if his kids are eating or alive. Just
Yeah.
totally just leaves the wife and the kids, and
Mm.
then a couple of years later comes back. Actually, the one off the top of my head, the woman comes back from work. She just sees the man inside the house. He's sitting down inside the house. You haven't paid rent. You haven't paid children's school fees. You didn't
Yes.
ask how they were eating. You didn't ask if
Yeah.
they were even alive.
Yeah.
But you still feel bold enough to come and enter the house and expect some sort of, to still be giving some sort of courtesy, respect. And people
Take
were
him back.
telling
He wants to
to
come
be
back
taken
home.
back.
Which
And
home?
people are still telling this, but maybe the other woman did jazz on him. Maybe she did this,
What?
these men, there's always some excuse given to these people, given to these types of men. And unfortunately, it is too much. I mean, always, I've never seen anybody just say, at least in Nigeria, where they can just say, you know what, this guy was crap. Yes, let him have a relationship with his children. Fine, no problem. But you, as the wife, don't take him back. He has just proven himself that he's not worthy. I've never heard that. Every time it is always just pray, maybe the devil possessed every time. Every time. It's always the devil, it's always some spirit, it's always some
Seriously?
jazz. And I'm always like, is it only men they do jazz to? Are you saying that they don't do jazz to wives? Because apparently it's only husbands that they do jazz for, but they don't do jazz for wives. So that the wives will just abandon their children, abandon their kids, just leave the house and then come back one day after 5, 6 years and just expect to be taken back. It seems like they don't do jazz on married women. It's only married men that they do jazz, or the devil
They're just
possesses
biased,
them.
isn't it?
Exactly. But I mean, like I said on the chat,
Comment.
she
Yeah.
shouldn't take him back because basically he's done this twice. He's shown her who he is. He's probably, the other woman got tired of him, kicked him out. He's looking for a place to stay, somebody who will feed him. So he comes back, and since he knows that he did it the first time, she took him back. He was able to do it a second time. I think she took him back. Now, like you said, this is the third time or so.
This is the second time he has come back, and he's not asking to stay again.
Now, what they do too is because you have children for them, they always use the children to try and get back into your good, okay. That's how they do. They'll use the children to try and make it seem like, yes, let's be a family again. But his character has been shown. Let him have the relationship with the children however he wants to do it. But she, as a wife, she's not even his wife. I don't know if this is a Christian couple or a Muslim couple, but you're not a wife. If your husband leaves you, he's not helping you, he's not providing for you, he's not providing for his children, he's not protecting you. You're not a wife. You're just a child bearer. You're a child bearer and a maid and a nanny. And he's not paying you. People pay nanny, they pay child bearers, they pay cooks, they pay cleaner. You're not being paid. He left her, and I'm sure he's not providing any financial support. So you're not a wife. You're not a wife. You're just a surrogate
I think
child bearer.
the woman should call a CPS on him, because for me personally, that man will in fact that man is going to pressurize this woman until she gives, because it's like he has a way of getting back to her.
That's part of it is also because the people in her environment are also encouraging it. They're encouraging it. If she had support where they were like, no, don't take this man back. We'll help you with this or that. I don't know if they're in Nigeria or I don't know if they're abroad, but wherever they are, if she had support where it was like, no, you cannot take this man back, and
in abroad. Yeah, he's abroad. It's not even Nigeria.
Okay. Oh, okay.
That's why the guy is messing up.
If she had support where it was like, don't take him back, da. But I mean, she's abroad, so she doesn't necessarily have that. Then that means like, if she's abroad, I doubt his family members. Maybe they're calling her from Nigeria, whatever. But it has to be her. Maybe she feels like, okay, if he's in the home, while he's in the home, he'll be helping. But that kind of person, I really doubt that they're helping with anything in the house. I doubt he's helping her with child rearing. I doubt he's helping her, financially. I don't think he'll be doing much of anything. So her life isn't going to improve.
Obviously, he's not. Obviously, he's not. According to the story that she gave, her explanation was the man had been on. How do I put it? There's a word she used. Unpredictable.
Mm-hmm.
You see, when a man is unpredictable, the fact that he goes and comes back, whenever he wants, obviously, I think they are under the children himself is actually the situation that she's facing. That's why she's staying there, because she doesn't want the children to suffer the loss of their parental guide, and she's afraid that the CPS might come to take the children.
But I don't know how much in depth you know, but who is financially providing? Is she the one providing for the children? Is he helping in anything
They are
at all?
taking a lot of they are living a lot on child support.
Okay, so so at least he's paying child support.
Yeah,
Okay, so he's paying child support. Is she
yeah.
working or she's not working?
She's not working because of the situation, because the man is not there. He always off and on,
Okay,
sneaking away with
and
other women,
they are young children.
and they are
That's
young
also
children.
uh,
The eldest is about 10. The younger
mhm.
one, the younger one is the last one was is about 5 according to her. So the middle one is 7. 3 children.
Well, CPS does not necessarily take your kid. They don't take your kids just like that without reason. There has to be like an issue of maybe they
Yeah, if they can't
abuse
provide for the kids, if they
somebody.
can't cater for the kids, and the man is the
I
woman is
don't.
afraid of losing
I didn't.
her now, losing
I didn't.
him.
I didn't in the states.
Hmm.
I didn't in the states.
No, no, they are not in
Or
the States. They are in Europe here.
oh, okay. I don't know how it is in Europe, but I mean in the states they won't take your kids just because you can't. There's so many programs to
Mm,
help people. I mean, if she's looked into any programs, especially if you're low income, you have, 3 kids. I mean, I don't know what her citizenship status is in Europe, but she can look into programs. There are programs, there are churches, they help women, help low income women, help them with like, getting jobs, help them with childcare, help them with,
mm.
financial, extra money, things like that. She needs to look at resources. I mean, that's one thing. She's abroad, so there's always like at least some sort of safety net for women with kids and they're hitting financial times. Generally, most of the governments try to
That
have like
if
a
she decides
safety.
to stay alone now without the man, that's what you're suggesting,
Yes,
right?
yes. So she should start looking into those things, start gathering information. Um, they would help. I mean, even churches, a lot of churches have like a department to help like their church members. Now if she's going to a
Is
Nigerian
if you
church,
want to
that's
talk about
different.
churches, me, I will not really,
No, that's why I
I will
said
not
if
really guarantee that, because most churches need to come to that awareness that they are responsible for to take care of people.
no, that's why I said
Many churches are not.
that's why I said
Yeah.
if she's in a Nigerian church, then yes,
So,
that's going to be different. But
it's going to be
I mean,
difficult.
yeah, but it's going to be difficult. But I mean, there are churches that you don't even have to be a member. Catholic Church is actually one of them. They have departments, agencies to help women, and you don't even have to be Catholic,
Mm.
to do that. But I mean, what I'm just trying to say is there are resources. She's
Yeah, there are.
abroad. There are
Yeah.
resources. She herself needs to decide. I mean, okay, I mean, at least the guy is paying child support, which is
Mm.
good, but she has to become financially independent on her own.
I think that's what she's holding on to. That's what is holding her because of the child support she's getting.
Yes. So I mean, like I said, she shouldn't, I mean, leave the relationship with the kids. Let him have relationship with the kids. Nobody's saying, she should block that aspect. But for herself, she needs to realize that the guy is no good. He's no good. And if she continues accepting him, he will end up doing the same thing. Now, there might be a small chance that it could be salvaged, but she has to act differently. If she keeps
Mm.
acting the way she's acting,
Mm.
or being scared of losing him or anything like that, he's going to keep doing what he's doing because he knows that, oh, okay, sure, banker, this one is here. So let me
Hmm.
go out. I will have my fun, do whatever. When the fun side gets too realistic for me, okay, I come back to Mrs. Mumu steady. She's going to be there.
He's been doing that. That's what he's actually doing.
Exactly. So he's going to keep doing that because her reaction is still the same. If depending on the situation, like I said, she needs to decide what she wants to do. Look for resources, get herself together, see where she can get help. Once she gets all those things in place, then she should just tell him that, look, you know, no more coming back, no more coming forward. If he's going to stay, then these are her conditions. Number one, they have to go to marital counseling. He has to go for marital
So
counseling.
you are proving that for me, there's no room for that
No, no,
anymore.
no. I'm just saying that if I said if on the off chance, because women,
Okay.
some women are different. For me personally, if you say you're leaving, that one time you've left, that's the end of it. But some women are different. Some women are different. So if she is going to take him back, they have 3 kids, she's,
Mm,
whatever. If she's going to take him back, she cannot take him back the way she's acting. First of all,
hmm.
she needs to become strong on her own.
On our
She
own.
she needs to become strong on her own. Find
Good.
resources, find, do something, get some sort of educate, whatever she can do. But she needs to find some resources that will help her stand on her own so that she's not scared that
Mm,
of if he leaves, okay, if he stops the child support out of vindictiveness or whatever, then she'll be totally flat on her feet. So she needs to find a way to stand firm on her own. Once she can stand firm on her own, then she can actually make a proper decision. Now she's in this place of, oh, should I let him come back? If I don't let him come back, he may stop the child support. What will I do with the children? So that is also part of why she keeps taking him back. She is
mm,
not firm on her own. If she's
yeah.
firm on her own and she knows that, okay, worst case scenario, if I don't take him back or he's not getting what he wants from me, if he decides to stop this child support, okay, I have XYZ to fall back on,
Mm-hmm.
you know. So, I mean, finances is a big issue
It's a big issue. Yeah.
for a lot of reasons why
Yeah.
women stay in certain situations. So that's why she needs to find out where she can, get resources, where she can help herself, so that if she says no, I don't want you back, and he decides to, do that vindictive thing of, okay, I'm not paying child support, she
Mm,
won't, she won't be scared. She has her own plans. That's the main thing, you know.
wow.
If she
Thank
decides to take him back, if he's still
you.
begging and it looks like she decides to take him back, once she's firm on her own, if she
Mm,
wants to take him back, she can say, no, if you're coming back, these are my conditions. Before you
yes.
can even come back, he has to go and get individual therapy to figure out what his own issue is with himself and why he's
Seriously.
acting the
He
way he's
needs to.
acting.
Yeah.
After individual therapy, they can get marriage therapy, but he needs individual therapy to figure out himself. And if he really wants to be in the relationship or not. If he says he wants to be in the relationship, then why are you acting the way you're acting? You know.
What Olivia, thank you. What time do we have to be going through this trauma and then try to come back? What time do you have to spend on it to go through all of this?
I know. I mean, that's why I'm saying that.
Wasted time
I
and
mean, if I
energy.
had to give her advice, I tend to look at, okay, let's look at practical and impractical. So
Mm-hmm.
if her issue is she doesn't have money, then she needs to find a way. How can she get money? Can she get resources apart from the guy?
How
That's
traumatic.
yes. Once she sorts that out, and she can stand on her own feet, then she'll be able to now make a decision from a more centered place.
Yeah.
She'll be able to make a decision for a more centered place instead of a place of fear. Like, okay, I rely on this guy for child support. Okay, if I act too angry or if I act too this, he may stop paying. Because I mean, somebody who leaves and goes twice, that's probably something he holds over her head. Like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, if you protest too much or whatever, I won't pay or something like that. I mean, that kind of person, I'm sure he's done it before, you know. So
Wow.
that's probably another reason why she keeps taking him back.
Now, Oliver, before you go, I want to
Mhm.
ask you what final word, just one word, you want to give as an advice, because probably you had your own experiences as well. Probably you're having an amazing time now in your relationship. Wonderful, whatever area you are, where can you speak from to advise somebody in this that may be going through this situation, or they're planning to get married, and how they can avoid this kind of situation?
I mean, my personal experiences have not been that bad actually
Awesome.
in terms of this thing because, I had my dad. He was a good husband and a good dad. He wasn't perfect, but he was a good husband, good dad. So I saw a good relationship between my parents. I didn't see too much of these, craziness. But then I come from a big family, and
Yeah.
I grew up partially in Nigeria. I grew up partially in the States, both
Okay.
sides, but I'm
Yeah.
currently in the States. So I've been
Okay.
able to see, both sides of the fence about different, relationships, marriage, and how these things go.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I made a comment about the previous caller, the girl
Mm.
who
Yeah.
was Nigerian,
Yeah.
raised abroad, and then the parents, connected her to a Nigerian guy. The reason why I made that statement is because I find that, Nigerian parents, especially the older set,
Mm.
they don't realize, or, depending on when they came to the States, they think that, just because their children are Nigerian, and yes, they're Nigerian, but if they're raised abroad, they have a different mentality. And the guys or the people they're seeing are raised with a different mentality when it comes to relationship. In general, they're good
Mm.
and bad people. If you didn't grow up in Nigeria, you didn't deal with, like, when you're young, Nigerian guys, the toasting, the talking, the seeing different things. They didn't really see, grow up in a large family to see some of the good, the bad, the middle of relationships and marriage. They don't
Yeah.
know how to look out for the red flags.
Mm.
And these Nigerian parents, because they're so desperate, not desperate, but they don't want them to marry outside. They want them to marry Nigeria. Nothing wrong with that. But you also have to know that Nigerian guys raised fully in Nigeria, depending on their class level, depending on the exposure level, it's not every
Mm-hmm.
girl that will be suited to any Nigerian guy.
Mm-hmm.
You have to
Mm-hmm.
know, you know, where that person is coming from, their upbringing, their background and stuff. I myself, even as a Nigerian, I cannot marry any Nigerian guy. I can't marry, it depends on class, it depends on their upbringing, it depends on, I mean, I'm married to a Nigerian, but I'm just saying that,
Okay.
I'm married to a Nigerian. No, I'm married to a Nigerian, but I'm
Okay.
saying that, it's not everybody. Not everybody makes it, because I grew up a certain way. So some people,
Mm.
their background is vastly different. Me as a woman, I know that what they saw or their expectation will be very different than what I grew up with, and what, this thing, because I had a different background. So it's not everybody I can hang with, or I could hang with and say, oh, okay, no matter how good the person is, I just know that there'll be a clash. And with that expectation of, oh, women are supposed to submit, the man is the head, and not even just through Christianity or religion, just even the tradition itself. Or you have to follow what he says, this and that. I just knew that it's not everybody I could hang with, it's not everybody I could marry, no matter if they're a good person or not. The
Yeah.
expectation of me, I would not be able to do it. So, I mean, just in general, anybody who's getting married, I would say, if you guys can do some serious premarital counseling before marriage, I will advise it. You also
Mm.
have to look, especially for girls, you have to be willing to ask hard questions of the guy. What is their
Yes.
background?
Mm-hmm.
How did they grow up? What did they
Mm-hmm.
see their parents do? Oh, okay,
Mm-hmm.
your father used to beat the mom. Your father used to beat your mom. Do you think that's right? Did you like it? You have to be willing to ask, like, some real serious
Serious
questions. What
questions.
is your expectation of me as a wife? This and that. If I have children, are you expecting me to just jump up and work and do this and do that and this? If you're living abroad too, you have to be willing to ask, like, serious questions
Hmm.
about that person and find out, their mindset.
Awesome.
So,
Awesome. 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 Wow. Thank you. That's 5 star. 5 star rating there. Olivia, thank you. I really
okay,
appreciate that. So that's exactly what we're talking about. And thank you, Olivia. I want you
you're
to
welcome.
always keep coming back to share your thoughts with us and your experiences, depending on the topic that we're sharing. Thank you so much. I appreciate
You're
you.
welcome. Have a
Have a
nice day.
lovely day. Thank you.
Uh,
Oh boy, guys, you have it. You see it. Thank you so much for all of your comments. And now, Olivia just said a final word. Guys, you need to know what you want. Everyone is repeating the same thing. You can't just jump into something. Find out what you want. You'll be able to ask questions. Look out for the red flags. And I've done a lot of series of videos for those of you who are interested in getting into another relationship. You had one before, but it didn't work out, and now you're trying to start another one. Don't just go ahead and start it with your previous mindset and previous philosophy or previous experience. You need to find time to recuperate. You need to find time to build up. You need to find time to change your perception. And then I've done several videos on it that will help you to understand that. I've done several videos. Go and check the list. The playlist. It's just for you to watch. Just listen. That's it. And it talks about preparing for marriage. There are toxic husbands material. There are toxic wife material. There are ex-horrible husbands. They are horrible. You don't want to get involved with them. Yet they were married before. They are ex-horrible wives. You don't want to get involved with them. Yet they were married before. But these are the things I've talked about, and the signals, the red flags that you need to get to see. Go check out those videos. They will help you big time. All right. Thank you, everyone. I think my time is up today. And I thank everyone for your comment, for your suggestions, and all of those who spoke on our program today. Thank you for your contributions. MVN, thank you for your contributions. Olivia, thank you for your contributions. And also, Ege, thank you. You were here earlier on. Abby, thank you very much. I'll never forget your comments and contributions as well on this video. For those of you watching for the first time, I want to encourage you to subscribe if you haven't subscribed to this channel. And those of you who are there who have been watching, please like the video and share with your friends and loved ones if you want to, and if you have been inspired as well. Thank you, everyone. And now we'll come to an end of this program. I'm gonna see you again in another live program. I'm gonna come up tomorrow because there's something more coming up tomorrow. Another email which I received, we're going to talk about tomorrow. Thank you so much. Until then, have a beautiful Sunday day. It's live stream. I'm live here, so this is not like pre-recorded video. So we want to discuss. I want everyone to discuss with this subject because it's very important that we provide solution to this lady that is going through this particular challenge in our marriage and as a family. So we are all about family aspects. So I want to encourage you to participate today. So what are we going to talk about? Like we already know, the topic is very, very touching. To know that things like this, they happen. I thought things like this never happens. I never know that there are people who will actually value their mother. A man will value much more their mother than the wife that they marry, and also go ahead to defy their marital birthright for the. I can't imagine that. So I have been thinking about it. My mind has been going through it. I think, what is going on in families? What are people going through in their marriages? It's terrible. So I want us to talk about it, and I want everyone to participate on this particular topic, because your opinion, your suggestion, your idea, whatever you think is right on this matter, is gonna help a lot of people. Believe me, it's gonna help a lot of people. So I encourage you to participate today, this afternoon. I want you to share your comments. I want you to call in if you want to call in. You must say something about this, because this lady need an answer. There are many women out there who need the same answer right now as we're talking. They need the answer. They need this question to be answered. They are going through this particular challenge in their relationship as we speak. So it's a huge, mind-blowing, very disturbing issue. For me, it is disturbing. It is a huge concern. I cannot imagine that going on in a family. Let's just cut the chase, Let's cut the chase and go right into the question. Let's see exactly what the question is about, and let us analyze. If we are all adults, let us analyze logically this situation. I want us to analyze it logically, because this is a huge thing that I feel every woman who's going through this particular situation should break out from. I believe is a bad thing, is a bad practice a man will engage, and I don't think any marriage should be or family should be doing this or allowing this to happen. So let's look at the question right off front, and then we're going to come back and then talk about all of these things. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere. Like I said, this is live program. I don't want you to go anywhere. I'm here live. We're going to be discussing. I'll be right back in a minute. Yes, welcome back. I told you I'm here live. So I want to continue to share something about this particular live stream, this video today. Now, the question, I want you to look at it. The question is just mind-boggling. Look at that. My mother-in-law wants my husband to sleep in her room for some days. I want you to listen to this. He said, my mother-in-law wants my husband to sleep in her room for some days when my father-in-law is out. Is this okay? How should I respond? Wow. This is very touching. First, I want you to understand what is going on here. The husband came to the wife and said, my mother is asking me to come and stay with her, sleep in her room, because my dad has gone out. My dad has gone out, and then I think we need to I need to be with my mom to sleep in her room, because she wants me to sleep in her room for a couple of days, because my dad has traveled. My dad is going out. And then this is what this man, this husband, is telling the wife right now. And he says, my mother is asking me to come and stay in her room. So and for the couple of days, I'm not going to be sleeping with you as a wife, as my wife. I'm going to be sleeping in my mother's room. So in quote, I'm going to be sleeping with my mother. I don't know if you understand that. That happened. This is true story. Now, this is not like a makeup question. This is real. I mean, this is more than just real, because for me, I'm feeling like this is happening now. The woman was told by the husband and said, my wife, my mother wants me to my mother wants me to come and stay with her in her room for a couple of days. Okay. My dad is traveling. My dad is going out. So my dad won't be around for a couple of days. So my wife, I understand, I'm going to be staying with my mom. My mom, she's very special to me. So she's asking me to come and sleep with her. That's the way I see it. In other words, come to my room and sleep in my room. Your mother's room. Your mother is asking you to come and sleep in her room. Your own mother. And then you're telling your wife that, my wife, you see, I'm sorry, I'm going in 2 days, or in 3 days, or in 4 days, I'm going to be sleeping. Do you understand? I'm going to be sleeping with my mom. And this is exactly what this woman received from the husband's mouth. He said, because the husband's father is going out. He's going to be going out, probably going for business trip for a couple of days, or probably going for travel. This is a scenario. And now I began to ask questions. First, are both of you, are the parents and the couple living in the same apartment? It appears to be so. So they are living in the same apartment. So the father and the mother of the boy, they have their rooms. And the boy himself and the wife have their own rooms. They don't have kids yet. So this is the scenario. Now, anytime the man, the father, the man's father goes out and doesn't, probably does shift, night shift, or probably is busy working and doing something outside, like a contract outside job, what happened is the the woman, the mother of the boy, begin to ask out of fear. I'm not sure whether she don't like sleeping alone. That has been the problem. This man did not give us detail. Now the problem is the wife is confused. The woman is confused. What can she do? Is this right? For me, she's asking me, is this right? Is this okay? Is this normal? Because it's like she's new to this whole thing. She haven't seen this happen before. She haven't heard this happen before. And to me, it's strange. I haven't seen this happen. How can a mother ask his son to come and sleep in his own room, in our own room, for a couple of days? A man that is married, the man is under his matrimonial home. So this is a very, very bad practice, I know, but what do we do? Is it okay to do? Can this guy just go along with that kind of behavior? Is this acceptable? What do you think? What is your suggestion? What is your idea about this? What are you thinking? Because this is huge. This is serious. This is mind-boggling. All right? Yeah. Why it says is a bad practice. Of course, that's what we're talking about. It's a bad practice, but people are practicing it. How do we help them stop the bad practice? What can they do? What can they do? Let me read the question to you again. If you haven't seen the question, I'll make it very bold now so you see it. Now, it says, my mother-in-law wants my husband to sleep in her room. This is the mother-in-law. Wants my husband, she's the one asking this question, to sleep in her room for some days when my father-in-law is out. Is this okay? What should I do? So you see the question. That is the problem. So imagine a man will wake up in the morning and say he wants to become a husband and marry a wife. And then at the long run brings the mother into his marriage as a second, probably now the first wife, as another wife. Because let me assume they are not intimate. This has nothing to do with intimacy. I want to assume that. But it is even wrong to bring in your mother in place of your wife, because you're telling your wife, look, I can't sleep with you for the next couple of days because my mother wants me to sleep in her room with her. Okay, let's analyze this, because I just want to assume that there is no intimacy going on, but in reality, I think there is, and that is abomination of the highest order. If that is what the situation is. Now, I'm coming with my suggestions. I'm coming with what I think she should do. But here's my analysis here. The woman, she is confused about this kind of relationship with a husband and a son and a mother. That's the reality. This relationship between a son and a mother, where a husband can defy or neglect his matrimonial responsibility for the sake of the mother. I understand that there's so much passion and love that we men have for our mothers, depending on how you were raised by your mother. But if you are mommy's boy, it could be worse. If you are just a mommy's boy, that can be terrible. That can be worse. So I understand that is practiced in some parts of the world, but I thought that is many years ago. I thought probably people have, have developed, learned something better. But for a man to deny his marital responsibility, and then for the sake of his mother, that means you are walking away from your marital rights for the sake of your mother. You are telling your wife, I can't sleep with you for the next couple of days. I'm going to sleep in my mother's room. My mother is asking me to come and sleep in her room for a couple of days. This is barbaric. This is terrible. And this is exactly what most men are doing, which is wrong, and exactly what many women are going through, which is absolutely wrong as well. Now, if this man, this husband, so-called husband, loved the mother this much, I don't think that the idea that the woman, the mother, is suggesting to him, I think it's a suggestion. For me, I think this is just happening. Maybe it hasn't happened before, but I doubt. I believe this has been happening, but let's assume it hasn't happened before. This is just new. Let's assume it's happening. The mother is just requesting this. The guy should come to his senses and realize that this is wrong. How could, in fact, I feel it has been happening. That's why it's easy for him to accept and come to the mother, to the wife, and tell the wife, you know what? My mother is asking me to come and sleep in her room. So you are going to stay in your room in our matrimonial home for the next couple of days. And that is unacceptable. And she is not taking it. And I agree with her why she's not taking it. Because I'm not taking it. It's wrong. No woman out there should take that. And no man out there should be practicing this. This is wrong. Let me explain something to you guys. Maybe you haven't understood it. Let me explain something. Firstly, a man, when you get married, there's something that happens to you. You are disconnected. There is a disconnection that takes place. All right? If you read your Bible, if you don't, I'll tell you what is there. By the God who created marriage in the first place. He said when a man married, he leaves his father and his mother. He leaves and then join, attached himself to his wife. And then both of them will become one flesh. That is the theory and the law that governs marriage. The question is, if that is true, then to this man, he doesn't understand what he has gotten himself into when he got married to you. That's the first point. He doesn't know that he's married. He doesn't understand the consequences of his action. He doesn't even understand that this action he's taking is an abomination to marital status. It's an abomination to the principles and the rules that govern marriage. It's wrong. It's a wrong step. Look at it this way. A man will have to leave his mother. A man who is marrying a wife, will have to make up his mind that he's leaving his mother, leaving his father. Now, leaving them doesn't mean you abandon them. No. It means that attachment, it had to be disconnected because this man was raised, all right, by his parents. So because he was raised by his parents, two things involved. Either he's so close to his father or he's so close to his mother. So God said, you as a man, you need to understand that you are taking up a new responsibility of uniting yourself with a new family. So you have to disconnect yourself. So there is a disconnect that takes place from when you decide to get married. You are disconnected from your parent. You are disconnected from your mother, from your father. A man shall leave. He said, for this reason shall a man leave his father and his mother. Shall a man leave? You leave your father and your mother, and you be connected, joined, attached to your wife. and both of you will become one flesh. What does that mean to this man? Does it mean anything to you as a man, a married man? If you are attached to your mother like this, imagine how this is so embarrassing. To me, it is so embarrassing. Let me look at your comment, please. Why says I will offer to go I will offer to go keep her company instead, not my man. Okay, that's a good suggestion. So as a woman, instead of your husband, why? I think this is right. I believe she's going to listen to this video because she would. Listen, you don't let your husband do that. I don't know how close that your husband and his mother is, but that's what I'm handling now. I'm trying to talk about that closeness. There's a problem with it. That closeness between a mother and a son who is now a married man, there's a problem with it. It's wrong. It's wrong in all ramification. It's wrong in biblical terms. It's wrong everywhere. I think it's wrong. Because when you're married, you're married. Okay? And when you're married, according to the Bible, you have moved away from your parents. You are not attached to your wife. You are attached to your new family. Your wife is now your priority, not your mother, not your father. Of course, they are important. They are very important. I have parents and I'm married. My wife has parents and she's married to me. So we're married. But we understand what this means. When you're married, it is the person you married to that becomes your priority. It becomes your focus. It becomes the one that whom you share your emotional, spiritual, and physical attachment with. Is that person. Your intimacy only is granted the permission between you and your wife. That's where your intimacy ends. Any intimacy outside your marital boundaries is an abomination. It is wrong. So for you to say that your mother wants you to sleep with her, no, sleep in her room. Let me just say, because that's her words. She says sleep in her room. Your mother is asking you as a man to come and sleep in her room because your father is not around. He's traveled or gone out for anything. Then you are saying you are considering it as a man, a married man. You are telling your wife to accept the offer. I can't imagine this. I can't imagine. My head is aching for this, really. I mean, Rita, welcome here. Rita said, oh, let me put it up. Rita said, some people don't know the meaning of marriage. Indeed. And a lot of people. I'm amazed. I'm amazed. Now, it's not funny. I may be laughing, but it's so annoying. For me, I'm embarrassed as a man. I'm very embarrassed. I couldn't even hide it. That's why I have to come online. I said, let us discuss this. This is not something I'm going to do a video on. Let me just come and discuss. I want us to talk about this. I want us to see this thing, that things like this is happening here. It's happening. I'm not kidding. These things are happening. And there's fire in the mountain in many homes. Imagine think about it now. Imagine this. This man just came to the wife and said, my mom said, I can even imagine how embarrassing to say that. My mom is asking me to come and sleep in her room with her. And because my daddy is going out, you are talking to your wife. What a boy. I mean, guys, grown up, man. Come on, grow up. There are times we don't allow these things to come to our head at all. Really. What are you thinking about? So the woman will not stupidly say, okay, my husband, and you can go ahead. Really? No. I think she's not stupid. No woman should act stupidly like that. No matter. Now, it may not be on this particular scenario. There are many other cases whereby the husband listens to their mother more than they will listen to their wife. I've seen a scenario of such. Many of them. So they will listen to what their mother is saying that their wife has done wrong. So they listen to their mother to mistreat or react to their wife. So it's like their mother is not the one reporting their wife to them. So every time they hear from their mother, their wife will receive severe manhandling and probably beating or the worst of her life, whatever it is. What a man. Is that marriage? Or you didn't marry. You just took up a slave. You took up a slave. Because at the end of the day, it just shows that you took up a slave. So me, I'm thinking, first of all, the relationship, indeed, you're right. He's a mama's boy. I'm thinking he's not a husband, he's a mama's boy, because this is exactly what happens to those who are mama's boy. You cannot succeed as a married man if you follow depending only on what your mother, your father is saying about your life. You should understand, when you are married, you are separated from them. You can take advice, but there are advice. Listen, let me tell you something. My parents does not advise me about my family, about my marriage. It has never been. I've been married for over 8 years now. My parents have never one day say a word concerning my marriage. Not that we don't have challenges. We do. But because we have learned how to manage, how to coordinate, how to overcome some of these things. We have learned it. So it is hard. The foundation is not there. So it has never been there. So there's no way that we will not start depending on that foundation. I want you to understand what I'm trying to say. So this is so important for the guy to think. I think before the woman will summon such courage and tell the son and say, please come and sleep in my room. Oh, your daddy is going for a couple of days. I want you to come and sleep in my room for a couple of days too, because your father is not around. Hey, I don't get it. No, I don't get it. Are you saying that whenever your father is not around, you take the position of your father to be a husband to your mother? I don't get it. Because this is exactly what this woman is portraying right now, this so-called mother-in-law. She's portraying that the son is also her husband, even though she is the mother of this man. That's exactly what I'm getting. Exactly what I'm getting from this, because I can't imagine that a woman, a mother, will boldly proclaim rights over his son, who is under a matrimonial bond. I don't understand. You don't get my point. The man is under a matrimonial bond. He is married. Guys, you need to help me here. I need you guys to help me. I need you guys to help me, because this lady needs answer. That's number one. Number two, there are many women out there who are going through the same thing right now. We need to help them. We need to provide solutions, what they can do, strategies, things. Because first of all, I would suggest that this woman, this lady who is being a victim of these circumstances right now, I think she should go on investigation. She should investigate the relationship between the son and the mother. That's number one. If I were in her shoes, I will investigate the relationship between the mother and his son. As a wife, I'm going to investigate that. That's number one. Yes, I understand that why I said that she will offer to keep the woman company instead of the husband. That's a very good one. But before that, for a man, for a mother to ask for his son who is married to come and sleep in her room for days just because your husband is not around, something is wrong somewhere. Not that she lives in a different apartment. No. They are living in the same apartment, the same building, but she's in her room, probably in another flat in her room. The husband and the wife, they are in their own apartment, in their own section of the house, apartment on the house, right? This is a situation. This is a scenario. Oh, you are saying that now, Rita. Let me tell you something. Is it the wife must have seen all these traits before getting married and thought he will change after marriage? Well, you're right. It may be. It may be not. You see, that's the point. What I'm saying is this your suggestion here is right. It could be. It could be in reality that she eventually knew through the time, but she thought it's just the mother-father relationship. I mean, mother-son relationship. All right. She just thought it's just mother-son relationship. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay, that's fine. So if it's a mother-son relationship, that's fine. There are many women like that today. Oh, okay. I was listening to a marriage counselor one day who was advising some lady. Look at what she said. She said, if your husband to be has a very poor relationship with the mother, or does not have any closeness with the mother at all, that's one. Or she says, if your husband to be is not closely joined to your mother in a way that you will be jealous, he said, then that man is not a man for you. Think about that statement. See, you think about that. Rita, what do you think about that statement? You guys are watching now. What do you think? Look at that. She said, this was a lady advising other ladies on what kind of man they should marry. Okay? She said, if your husband to be does not have a close attachment to the mother in such a way that you are jealous, then he is not the right man for you to marry. That man cannot take care of you. That man cannot make other women jealous of you. I don't know if you understand what she was saying. So exactly the point. So there are some women who sees this as though it's an important thing to them. So they say, well, he is very close to his mother. Oh, this man loves his mother. Their friends will say, really? That means he's probably going to love you very much. You're wrong. In most cases, many women have misinterpreted this in a very wrong way. Of course, we have many of them. We have many of them. See, that counselor is dysfunctional. We have many of them, Rita. Maggie. Maggie, we have many of them like that. Trust me. We have many of them. And do you know there are many women who believe that today? Trust me. There are many women who believe that today. They think if the man is not really close, I mean, the man doesn't call his mother 5 times a day. The man doesn't visit the mother 2 times a day. Or the man doesn't even spending 1 week or 2 weeks with the mother 2 times every month. Then that man is not able to take care of this woman. He will not be able to take care of me. If I marry that man, I'm gonna suffer because he doesn't care for. I can see that he won't care for me because he doesn't care for the mother. Hello, Maggie. You're right. Thank you for joining us. It's an amazing thing. It's an amazing thing that I am like, what can a woman think like this? So she might just be in that web. It could have been that she was a victim through this process of what we are analyzing now. So So what do you think? Because Rita said, well, all right, let me put up what you said. Rita, you said, well, I wouldn't conclude that man is not the right man for me. Good. My thought would be investigate why he is not so close to his mother or father. Not so close. What about if he is close? It doesn't have to be so close. Do they have to be so close? I love my wife. And I love her ever before I met her. And when I met her, I knew she was, before I met her, before I got married to her, I loved her before I got married to her. And I still do. After 8 years, I still do. But it has nothing to do with my closeness with my father or my tight closeness with my mother. No. I love my parents. I love them. I care for them. But that closeness that we're describing, that should portray that's how you should love your wife, is wrong. We need to understand, sometimes we think we are getting the right advice. But for me, based on my experience and what I see happen, is wrong. And look at that. Maggie said, I enjoy video like this because it's prepared me for the future. These are things to look out during a courtship. Yes, it's very important, my dear. It's very important. So I believe, I agree with you, Rita, what you're saying. There are a lot of people who have that as an option. But in reality, it's not supposed to be all the way we are looking at, it should be very close. Yeah, you can find out why. There's a situation whereby the guy doesn't talk to his mother, probably they quarreled and all of that, or he doesn't talk to the father, probably they quarreled or something. That is different scenario. But another scenario you want to look at is that the man doesn't take care of his parents at all. That is another deep scenario that you should think of. So I will advise any woman who is looking at for this kind of trait, you know what? Hey, look, it is not about whether the husband to be is very, very close to his mother that would determine that he's going to take care of you. No, what you should look at for is that, does he have relationship? It's not intimacy. Does he have relationship at all with the parents? Do they talk? Are they in good conversation, in good terms? Do they communicate well? All right. Yes, they disagree and agree. That is normal with parents and children. There are many times I disagree with my dad and disagree with my mom. There are many times I did. That doesn't mean we were not family. They are not my parents. I still care for them. I still do what I have to do to support them and be there to love them. And they did that to me as well. But in reality, that didn't determine that, I will not be able to take care of my wife or care for my wife, love my wife because I didn't do that to my parents or my mom. First of all, the basic thing is, does that man take care of the parents when they need help? That's the key. Does he communicate with them regularly and find out how they are doing, how they are faring? That is the key. So those are the major things you take with you. Then if a man doesn't do these things, then there is a problem. That's where you now start, that's where you now start analyzing it deeper. Let me see. Rita said there are people who point hands to other people without realizing that they are at fault. In reality, I agree with you. But in reality, personally, I know very well that this action of this woman, of this man asking the wife to allow him to go and sleep in the mother's room. Oh, come on, how close can you get? How close? This is way more being close. This is another thing. This is raising a red flag already. For me, this is red flag. Something is popping, man. Something is happening. Something is going on. What? Okay, you tell me. What kind of relationship would that? Your ladies are here now. I believe most of you are ladies here now. You tell me, would you accept that? Would you take that for yes? Or would you just accept it and say, it's a mother and son relationship. That's normal. Would you allow that? I believe not. If If you would tell me in the comment section. Let's look at it. Let's analyze it together. We are live. This is a live program. And if you want to say something, I would like to invite you in to say something, because I would like you to say what you think you want to say, because most time we might find it, a lot of work to type what we want to type, because we need to let people know that this thing is wrong. Any woman who is going through this right now should find a way out. And I want to, when I mean find a way out, I'm not saying you should leave your husband. No. Here's what you do. The first thing is, it is deniable. This kind of offer is wrong. Don't accept it. Don't say yes. You should never say yes to such an offer. Like Rita said, offer to do that instead of your husband. Why don't tell your husband and say, you know what? If your mom wants somebody to sleep in a room with her because she's afraid of night or she's afraid of something, I would do it. I would do it, but not you. But again, why will a mother of all people who want to destroy a marriage that the son is building just because he's afraid of night? I don't think so. Let me read your comments. How Maggie said, sometimes mothers like this, let me put it up. Sometimes mothers like this see their sons as surrogate. Yeah. Oh, surrogate husband. I told you about. Now maybe I will come to that very soon. Then Rita said the wife should sit her husband down and let him know that what he is asking for is nothing acceptable at all. Exactly. But it's not easy to just say, oh, it's nothing acceptable at all, because the man might act stubbornly. The woman need to give reasons. What are her reasons? Yes, it's not acceptable, but why? What if the guy just feel it's okay? What if the wife just feel it's okay? Mengi said, this mother, you are angry like me. I'm very angry with this kind of situation. He said this mother has an ungodly soul tied with her ungodly soul. Indeed, there is an ungodly act in. Yeah. Hello.